Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are, whenever you are, whoever you are. Welcome to Six Oscillators, this 10th episode. God, they fly. It's amazing how time flies when you're having fun. At least I am. I don't know so much about you. Welcome you all. First of all, my most honest and deepest sharing emotions, greeting you and having I hope you had a very, very, very joyful Christmas season, or at least, or Saturnalia, or Hanukkah, or whatever is it that you celebrate on the last days of December. And let me send this emotional feeling of have the best 2025. God, it's amazing. I was born in 73, so it's 2025 is like, oh, that's the future. I'm never gonna get there, or do I, or will I, or what's gonna happen? And here we are. Nothing has changed that much. Things that are good are good. Things that are bad, and we do our best to go through them. And in the meantime, we have some fun with little toys that we call musical instruments. We try to be creative, we try to be expressive, and we try to enjoy ourselves. That's the whole point of these things you see around me, and the whole point of this show, to help you enjoy, find things about something you didn't know before, and try to answer your questions if you have them. And yeah, please let me remind you that if you do have any questions about today's subjects, any other subject that we have dealt in this channel about guitars, or any other query you might have related, please bring them on. Leave them down there in the comment section, and Boy Scout word, I will read them all and I will answer them all. So please keep in mind. Yes, I'm stuttering a little bit because my co-host is on his way, and I don't have nothing. Yet nobody to throw ideas back and front, so I'm going to let me do this there. I've been having technical issues. That's why the December issue, this episode should have been the December issue, but I didn't manage. First, a very, very violent storm attacked the southwest of England in the UK, which is where I'm placed, where I'm located, and basically it got so bad that the government, through our cell phones, sent us specific alarm messages to shut everything down, close every window, close every door, nail down to the ground whatever is suitable to be blown away. And so I did, including powering off the whole system, because this is a one-man band, this is a one-person project, one budget project, and without my computer I cannot do any of the things I like to do, including this show, so I wouldn't risk it. Then I rescheduled for the next week, which got me going with very bad audio. I could not work out why the audio would not work properly, as in on a decent quality. I hope as good as this one is today. If it's not, please let me know. And after that, I had a third attempt. I started trying to see if I could do the third week, which was already a stretch and totally off kilt, and I kept having issues. Then Christmas, family, you know the drill. And I said, okay, this year is not meant to be. This episode is not meant to be this year, so let's do it next year. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm coming to you tonight. If you have managed to read the title, this show and several more that I'm gonna be doing on later dates, on later months. Sorry. I'm gonna be focusing on the guitar synthesizer that I have, not because it's the best, not because it's hell no, it's not the best, not because you should get it. It's basically because it's the only one I have, and it's the only one I can show you from an experience point of view. Having said so, also please disclose that I'm no expert. I didn't design the thing. I have barely used the thing for roughly on and off 3 to 4 years with all sorts of problems, and okay, let's leave it for tomorrow, and tomorrow never comes, as in it could be 6 months later. So I'm no expert. Everything I say in this show, please take it with a pinch of salt. And if you think it's wrong, please let me know. Because my ulterior motive on doing this show is also to learn stuff, to share what I know, and to hopefully get your teachings of what you know that I don't know, because that's what how I understand knowledge should be an item that we all share, hopefully for free. That's how I do it. So it's gonna be about the GR-55, the Roland GR-55. We had a little bit of oversight over very shallow touch ground on the unit back in Halloween in November. Ooh, God, the fly. And now I'm planning to do not deep dives, because that would take me a whole year probably to go through to do a deep dive of every single aspect of that unit has inside, but a more specific or section or block centric shows, being this one the first one. And as I said, it's not going to be too deep, although I want to communicate certain things, principles that I think is significant historically, and to understand the unit and the posterior units that have come after 55. Let me remind you, GR-55 was released around 2015-16 as a flagship guitar synthesizer under the still totally in vogue technology of the GK divided pickup 13-pin DIN technology, which has been now rendered not obsolete, is still worth considering for certain guitar synth aspects, but it has suffered upgrades and evolutions to the point that Roland, at this date in is it the 3rd? Or about to be the 3rd of January 2025, Jesus Christ. He's been superdicted by the boss now, GM800. Now the GM800 is the flagship, and although they're still applying divided pickup, it's a whole new generation of divided pickup, which ditches totally the 13-pin cable in favor of, I think it's a serial port type cable, twisted pair, with only 3 contacts, kind of MIDI-like, MIDI-esque. As still, the pickup is not creating or sending MIDI down the cable. No, it's not. It's just digital audio, very faster, higher transfer of AD, AD, analog to digital conversion, but no MIDI yet. The MIDI heavy lifting is still inside the unit, the floor unit, in this case the GM800. So tonight's show is going to be about, since we're talking about guitar synthesizer, the part of the unit that is more closely related to what a guitar is meant to do, or the role that a guitar is meant to have. Tonight is going to be dedicated to the COSM, C-O-S-M, COSM. If you can read, it stands for, underneath my name, see what I did there? Composite Object Sound Modeling. That's how Roland, in his time, in his turn, decided to baptize this technology, which it was really pioneering. It was a first of all, and so by the same reason, it was it had to outcome many growing pains, and has been utilized, although utterly refined on each generation, each iteration of any new device, using the engine of the COSM technology has been released ever since. As I'm going to do a little history lesson, we're going to go through some principles that I like to sit down first, so it's clear what we're talking about, because on a classical way, or on a classic definition, we're still not dealing with what we would consider a synthesizer technology. It's, if any, it's an evolution or a hybrid between DSP, sound altering, and digital audio sampling. Does that mean the GR-55 samples? Hell no. I wish. No, it doesn't. GR-55 does use samples in the way of a Rumpler type engine, but that's a different block that we're gonna attack or showcase on a later date, on a later show. So let's start with the principles then. Let's see if I can do this and this. Here we go. This is coming straight and from a, well, you can, I think you can read, you can totally read. Wait a second, can I? I don't think I can. No, that's already it. I don't know how to just show the text. It comes from a web page from Roland themselves. In fact, both info dot tons of things. You can see the address there. It is a little explanation of what the actually COSM technology is all about. What I can do, can I? I lost that. Is it here? Just let me revert this a little bit. See if I can. That's why I lost it. It's here. Yeah. Everybody who knows me knows that computers are not my friends. So, here we are. And now we go here. And hopefully you can see that I have my cursor to resign. I'm going to be underlining some parameters that are really important. First of all, the birth, as in the official birth of the technology to the public, as this page says, was released by a Roland product, the the VG8 virtual guitar system, which is this pretty black boy you can see here in the picture. And it was introduced in 1995. Okay, let me, because I'm, okay, that's gonna be tricky. Ooh, oh, lovely. Come on, once again, because it's here. Shut. Because I'm expecting, and here we are. So yeah, let's do this first. Let's get the boring part first, and then we'll move on to the next. So in 1995, Roland releases the first ever COSM equipped device, the VG8 virtual guitar system. Truly a milestone for the guitar product industry, the very first device to incorporate digital modeling in a guitar processor. While modeling is commonplace in the guitar world today, the VG8 and COSM represented jaw-dropping technology at the time. Yeah, it's their website. What else are gonna do? Let me just pinpoint that this VG8, although was based on a totally new microprocessor, totally new DSP chips, and totally new algorithms to handle all the goodies it could do, was still banking, if I can do this, still banking on a GK, divided pickup. It's still a hexaphonic pickup with a 13-pin cable. Because, and this is my own reading, this is not here, it's not official, basically the amount of computer power they needed to do the modeling was way easier to perform if applied monophonically per string. So you, under the standard basis of a 6-string guitar or up to 6-string bass, it's easier to, or cheaper in a way of manufacturing, to get 6 individual mid-velocity processors than having to put a microprocessor that can compute all 6 strings in one go, 6 times faster. And once again, yes, this is recent history, but we're still talking about 1995. Computers were still pricey, microprocessors were still pricey, and PC, personal computer microprocessors, were still kind of slow if you had to work within a budget. And God knows that Roland and Bose are the masters of working to a budget. And process then on multiple levels, all while retaining the guitar's natural feel and playability. Yeah, that's the always promising, not totally delivering, not even in 2025, that Roland is been trying to sell over and over again with any new device. Of many different electric and acoustic guitars, plus entirely new sounds achieved with a process called HRM. In addition, the strings could be pitch shift and double on an individual basis, allowing for instant altered turnings and 12-string effects. And this is remarkable, because before, the only way to get a 12-string-ish thing would be either applying chorus or what would it be, ambience, all sorts of names that basically Roland gave it to the ways of by using time-based processors would delay the original signal and create a duplicate slightly later. And all the variations comes in the how slightly, how louder, and if the duplicate is a copycat or the duplicate is also modulated. But in this unit, possibly, at least digitally, was the first time you were able to actually generate a 12-string, an acoustic 12-string standard, which is you get 6 core strings with the standard tuning, E, A, D, G, B, E. And you get another 6 sets of strings tuned from treble to bottom, unison, unison, octave up, octave up, octave up, octave up. So strings E, A, G, E, A, D, and G would be the standard guitar octave, and a second string to play an octave higher. Those 4 strings, the bottom strings. But the treble strings, for many historical reasons, manufacturing of luthiery techniques, etc., the standard is stayed on just having 2 strings playing the same note, unison. Which is exactly what every other effect before this unit was kind of failing, because you could have all 6 strings pitched up 1 octave. That was already been done. That was possible. That was doable with decent results by then. But this is the only one in 1995 that could do 4 octaves and 2 unisons. So, because since the unit was processing each string, he could create a digital duplicate of it, and through digital processing, he could pitch up or on a different pitch the duplicate strings, the resonant strings. So from there, signal could be processed through an arsenal of virtual guitar amplifiers. This now familiar concept was simply outstanding at the time, and the ability for guitarists to call up any classic amp and will, along with a perfectly mic'd speaker cap. Well, there were the people who managed to be able to afford a VG8 might differ on the perfectly mic'd speaker cap, as in, yes, it was the first time that it was offered let's call it wrongly, a very, very complex set of equalization to the amplifier you've been also modeled to make you believe you're changing the speaker of the amplifier. And I'm not sure if the VG8 was also the first one give you at least 2 options of microphones per speaker. So you had, I don't know, possibly you had 6 or 5 or 6 different speakers, not only about having 8-inch, 10-inch, 12-inch, but having 1 12, 2 12s, 4 12s, which have a different body and a different resonance and a different EQ. And also being able to have a different microphone acoustically resemblant applied to that speaker. Dream come true, of course. The VG8 also included a host of effects processing to sweeten the sound even further, including COSM, stompbox effects, and more. So basically, all the DSP versions of the Boss pedals, let me remind you, Roland and Boss is the same company. Even in this article, we've seen first a Roland product followed by a Boss product. They're absolutely interchangeable. That's why you find Roland COSM products and Boss COSM product. It's the same technology, it's the same chips, it's the same brains, it's the same people in the same labs creating the devices. They're just marketed different. And that's the reason why every other guitar synthesizer nowadays is being branded Boss. Roland has finally given up on trying to sell guitar playing to synthesizer heads. Now they're selling synthesizer sounds to guitar players. That's why that's a division that was always meant to be dealt by Boss. Moving forward, it evolved many units like the GT series, the flagship floor units, all in one with tens and tens of NFX. And once the COSM got applied to them, also amplifier emulations, speaker emulations, microphone movement emulations, etc., etc. to the point that the first GT unit, GT3, Boss GT3, it had some preamp emulation, as in rebranded very smart filtering and EQing, with some sort of speaker-ish filtering applied, but nothing that anybody could, no guitar player would assign it or link it to his memories or experiences or even comparisons to any gear in the real world that he had ever played before. And sorry to go back, just remember VG8 was released in 95, just 1 year, only 1 year, because the 3-axis by Line 6, or no, it's not the 3-axis. The first Line 6 product, a full amplifier box, as in a full combo, speakers, grill, handle, all of shebangs, with the difference that it would not make one sound, or 2 or 3 sounds, like a standard guitar amplifier. It would replicate diametrically different types and sounds of amplifiers. It would be able to go from a Fender to a Marshall, from a Mesa Boogie to a Custom, or a Roland GR-55. It didn't have that many options, but it was already good enough for people to buy them, and for a lot of people to say, this technology might lead us to something. But remember that Boss did it a year earlier in 95. Because most of the guitar play community were all familiar with Line 6 products, the pod, the kidney bean, the red kidney bean, then the black kidney bean, then the rack units. But Boss was there first, or Roland was there first. Once again, same brains. Continually develop. Well, first developed for guitars. COSM has been the basis for the groundbreaking Roland instruments like V-drums. The tools to replicate digitally the sounds of the real world are the same. And once again, this is me reading between the lines. A similar technology is what has brought us in 2025 all the way up to things like convolution reverbs. We can record the tone modification of a space and apply it to whatever audio we process digitally. This is the core principle behind COSM. It's taking a digital algorithm, very extremely complex, hence the composite object, very complex, to apply to the guitar playing we put through and get out something that is not what we put in. Let's get physical. COSM is an amalgamation of many different digital modeling technologies developed by Boss and Roland. Once again, they're the same company. These were created to precisely model the electronic, mechanical, and magnetic characteristics inherent to an instrument, amplifier, or speaker, and also create completely new sounds in concept. The COSM process is not unlike the amazing computer imagery of CGI. Yeah, basically they master the way of digitally creating nuggets of sound, like the pixels in an image on a CGI film or any marvels, to generate something that is not there. That's the COSM principle in the background. And variable guitar modeling, or VGA, so it's sitting basically on three. It's basically on 3 legs, basically. First leg is electronic modeling. With this process, Roland's engineers analyze and simulate the actual electronic circuitry and how it interacts in a device such as vintage guitar amp or classic Stone box. And you know what? A, he's getting very, very bored. And B, I can use his input. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, please put your hands together and let me welcome to my beloved and sidekick in this adventure, Mr. Synth Addict. How's it going, mate?
Oh.
I got you. And here we go.
I was nodding off there. You forgot all about me.
Can you hear me all right? I've been having
can you hear me okay? Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I can hear you. If anybody out there can not hear any of us, just let us know.
I was killing time being childish with a lollipop since I was bored. So.
Oh, now I'm jealous. I want some. Lollipop. So,
yeah, good to see you again.
I was wanted to bring you in because I bet you this electronic modeling rings a humongous bell to you, coming from Roland, doesn't it?
And other stuff too, like when I first started messing with guitar, I got a little Korg Pandora's box, which is really cool.
Yeah, but sadly, that's obviously the minute Roland releases VG8 in '95, everybody tries to come with a similar way. Yeah. Even more when they learn how they did it, what type of technology they used to do it.
Right.
But my point is, this electronic modeling process both analyze and simulate the actual electronic circuitry and how it interacts in a device such as a vintage guitar amp or a classic Stonebox or a synthesizer.
Sure. Yeah.
So how was it called? ECB?
ACB is the best one. There's also, of course,
this is the grandfather,
and there's DCB for the digital one.
Yeah. This is the grandfather of ACB. That's where all it started. Oh, now we can replicate any type of electronic circuit we want.
Actually, is Nord Modular first? That might have been first.
What do you mean?
Nord Lead Modular, the software they had, the Nord Modular might be first.
What age is that one?
It's pretty old. I don't remember the exact date, but it's
Can you check
old
it?
It's old like the predecessor to the V-Synth is old.
Can you check it? Because once again, this race was very, very intense. All the brands, all the synth manufacturers, basically, once again, it's 95. We've gone through the whole 80s. Synths are finally digital. Then digital can do all sorts of wonders. But also, don't forget, through the 80s, we had Fairlights, synclaviers, emulators. Sampling is getting better and better.
Oh yeah, I'm just talking about the actual like modeled synths and like digital emulation of synths. You know.
Can you check when was that Nord keyboard released?
1997.
So so that's 3 years later.
Yeah.
Okay. My point is this way of digitalization of the behavior of an electronic circuit is a technology that Roland had been working on for the VAs, the original VAs, the Romplers,
sure,
ever since the late 80s. So it took them all of 6 or 7 years to manage to apply it satisfactorily to guitar equipment. And still, they beat to the punch Line 6 and Nord.
Yeah, because Yamaha had AN1X in 97, same year, basically. So everyone's kind of...
Once again, 2 years later.
Plate, yeah.
So, this type of technological race, the one that hits first is the one that hits harder.
Well, it's just like movies, right? There's a giant asteroid movie. Now everyone's making asteroid movies.
Exactly.
So
the minute Roland managed to, and I bet you they were using, because in the underground of all this development is DSP chips improving, RAM being more accessible and cheaper, CPUs becoming more accessible and cheaper and faster. So and the manufacturers of those chips, except for, to my knowledge, except for Yamaha, because I've been always told that Yamaha always did their own chips in-house. The manufacturers, basically Silicon Valley, was ruling all this development.
Fix in the future because it's custom.
Say what?
That's why the CS80 will be hard to fix in the future because it's custom and the chips are running out.
Exactly. But the other ones, the DSPs, the CPUs, the RAM chips, they all were kind of common to all of them. They have to do their best with what was available. I'm not sure how much of Roland managed to do proprietary chips, DSP, I believe mostly DSP chips, but
also this early genius of the virtual stuff just extends into his side companies like ATV A-Frame, which is amazing DSP technology.
Yeah.
So Kakahashi always surrounded himself with amazing engineers. So
yeah, exactly. So that's the first leg, a way of taking a digital picture or a digital mold of what a specific electronic device does to sound, so I can replicate it to apply it to a different source of sound. Second leg, and this to me is probably the most crucial and probably the one that took them the longest to crack, is the magnetic modeling. Electromagnetic components are a huge part of the sound of electric guitars and amps, as in pickups, strings, cables, and speakers. And obviously electromagnetics, also transformers, etc., etc. This VGM process simulates the characteristics of guitar pickups, transformers, speakers, and more. Why is this important and why is this crucial for the evolution of this technology? Is because they're not linear. An EQ, if you want to reduce 15 dBs of the 3000 or 3 kilohertz harmonics of a tone, of a sound, you apply 6 dB less, 3k hertz to the sound, whatever the sound is, and however how louder you play it, how softer you play it, how dynamically you play it, or if you use notes that are bang on 3k, or just notes that have a little bit of 3k, you're always taking 6 dBs no matter what you get.
Hey, real quick interruption. You said this is 94, right? This early tech?
95.
95. So guess what? 94, Dave Smith has the SEER system, virtual software synth running on a PC. So he was ahead.
But wasn't that not trying to replicate a real device? Just being able to create...
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure it was based on his ideas in hardware put in the software. It's essentially a sequential device in software.
But was the target just be able just to get a standard PC computer to run a program that will behave or sound like a synthesizer?
I never read an extensive thing about it, I'm not sure. But I mean, it's Dave Smith we're talking about. He doesn't do shit, right? So
no, I'm not taking away. I'm not taking away this. I'm just trying to make a little nuance, because this technology we're talking today is the race to replicate virtual analog synthesizers, replicate at first amplifiers, which was kind of the easy part, then replicate guitars, and finally transform a guitar in something else, which is the third leg we're going to talk in a second, which is the physical modeling.
Yeah.
Okay. With this process, it's a central part of COSM instrument modeling. It simulates the characteristics of the materials used to construct an instrument, including the type of wood, the metal parts, and even the finish. Physical modeling is also used to analyze the construction materials used in different guitar speaker cabinets. Why would this be useful? Apart from, for instance, if I want to have an electric guitar which has steel strings on a wood body to sound like a dobro resonator, which is steel strings, but this time wrapped in copper, but on a many times aluminium or light metal body with a resonant box or resonant cover or layer or lid made also out of metal. How can I make a wooden device sound like a metal device? That was the original target. But once they master this technology, they say, wait, now I can do whatever I want. Now that I know how to transform, how to make A to look like B.
We also make it more metallic with like a dobro, right?
That's what I said. That's what I just said. You can make wooden instruments to sound metallic, or taken to the extreme, you can take a wooden instrument to sound like glass. Nowadays we're all very familiar with this VST plugins of crystal piano. How would a piano, a grand concert piano, would sound if you remove all the wood and give it a glass casing? You cannot do that because you need something that is not real standard glass, as in a standard sand-made glass. You need something made out of another polymer or something made out of metal, because I know that you can make metal glass.
Yeah, it's like on the Hartman Neuron synth, you can make things sound more woody and more metallic based on
exactly, because that's the physical modeling. Yeah. Once you know how to modify non-linearly the harmonics of the input material, so you can convert it into a target material to give you the impression of texture. That was the final, and once made all the way up, as in, okay, let's crank it to 200 instead of 211. What can we do that is never been done before, that is impossible? For instance, I remember that the VG8, one of the selling arguments they had is that you could create whatever magnetic pickup you could imagine on your virtual instrument. What does that mean? Let me just explain for a second. Okay, there's no good sound. Let's just get, and let me get, get it here. Let me just show in the camera for a second. On a traditional electric guitar, you have two magnetic pickups, right? And their position is what gives them a different tone, right? One is going to be duller, the one closer to the neck, and the other one is going to be more metallic, the one closer to the usually metal bridge. VG, because they had to replicate the variations of pickups being in different positions, they said, okay, let's crank this technology to the point that I'm going to let you design virtually in code the sound that a pickup that you can put anywhere. For instance, if I had this guitar, I could create digitally a pickup right here in the middle. That's the easy part of doing it, to just basically mathematically through their physical modeling technologies, you create an average of the duller and brighter pickup, and you put it, and it would sound like, if you use a lot of imagination, you would be able to either slide one of your pickups or to build another pickup in that position. That was the easy part. But they went even one step further, say, okay, but that's for standard pickups. We're also going to give you the option, this you see in the image, these are humbucker pickups that are made with two coils, so they can reduce the amount of background noise that they generate. We can take the sound of your humbucker pickup and gonna give you the sound of a single coil pickup. To talk in standards, you have the sound of a Gibson Les Paul. We're gonna give you the sound of a Telecaster or Stratocaster. Not even, and they didn't stop there. we're going to give you the sound of a Telecaster or a Stratocaster, which have Stratocaster has 3 pickups. We're going to let you choose which of the 3 pickups do you want to use. Let me.
So what came first? Is the electronic guitar modeling or the acoustic guitar modeling?
They came together. We're gonna read it in the article in a second. They came together because it's the same technology.
Ask one of these guys, like a 12-string. Has anyone done a decent replica of a 12-string that wasn't samples?
Yes, it's the same technology. The VG8, all the way till the VG8. The accuracy to the replication is what has been improving every year. But they already offer. You could have an electric solid body and get out of the speakers the sound of a Martin Dreadnought acoustic. That was all the targets of the physical modeling technology, which is totally changed the instrument. But going back to the pickup, the virtual pickup was claiming that, okay, do you want to have the sound of from your humbucker pickups? Well, let me rephrase that. You're not using the signal of this pickup. You're using the signal of this pickup to create all those facsimiles, right? It's not the magnetic, it's the divided, all right? So from the divided pickup, which is by nature sounds really nasty because it's very, very close to the bridge, I can let you build digitally a single coil pickup that could be as high in the guitar neck as the middle of the neck, and having the other end of the pickup as bright as the bottom of the bridge. Basically, you could create sound of magnetic pickups you could not create physically in the real world. So basically, they were in the early days of films like The Abyss. They were offering already Avengers Endgame film CGI quality. What they could not deliver was the authenticity, right? So, going back to this, through the article. So, having these 3 legs, okay, now I think I did something wrong. All right, and here, and here, and here. So, having these 3 legs back where they should, the electronic modeling, the magnetic modeling for the amplifiers and magnetic pickups, and the physical modeling to change the qualities of the materials involved in the sound is when they managed to release. Come on, I'm fighting. Harmonic restructure modeling, HRME, define the actual sound character of guitar sounds when all the VGM, virtual guitar modeling, and our HRME elements are brought together. The result is a realistic composite of the individual components of the object whose sound is being modeled. That is a real mouthful. So COSM extended name describes this product much more elegantly. So it's 3 technologies combined into one single outcome. So that's what is really worth pinpointing. And second, real time all the time, because COSM was banking on super fast digital signal processing or DSP chips. So I have to read between the lines that they weren't banking on CPUs yet. They were using extremely dedicated one task chips to do probably all those 3 things at the same time. Okay, to alter the guitar sound.
Hey, quick, just for comparison, what did Korg call their version of this? I forgot. It was part of the ToneWorks line, but I don't remember what they actually called the technology.
I think it's another four-letter acronym.
It's another acronym? Yeah, right. Okay.
I think it's... please check it if you can.
Course,
because it's what you said. It's the technology they put in the Tonewares, is the technology they put in the Pandoras, the X Pandoras. Yeah. Is the technology they put into the Triton Extreme. Is the technology they put on.
And Pod had their own as well, right? They had their own acronym.
For Korg, yeah, Korg had their own.
No, but I mean Pod, the Pod effects units. They also had.
I don't think
that had the modeling in it. Didn't they have modeling in those?
Yeah, basically Line 6. I believe the only difference is, although Line 6 had to start also with DSP chips, they were more keen on going faster into a CPU-based system.
Like they had the Variac guitar, right?
No, the Variac is later in the game.
Is that later? Okay.
Variacs, I would say, it's almost at the same time that V-drums.
Okay.
Once again, if we made a genealogical tree, a timeline tree, you start seeing that all these advancements, all these improvements, they come kind of in waves.
Yeah.
And they come kind of around the same time. Then you read underneath the substract that is underneath all those progress on sound devices, and you realize, oh, they managed to do this because they released this DSP chip that is new and twice as fast. Yeah. So all the companies had access to that DSP chip. Then it's up to the companies to decide what type of code they put into the DSP, how to make it run.
It's like a James Burke episode of Connections where the loom had to come along, and then they had punch cards for the loom, and then data punch cards became computer punch cards, and then blah 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 blah.
Exactly. So, as I said, the other grand parallelism that Korg had is that they also, although under the same name, they also had a guitar division and a synthesizer division. That's why they could, and they were kind of not. Once again, I don't think Korg was ever the first on the Rompler game. They were the first to release the workstation at an affordable price. That I know. But somebody could name the D50 as the primogenital Rompler.
First of all, K1000 wasn't a Rompler, basically. It was K250 samples mixed with kind of some synthesis stuff as a Rompler.
There you have it. They didn't do it first.
K1000 is like 85, I think, 86.
Sure.
So, yeah.
But the main difference being the Rompler aspect. We're gonna take away the capability of sampling. That way we can sell you half priced, because before that you already had Fairlights and you already have Synclaviers. They could do that. But you had to sell your whole family to buy one.
Yeah, and they were also instrumental in making the stuff. It wasn't just Rompler stuff. You weren't just manipulating pre-made stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
So this is just the final things I want to pinpoint, that all the COSM technology. It's also crucial regarding the GR-55, because one of the bad names that guitar synthesizer has had ever since they went digital, what I call the MIDI era, meaning that the vibration of the string was not triggering a real analog synthesizer in the background through voltage. They had to first convert voltage into MIDI, then MIDI into synthesizer sound, was latency. And one of the shortcomings that 55 uses to fool you into allowing the excessive latency that the Rompler side has is by adding a COSM side of it. Because two factors. A, it's real instant. It's as instant as DSP can be. So it's just half a step slower than an analog effect pedal. that you apply to your guitar. It's just a smidgen, almost imperceptibly slower than an analog pedal. And second is through their physical modeling, they managed to elaborate algorithms that would take the sound of the string of the guitar and or bass and create a facsimile, useful, not really believable. It's not yet a VA synthesizer, a virtual analog, but a facsimile that we're gonna demonstrate tonight, hopefully, of a synthesizer out of the sound of a guitar. So you already have a faster synthesizer that you can apply to a more layered, more complex, more fulfilling amount of synthesizer-ish sound, and you could interpret that as non-guitar sound, not typical guitar sound, or not a guitar sound that you can achieve through pedals, standard guitar pedals, to help you making the bridge in between the instant reaction of the electromagnetic pickups of the guitar and the noticeable latency of the Rumpler side, the voltage to MIDI to synth process that A, takes conversions, more steps, and B, it takes more time because it takes processing power, it takes computer power. Well, there you have it, a brief introduction to the amazing COSM. Yep, and that's what it is. Okay, so that is the chatting side of things. Let's get rid of this. And shall we get playing? Shall we explain what this fuzz is all about? What do you say?
Sure.
So, I'm going to start with the guitar, but if we get a little time, I would love to also jump and do this demonstration or this show and tells also on bass, because sadly, what is that common phrase said that money talks and blah 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 blah. Yeah, basically, one of the biggest hinderings that guitar synthesizer technology has had through the years is the fact of the limited market. Yes, guitar players are 20 a dozen. For instance, you have 3 guitar players per band.
Well, not everyone's like a Stanley Jordan who likes to play with tech, right? So
that's one. Stanley Jordan.
I mean, he had a synclavier, right? I mean, how many guitar players had a synclavier, or at least used one?
Interesting.
He was in the ads for it anyway.
I'm not aware of Stanley Jordan using a synclavier.
I might have the name slightly wrong, but I thought it was.
No. I don't mean it's wrong. I'm just not aware of him. What I'm trying, Pat Metheny, he had a synclavier. He had a controller board of a synclavier glued to one of his guitars. He built
an orchestrion. I mean, he's a maniac, right? That whole wall of instruments.
Come again? Still there?
You know what an orchestrion is?
No, you glitched
like a real band in a box.
Yeah.
And so he had one built into a wall for his tours.
Oh, yeah.
Little orchestrion, controlled by his fucking guitar. It was crazy, right?
Yeah.
So Pat Metheny's off the charts. I mean, that guy's crazy, right?
So how many like that? I mean, the closest thing in pop I can think of is Andy Summers from The Police. Mm-hmm. He used a little bit, but very late in the game.
What was his main thing? What did he use mostly?
What do you mean?
Well, all of his guitars sounded like, slapback and chorus and stuff. So I don't know what synth he used with this guitar.
Basically, he started trying the GR-300 and 500, the built-in the guitars from Ibanez, but it was, I believe, if not shortly before, or just only through the Synchronicity tour, and that was the last song of the swan for The Police. there was nothing. There wasn't life after the Synchronicity tour. That they all basically they were this close to kill each other.
Oh yeah, you listen to individual interviews with them years later, talk about each other. It's really funny because there's so much animosity to this day still.
But funny enough, the animosity.
Sting was the power trip guy. Sting really controlled everything. So
sure, but I've based
he wrote
on
the songs. He told them
some
what
of
to do,
them.
and then Copeland basically felt like the guy who just showed up to do stuff and leave.
Kind of, yeah. But also his genius was the sauce, the gravy that was making the plate wonderful.
Oh, no doubt he made great stuff, but I mean, he was a power trip guy, right? So
no, just based on the 3 interviews that Rick Beato managed to get to his channel, the animosity was mostly, or at least that's what I read into them, is it was never personal. It was creative. It was musical. Because the minute they had the power to actually do whatever they want, the heck they want, each and every one of them, they started pulling in different directions.
Yeah.
It was only when they had no prospects or very little prospects and basically no hope of making it that they had a common ground. It's like, okay, we're just going to do whatever we feel and mashed it up in one single goal.
They started kind of pseudo-punk and new wave, but then they had this weird reggae feel to the music. And it was. But
the weird reggae is funny. I was explained, although trying to confirm it in later interviews, it wasn't really that much. I was told that the Police was never a reggae band without Stuart Copeland.
No, with those bass lines,
no,
that's very reggae.
Nope. If anything is, what is the other side of reggae? It's if you strip the drums from all the reggae tracks, like Walking on the Moon, if you strip the drums, that is almost a pop song.
Yeah.
Or a punk rock song. Is the drumming, the backbeat drumming to a Copeland that gave all the songs the dancey backbeat reggae.
I don't know, but some of his bass lines really sounded that reggae, or at least Caribbean, some kind of Caribbean sound. Whatever.
I think it's what we're talking is
like
system, sound system. Is it the sound system or dubstep?
Well, I mean, that music came out of there, sure.
Yeah.
But, I'm talking about the older styles.
Yeah.
Like soca.
But as I said,
there's soca and there's a bunch of other styles that are
the final touch. Remove the drums from any of the Police reggae-ish. Remove the drums, just barely any reggae left.
Yeah.
Because they were playing bang on the clock on the one, and that's not reggae, not even for the bass.
Yeah.
Good. Going back to this. So, as usual, I'm gonna use my interface, which once again I want to.
I mean, all they really needed was Andy Summers to go dink, 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 and then they got the.
But yeah, but in many tracks, he's not. Reggae is meant to be one on the bass, and I think it's one on the bass on the
reggae
end.
Bass has walk too. They do the walk sometimes.
As I said, and the guitar goes in the end. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, a skank. A skank is a strum and guitar in the end. That's a skank, right?
Yeah.
If you strip the drums, Andy Summers is playing in one. Is playing on the beat. He's playing in 1, 2, 3, 4. Who is playing against is the drummer, and only the drummer. Sting and Summers, they play punk. They play 4 on the floor. Check it out one day. It's really amazing.
That's funny.
Is this the one? Nope. I'm trying to do credit where credit's due, because once again we're gonna use this piece of software.
But the whole Sting thing reminded me of the whole like journey. Like Steve Perry was a control freak, right? And when he left, he kept claiming they're this, the band was this, the band was that, and like the band said, no, he was the control freak, he was the prima donna, he caused most of the problems, and he's now complaining that we were the problem.
No,
it's kind of funny.
The only problem is, as I said, that the minute Sting started writing hit singles, and once again, that this is my reading into their interviews, the minute Sting started creating hit singles, the record label was putting more weight into Sting to create more hit singles. Because yes, Copyland's and Summer songs were fine, but they never had a hit as hard and as high as the Sting's. Yeah. And that's when everything went to shit. Basically, Sting got too pressured to do he didn't know what, and tried to push the other two to do whatever he said. So that's when.
But if you listen to Copeland's solo stuff, it's not great. I mean, it's interesting, but it's not great. So,
as I said, is the perfect example that the sum of the parts is tremendously greater than the.
And so Copeland was a big Fairlight guy, so he had all the tools he needed. You know, he just
including the black legend that says that the straw that brought the camel's back is because Sting wanted to use the synclavier and Copeland the Fairlight.
Oh, that's right. I remember that. Yeah, that's funny.
And they both ratified that is not true. It wasn't that. There were many other things on top of that.
Of course, yeah.
So let me.
Always easier to blame the tech, right? So.
Yeah, it's easier to blame the tech than to blame the people. Because the tech you can break or hide or fire. People
the tech doesn't talk back, so it's like it sits there.
So we're going to be using, as usual, this software made by this wonderful person, Mr. I'm looking for the name. Guntown Baseman at yahoo.com. I'm not allowed to disclose his real name, so we're going to go with this. He is the creator of this software, which up to this day, even up to this 2025 date, is the only available editing computer software for the unit. Take that in your pipe and smoke it. So, today the difference is I'm going to be able, or at least you should be able, to see my pointer.
I actually forgot, did you show initially on a previous show what Roland actually provided?
Oh, the editor.
For comparison?
I don't even have it installed. Basically, the editor
it's
an empty window where you can create, like a spreadsheet, the list of the names of your patches and somehow transfer it to another location. That's it.
Yeah.
Nothing else. You cannot touch anything.
It's more of a half-assed librarian than an editor. Yes.
It is a librarian. And in fact, I think it's the same librarian they had since the GT6, the Bosch GT6, the floorboard flagship, all bells and whistles for guitar, emulation, COSM, tons of COSM, including synth emulation for that. So they don't bother. In fact, the first generation of properly editing software for Bosch products, never Roland products, is the Tone Central system, but only applies to USB-based products. So nothing on 5-pin DIN can be applied to those editors. And it's fairly recent, as in USB-based and fairly new, as in 15 to 20 year-ish tops. Nothing before that had any decent editor whatsoever. Wow. This person, this Guntown bass man, has managed to make either through 5-pin DIN MIDI C6, or in this case, because 55 is equipped with a USB, which is also an audio interface. It's not an interface because you cannot put external audio. It's just brings from the computer to the speakers and brings from the GR-55 to the computer. 2 tracks of audio, left and right. And USB MIDI, both ways, in and out. Let's not talk about the MIDI implementation today, because that one is it takes a whole show. It's so bad. So today, can you see my pointer on top?
Yeah.
So we're gonna be talking about this block here. That is the COSM modeling. For instance, in this sound, well, let's hear this sound, for instance, just to check that it works. So what I'm gonna be doing is because as you see, there's only one on the silver boxes on the middle. There's only one of them with an orange square. Is that right?
Yes. Uh-huh.
The one that says PCM Synth 1. Okay. So this patch, which is Mellow Cello, is on the top and is also in the list on the side. Is only using a PCM synth Rompler and tons of effects. The other smaller boxes on the right are also COSM based effects, which are the effects section. We're gonna talk about it today, but it's not the main target of the day. So it's only using that synth. So what I'm gonna do is get the GK3, switch it to only synth. I'm not using I'm not using the guitar output. That one is disabled. It's totally off, right? And just through the divided pickup, it's gonna be playing this.
Is that Yo-Yo Ma?
Is what?
Yo-Yo Ma. It's a bad joke. It's a famous cellist.
Okay. Right? But we're not going to talk about the PCMs today. So I'm going to turn it off. There goes. And I'm going to turn on the COSM modeling block. And I'm going to enlarge it so we can see what is inside it. I'm going to be, please, whatever thing you don't understand, please ask, because even with this software, this gets really complex. I'm going to, can I shrink this? Okay. Now, I was seeing if I can get more real estate. Okay. So first of all, this is kind of the way 55 works is you have to tell him which blocks do you want to use, and within which blocks, then give him the parameters to be applied. So the first thing we're going to do is this orange box is the same one we had in this previous screen. It's the same button I'm pointing here. So here I can turn it on and on, as in it will put out sound or not. It's always receiving. The GR-55, all modules are always receiving. It's just the fact that...
Can you go back to the main page real quick? Just
sure.
Because we haven't done this for a while. Refresh the names of the modules there and what they do.
So, on your vertical, the silvery things with the knob and the button, those are the, let's call it the parts, okay, or engines that GR-55 has. The first top tube, which is the main focus of this unit, is the Rompler side, the PCM sounds, right? Pulse code modulation type of synthesizer sounds. So that's 1 and 2. PCM synths 1 and 2. The third box, the one that we're going to be looking at today, is the COSM, is the modeling, which technically is a VG8 or VG99 or any of the VG products downsized so it doesn't hug the processing power of the unit, simplified, probably to push you, if you really want this, to push you to buy the VG units, which is the whole ethos of Roland. Give you a little taster so you buy the real thing. And the final one is labeled normal pickup, which is the type of COSM digital processing, more like sound processing, you can apply to the actual physical pickups in your guitar. Okay? Got that?
Yep. I just wanted to refresh that so people who, everyone's show is their first show potentially. So they may not have seen the previous episode. Also, I want a quick plug for VG99. They have a D-beam. I love that. So.
Yes, it does. Never underestimate a good
While you're
D-beam.
playing, you can use your foot on the D-beam. Yeah. So.
I'm gonna try that. So then, what we have on the side. Okay, let's very briefly talk about this big amount of red when they're on, the orange when they're off, they're gray, silverish. Buttons on the top, if you can follow my cursor. These ones here, they're called assigns. That's a concept that Roland has been using, God knows since where, probably since D50, which, on a way of speaking, you could call it a modulation matrix, but not really. Then these big three clicky switches, orangey switches, called system, master, and pedal. PDL is for pedal and GK, basically are very important menus that the GR-55 has and needs, which basically is the settings you need to give to the unit before you are able to use it set pleasantly, comfortably, okay? And these are the type of, I'm gonna try not to avoid those three today, because if I or you or whoever, if we manage to get hand of a new pickup to install on a new guitar, that's the section we're gonna be showing then, because without these three buttons, system, master, and pedal, there's no way to play these units. It doesn't react, it doesn't behave, it's not fun to play. And let me just, system is actually the core, how would you call it? The settings that apply to everything, all the time. That's your system. Master are settings, some of them, they cross, they're common from system and master, but only applicable to the patch you're using at the time. So you can have a setting, an option chose on system, and then come and have the master to contradict that choice, but only for the patch. Once you move to another patch, the system takes over again. And pedal and GK is all the setups that you need to perform with the unit, to interact, for the system to talk properly back and forth with the guitar and with the musician. Then within the patch, the other big row of switches is kind of shortcuts to go to the screens you want to edit. For instance, modeling is, here is on. If I turn it off on the top, it opens the modeling section, and if I turn it off, that's not fault of the 55. This is the way you configure this editing software to behave when opens Windows, because there's a ton of windows, tons of layers of things. It gets really complex really quickly. So if I want to go to the amplifier, which would be this little block here, as I said, all these squarish blocks are basically effects. MFX is a multi-effects. This delay, chorus, and reverb, most on the fashion of many rumplers of Roland, are the master insert effects, which are applied to all of the engines at the same time. So you can choose to use them or not, because you also have delay, chorus, and reverb inside the multi-effects, and these other three blocks down here are kind of a GT, let's say a GT10 unit downsized to the bare core minimum. It's a multi-effects with only three blocks, which is thought exclusively for real guitar sounds. As in, on top of this organ sound I'm playing, I also want to play a rock, distorted, very grungy guitar. How do I get that? Well, then I turn on my normal pickup and I go to the modifier. This is not modulation, modifier, and I use an amplifier. And then I can handle it like I would handle any standard guitar signal processing without having to get out of GR-55. Although GR-55 also gives you the option, which is also one of the silly shortcomings. The only audio outputs apart from the USB that GR-55 has is left and right, which is the same as headphones. You have a headphone stereo output, amplified, then a left and right, line level, and then a guitar out. Although you can choose what you put out of the guitar, as in you can choose if it's the real guitar, the modeling guitar, both, or nothing at all, you cannot get all three engines stereo out. Because if I would want to get the three engines, as in the real guitar, the modeling guitar, and the PCM synthesizer in different channels, I would have to make them mono. I would have to take all my PCM synths, pan them to one of the sides of the left and right, get the modeling guitar, pan them to the other side of the left and right, and then have the guitar out to output the raw, the unprocessed guitar signal to a secondary amplifier, processor, whatever you want it. Because guitar players are very finicky. If it's not tube, it's not good enough. If it's not analog, it's not good enough. If it's not 3000 distortion pedal, it's not good enough.
Although to be fair, if you're that picky, you wouldn't use the GR-55, right? So,
if they didn't, no other unit that I am aware before 55 offered the guitar out, or probably one of the latest, probably the 33, the 30 or the 33, one of the latest, the one before, because they were having the same criticism. Okay, the GK3 pickup is sending the signal of my guitar down to the unit, but I don't want the unit to process the guitar because it sounds digital. I don't like the guitar process digital. I want it to process analogically. Amplifiers, tube amplifiers, blah, blah, blah. So let me get the guitar out, just the dry unprocessed guitar, so I can send it to my guitar amplifier. Even if it's just because the guitar amplifier is a 412, it's a full stack, and you want the synthesizers on the PA of the concert, not on your guitar amplifier, which is a mid-range speaker. So it's gonna destroy your beautiful chimes and pianos and arps. And by arps, I mean both the instruments and the arpeggios.
By the way, when you're done with this this part of the demo, can you think of some off the top of your head albums or famous tracks that use the GR-55 properly, so people can hear what it could sound like in the right hands?
That's easy. No clue.
Really?
The best I can drive you, because I've never, how to put it, nobody who used it on the studio had the balls to say it.
To admit it.
And nobody who used it live admitted that they were using a synthesizer. Or, at least not to my knowledge. The closest I can give you...
I get it, because the purists will get mad, right? Hey, use a fucking fake thing, and
Yeah, that's not you playing. It's like when... I had this very stupid story in my last band. My drummer was using a V-drum, was using a digital drum kit. We were having complaints from the punters saying that he was miming.
Yeah.
He was stick syncing because he was using a digital, and he was having a different sound on every song.
Say Wendy Carlos wasn't really playing because it's a synthesizer. Like, she was working her ass off.
Exactly.
And all that layering, right? Way harder than a traditional player, because she had to do all the parts.
Yep, exactly.
So
there's still a lot of stigma. The minute you see digital bleeps and bloops and lights attached to things that are traditionally organic and physical, there's still a ton of stigma of, oh, you're not really playing, or you can actually play, it's the machine doing it. Even if it was so, you and I know that to get the machine to play it, it takes months of work, of very hard work, writing and changing and programming and tweaking.
And how many people lip sync in concert anyway, even though they can play?
Oh, yeah.
So I mean, what's all that bullshit about?
Yeah.
You know, lip sync and play sync, right? Like you go see Depeche Mode, it's a sequenced performance. They're not playing much of the instruments at all.
Sure. But as I said, the bad ones make a bad rep for the good ones.
Yeah.
And that's what we're dealing with. So the best I can give you is go to the Roland YouTube channel and watch any video from Mr. Hutchins, the official guitar synth products for Roland and Boss now is a guy from Bristol in UK. The guy is probably one of the best 20 guitar players in the world. He's not using the synths to supplement his lack of playing. Hell no. He's using the synthesizers to enhance his playing, to make it, to basically jaw drop you. Obviously, he's demoing for the big brand, for the big boys, for Roland. But as I said, he's demoed every unit from Boss and Roland since the 2000s, I believe. And he can actually showcase because he knows them inside out and knows all the workarounds. Right. So, as I said, this roll on the top is more like short keys or fast keys to get to the individual menus. Because, and let me do this just very, very quickly.
Yeah, well, go mention his name, Alex something.
Alex Hutchins. Yes, thank you very much. That's the one. Thank you. Yes, yeah, he's awesome. In fact, Wagyu might know some people using either 55 or SY1000s, the latest units, live from Japan, because those don't give a shit. If they use it, like Hutchins, is to enhance what they can do, not to supplement or substitute. So let me first of all do this.
That'd be funny if Shonen Knife used the GR-55. So.
Who?
It's a Japanese man, Shonen Knife. So.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my, and I'm going to change my camera. So it's going to, well, in fact, I'm going to go to you, sir.
To me?
Yes. Because I'm going to glitch out. So I don't want people to get dizzy. Because I want to show this. My turn. So this is the unit, okay, physically. And this is the screen. I don't remember any other product, not even ever since, any other Roland product having a screen this big, okay? That rocker pedal on the side is the size of a Dunlop wah-wah. It's a whole size 10 foot size. Okay, that screen is huge. So let me get this. I'm going to mute for a second, and I'm going to show you.
It's a smart move because it's going to be at least 6 feet away from you, so you want to be able to read it. So.
Yeah, but let me show you the drawback. Because, yeah, that right now the screen is configured to show you just the name of the patch, which family from the factory banks is it, because the bank division is really bizarre.
You have that on the K2000, by the way, too, the Kurzweil K2000. It has a patch view mode, which is big characters. And then you go to the normal mode, and it's a bunch of other crap on the screen. So.
Okay. What I want to show you quickly, because I'm going to leave the microphone as well, or you're going to hear me so quiet that it's not going to be fun.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, Wagyu. The V-Synth has a very big screen, so.
I think this is bigger than the V-Synth.
It's not, because the V-Synth is almost 4x3. This is skinny.
What do you mean 4x3?
Ratio.
4 inches.
4x3, like a TV. This is more linear. The The V-synth is more like a CO2.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, all right. So I'm just gonna go and I'm gonna open the same menu, okay? And just to show you how hard it is to get there on the screen and how tiny everything becomes, I'm gonna go to the same menu. Later, I'm gonna show you on the screen on the editor, okay? Give me a second.
I'll play some sour 12-string notes. This thing needs tuning badly. Yeah, some of these strings are way off. Way off.
What?
I was just playing some 12-string notes in the background while you're waiting.
So, have you seen what does it take just to get to the menu I'm gonna use in a second, and how small everything gets the minute you go into editing?
I look forward to it. I mean, I'm sure Gaz Williams showed it in his stream a long time ago, but I don't remember.
Nobody bothers because it's a real pain. Yeah. So
he also went straight to the editor, so
and that's why I'm using the editor.
Yeah.
Let me get you. In fact, can I do this? Yay! So that way I can glitch back to my original state and get showing. Cool. And come on.
By the way, are you keeping the free StreamYard, or did you keep do you have the paid one that went up in price?
Free.
I went back to free because they were charging way too much.
No. Even if they charge less, I can even afford the free.
It was a really good deal. It just literally went more than double in price. I'm like, fuck that. That's no way.
So, what it took me 11 clicks and 3 menus and 4 levels is the same you do when you do this. You get here, because here is not only this first level of settings, but also you have these 2 screens, and this lovely person who did this editor also put these copy paste options, which I'm still not fluent on them. I don't know how to use them, but this is basically what you get once you get into the modeling the COSM block, the COSM engine of the guitar. So first thing, I'm gonna go. Now let's keep, because I don't know if this is big enough.
How many? So that menu there, it says Stratocaster. Out of the box, how many different types of guitars do they give you?
We're gonna go through them, but for that, first, okay, back on guitar. Now I'm just out of the guitar. I'm just sending the standard sound of the pickups, and I think
another thing before I forget.
Yep.
So Wagyu uses Kemper Profiler stuff. How close are they to this kind of stuff?
Closer in which way? In which way?
Modeling, effects, whatever. Just
okay. That's the discussion of ages.
But it does some
Kemper
modeling kind of stuff, right?
It's not this kind of. It's exactly the same technology.
Okay.
But it's a computer that is capable of creating a digital algorithm out of the modification of a source tone that is being calibrated. It's the same technology.
So it's aimed at the modeling. It doesn't have the PCM goodness like Wagyu says. It's just about the guitar.
No. Yeah, no. The profiler is what it says on the tin. It's a profiler.
Yeah.
It hit very heavy on the market because it was the first how to explain it? On a market where everybody was selling romplers, Kemper was the first one to sell the sampler. Okay? All of the emulations, COSM, Korg, Toneworks, all of the other Line 6, they all gave you the result of the process. The profiler gave you the origin of the source. So if you have a beloved pedal or a beloved amplifier, which was the actual target of the profiler, that you, because it's a specific vintage brew, or because it sounds different than every other unit of the same week of production, of the same brand, of the same model, and you love that one with a specific speaker, you can capture digitally that. So the digital amplifier will always sound like your analog amplifier. As I said, on a world of romplers, Kemper gave us the sampler. So you could do your own captures. That was that's why
it 5 times as much, or how much is it? What's the price difference?
It was, I think, the same price of the highest quality modeling unit of the time. Okay. Same price. But it had shortcomings that the other unit had and the Kemper didn't, although Kemper had it later. So the race basically, by the time the race was led between Bose and Line 6 in the modeling race, and Line 6 always beaten to the punch Roland on quality. Okay, Roland had other things in their favor, and the shift came with AXFX, a rack unit, came into the business, which basically was taking the same principle of Line 6, but making it, according to some people, 20 times higher quality and more fidelity to the real thing. Okay. Then to the answer to the Kemper was the profiler, which gave you the same quality of sound, of playability sound, but also gave you the option to capture your own profiles. And when those two were second versions, third versions, Mark 1s, Mark 2s, Mark 3s, a third contendant came to the game by the hand of ex-Line 6 brains when Yamaha acquired the Line 6 brand, and then they released the Line 6 Helix, which is not a profiler, but it was the same quality as the AXFX, but cheaper. More advances later. This one, how close is to any of those in quality to the profiler, the AXFX? You tell me. I'm gonna show you, and you're gonna tell me, because remember that none of those units.
I'm not an expert in any of this guitar stuff.
No, but so. You can hear it. You can hear it. Yeah. Okay. No, and the biggest difference is this is physical modeling. None of the modelers, although they're called guitar modelers, because they give you replicas of effects pedals, rack effects units, amplifiers, speakers, and or microphones. That's all they do. They only do the once the sound is out of the guitar, all the rest of the chain. This unit does the guitar itself. It models the guitar itself. It changes the guitar itself. So it does from the pick all the way out. Okay? Mm-hmm. So, basic blocks. First of all, your switch on and off if it's going to put out sound or not. Second, this one, line route, is which line of effects are you going to use, which is either through the multi-effects and then to the master effects, or through the guitar effects and then to the master effects, or through the guitar effects, then through the multi-effects, and then through the master effects. And the master EQ, that's always there. You can turn it on and off, but it's always there. It's the last piece of the puzzle. That's the sauce that makes Roland emulations palatable, basically. So then this is what you're using with your line route. Can you see? So no effects, amp and modulation, or multi-effects. Although, if you go through the menu, you also can choose, here, you also can choose, bypass, amp mode, which is the bottom row, multi-effects, which is the top row. But if you change the structure, these two bottoms here, structure 1 and 2, it's very faint because it's about these brown and green and yellowish lines outputting from the modules. So you change the structure. So you see that yellow line and the green lines have changed, and the nodes, depending where do you go through. So it's basically once you have the sound done, where is it going to go through? Then the category of modeling that you want to apply to your original guitar sound. And as I said, my guitar sound originally is this. Okay. That's my pickup, my bridge pickup. That's my neck pickup. No effects, I think. Yeah. A little bit of compression, but that's it. No tone, no EQ, nothing. Okay?
Yeah, big difference.
So, let's close this. And let me remember that that's the sound of my magnetic pickups. What I'm going to be using from now on, in fact, I'm going to do this. I'm not going to use the magnetic pickups. I'm going to use the hexaphonic. So I'm going GK out, the 13-pin one. What has changed here and why? Okay. So the blocks, the modeling blocks you can apply to the guitar. So you can convert whatever guitar you plug through a GK2. And yes, some people have put the GK3 pickup or GK2s into acoustic body, full resonant body guitars. As long as it has metal strings, you can apply the divided pickup to anything. Okay, so you can convert it into an electric guitar, into an acoustic guitar, into an electric bass, or into a synthesizer. So that's your first choice. What do you feel like?
Do vanilla and then go crazy.
Let's just change electric guitar for a different electric guitar. Okay? So we're going to get an electric guitar. This tone level is more like a mixer, master mixer in between all four parts. So you can choose which one is going to sound louder or quieter. We're going to start on 75. I'm going to go, so I need to change my switch to synth. And because I disconnected the PCM, it changed the patch, okay.
Hey, for those who don't know the GK thing, how many settings do you have on there?
What do you mean settings?
Well, you have some knobs for sensitivity, and there's some mode settings and stuff. Is that right? I didn't get mine yet. The UPS fucked up today, so I didn't get mine yet. So,
can you rephrase that, please?
What are you changing on the guitar to use this mode? How many tweaks can you do on GK3 that make a difference?
So the pickup, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So the pickup is basically the magnetic side, this bar, the one you put underneath the strings. And then, sorry. And then the control unit, which is, okay. I know why. So it's going to be better to do this. You have a patch lead, which in GK3 is a quarter to quarter. In GK2, if you want to buy a vintage one, is an eighth to quarter cable, which is risky because it's fragile, and B, if you lose that patch cable, you cannot send your real guitar to the unit. You're screwed, right? So that's why for the GK3 they changed it to a standard patch cable that you have on any pedal board. It's a TS standard. Nothing special there. Then let's try not to make too much of a mess.
Make it full screen real quick so we can see the unit.
Okay. You think that would be easy to do, don't you? And today I'm managing two screens because otherwise I cannot do it. Okay. So. Cool. My ceiling is not high enough. What am I doing wrong? This
Put it over your shoulder. There you go. That's it.
This is it. So.
Like boombox, put it on your shoulder.
So. This is your 13-pin cable, right? Goes in here. It's pretty solid to the point that you can do it hot. It doesn't go crazy like I think some units did in the past. It does some scratching because remember, this cable is not handling digital. It's all voltage, analog voltage. It's basically a pickup. It's the same thing as the standard pickup, just more of them. I just unplugged it. This is where the jack for your real guitar goes. And what you have here is a selector. All the way down is the real pickups, the ones in your guitar. All the way up is only the divided, therefore modeling and or synthesizer. And you have a mix switch in the middle, which would play both the real and the divided. And you have switch 1 and 2 here, which can be assigned to whatever you want. You can change patches with it. You can turn on effects with it. You can change banks with it, whatever you want. Well, not whatever, but a big chunk of things you can do with them. And then this port, which I think is an analog port, is not even an encoder. That can also be assigned to a bunch of things. You can have master volume, synth volume, modeling volume. You can have modulation, LFO speed. You can assign it to a significant amount of things. Not everything is not anything goes anywhere, like a real modulation matrix, but it does plenty enough. Back to the editing. So. Whoever says that being a musician takes no effort can come and kiss my ass. Good. So we're gonna take the electric guitar. I can hear delays because I didn't turn off the rest of the effects of the chain. So I'm gonna turn, or in fact, I'm just gonna go to off, to bypass. And it's just going to take the guitar, right? No effects, although they're still on and they're still in the chain, they just bypassed. For this module, I can choose each module if I want to do so. Good. So, electric guitar. Then we got to choose.
Yeah, quite a few.
So, first thing, I can take whatever electric guitar as a magnetic pickup into a classic Stratocaster, modern Stratocaster, humbucker plus humbucker Stratocaster, Telecaster, Les Paul with P90s instead of humbuckers.
Not a Chinese knockoff Stratocaster mode?
That could be the modern Stratocaster,
yeah,
because none of them can imitate the classic vintage ones. Because it's too expensive to do so. But then it comes the real interesting, the really big extreme effects. Electric guitar into lipstick type of pickups. They have a certain sensitivity in a certain tone that standard single coils like in Stratocaster or humbuckers like in Les Pauls or HH Stratocaster does not have. Rickenbacker, which is another different pattern of a humbucker pickup, which has a different jangly tone. And then a Gibson 335, which is a half hollow body, solid center block, as in the spine of the guitar is solid, like this one, but the wings are hollow.
Isn't calling a double humbucker Stratocaster not a Stratocaster since they're supposed to be single coil pickups?
Or Super Strat, yes, exactly. The problem is even Fender sells them, so
okay,
they're all right now.
yeah,
because some people, the biggest factor to decide single coils or humbucker pickups, humbucking pickups or double coils, is first of all how much gain are you going to be using, which is going to generate how much noise that it might be multiplied by the fact that the single coils don't have any noise reduction system built in them. So it's all about what comes after in the chain. What else are you going to use with that guitar? To play blues or to play pop, single coils are fine because you're going to use very little gain and very little technique and supposedly very little interferences. But if you're going to be playing hard rock or high gain or metal, single coils is a suicide because you're going to get more volume in noise than you're going to have volume in guitar playing. Therefore, that's exactly why humbuckers were invented, because electric systems were not perfect and stage lighting is not perfect, so it generates magnetic fields that go straight into your pickups. So you need a way to downsize that. So first of all, let's go for a this should be a big change. If I go for classic Strata, which is meant to be the 3 single coil guitar. So if you notice, this other block, I think it has also changed, because if I go for Telecaster, see, Fender Telecaster, it opens, basically all the options in many of the blocks are contextual. They will give you different settings and options according to your previous selection. So if I go to the classic Stratocaster, which should be a big change because this is not a Stratocaster, this is not single coils. Although the pickup, the pickup is neither a single coil, it's a humbucking pickup. Although there are 6 of them, but there's humbucking. So Fender Classic set, I got a volume and a tone, which is a simplification, but I have this choice here of pickup. Since the hexaphonic is there on the bridge, it only by itself can only produce one sound.
So GK3 is humbucker by default, so they have to fake the single coil in the software.
Sorry. All the GK hexaphonic pickups, they're all humbuckings.
Humbucking, yeah. So you need the software to get that sound, otherwise you can't.
No. Okay. Humbucking is an electromagnetic quality that reduces by nullifying the phase of the sound inputted, because it gets the same sound twice. One of these goes out of phase, and when you sum positive phase and negative phase at the same time, you get only the difference. Everything that is common.
Add that crap back in, you have to do that with software since it's already canceled.
No. I mean,
you want
the
humbucking bit of a single coil.
Exactly. If you want to sound like a single coil, but without the noise, because although they could, and I'm not sure if one of the early units would give you the option, they're not gonna bother modulating the noise of a single coil. They're not gonna give you that. So you're gonna get the tone of a single coil without the hum of a single coil, like this. But look that this pickup select also gives me, if I want my divider to sound like a bridge pickup on a Stratocaster, bridge plus center plus front or neck. So all 5 positions of a modern Fender Stratocaster. So I can choose which one of them I want to use. I think I could even program either through MIDI or through the switches in the GK a way to cycle through the positions on the Fender Stratocaster if you think that that is convenient for the song. As in, oh, in this song I want my guitar to sound like a Stratocaster, but I want to use the front on the verses, but the rear on the solo and the center for the chorus. It would be possible to do so. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go the extremist. The divider pickup is very close to the bridge, therefore its sound is very metallic, very wiry. I'm going to ask it to sound like if he would be placed on the neck. So for instance, that's front. Let me check I'm not bypassed, because many of these changes are going to be very. These string levels is in case you want to mute. They usually apply it if you want to mute strings, if you want to use more than one engine on different strings. So just for comparison, I'm going to start with a rear sound. And then I'm going to ask for the front pickup, which is the other extreme in tone.
Yeah, so here's the difference.
Or with the bridge.
That's the equivalent of you hitting that little selector switch on a real guitar.
Exactly. Right. That's the job that this option is giving me. But it's giving me all 5. Want me to cycle through all 5 to see if you can hear the difference?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is bridge. That would be the bridge pickup on a Strato. This would be bridge and middle. This would be middle. So we move in the pickup position towards the neck. This will be middle and neck. And this would be the neck position. So what do you see?
Yeah, well, very different.
Yeah. I'm not going to change it. This bottom section, string level, I'm not going to change it because it sounds fairly decent, fairly balanced.
Is that part of the setup? Didn't remember what you said?
As I said, with this section, I could, for instance, say that, okay, I want the neck pickup, but I don't want, for instance, what I just did, I'm going to balance a little bit higher this. What I just did is basically, okay, let me go all deep into this shit. I'm going to go for a Telecaster. I'm going to use the neck pickup. You see, now we go into Telecaster. The amount of pickup options are smaller because the Telecaster only has 2 pickups. So you only have bridge, both, or neck. If I do this, so the volume and the tone are totally open, which I still can play around for gain on the volume and for tone to make it duller, less bright. No suppressor. I can turn the noise off. So I assume they might actually model the noise of the single coils. So if you want single coil noise, you can have some. That's crazy.
Oh boy.
So what I just did, front, so neck pickup on a Telecaster from remember I'm using a humbucker pickup. And now it's going to sound like single coils on a Telecaster played by Keith Richards, which removes the, sorry, is this the, sorry, it's the other way around. That's why. So this one goes high and this goes to nothing. Because he removes the 6th string of his Telecasters. He only plays with 5 strings.
Really?
So I'm going to be plugging 6 strings. Wait. It's not doing it. Why is it not doing it?
Why does he only play with 5?
Because the bottom E and the high E is the same note, but he doesn't like the chords you create with the bottom E. That way he doesn't have to worry about muting the bottom E.
Okay.
He can.
It's not a matter.
He
of
likes it that way.
He just likes the sound better.
Yeah. Let me get. Why is this sounding at 5? Should be muting 1. Okay. Electric guitar, Telecaster, front volume turn. Huh. Unless, because my pickup is upside down. No. Well, he has done it. He has done it with the first string. So. And what you still can hear is mostly the microphone and the crosstalk of the pickup, because this string should not make a sound on the amplifier. So I don't know why it doesn't work the other way around with the 6. Why is this? Could be crosstalk.
Is there a setting on the GK3, those little trimmers or something that does it, or no?
No. This is all software. You basically tell the unit to mute one of the 6 pickups, which is doing it now. So I start from the bottom. Is 1. The 6th string is gone, and that way I can do whatever mix I want with the 3 engines. I can choose. Because it's only 4 parts, and guitar is 6 strings, is kind of awkward. You end up only doing 3 parts, as in 1 part every 2 strings. That's kind of or only 2 parts, as in 3 strings and 3 strings. I think Roland is about to release a pickup for 7 strings, so that will give you a little more play. But obviously, I think it's for the new system, which is not using the 13-pin cable because they don't have enough wires in the cable. But you see, for instance, this is meant to be, as I said, this is Keith Richards playing. Or more, I think Keith likes more the mix. If I put back the string I muted, see the difference?
So is he counting on the bass player to cover more of those notes, or what's going on there?
Remember that the Rolling Stones is 2 guitar players and a bass player.
Right.
So the other guitar player is using all the strings and probably is doing the bottom version of the same chords, the bottom inversions, and then is the bass player. But this is one of the cool things about the hexaphonic pickup for guitar modeling, and this is just the easy bit. I'm taking 1 electric into 1 electric. Let me just very quickly, although we're not going to use it now, on the pitch section, first of all, you get I can modify the original tuning of the guitar to whatever I want on software. So, if, let's say, the song is, well, it's probably out of tune again, C, G, E, but my singer is tired, he wants me to drop it a whole step, just by coming here and going, I think is in semitones. Come on. Touchpads are the worst. There. Just by tweaking that 2 semitones down, I get the same song. A whole step down without having to retune the guitar. Or if I need to crank it up a third, which is...
I said that'd be a useful trick, right? So you don't have to constantly be tuning manually your stuff. So it's...
Because you can set this up per patch. So but just by changing the patch, you change the whole tuning of the guitar. But here's when it gets really interesting. I mean, yeah, five semitones, I think that's a third, right? A minor third, 5 semitones. Yeah, no, a major third, right? So instead, I cannot undo it. Oh, wait. Yeah, pitch step. Oh, no, this is fine tuning. Okay, so fine is cents is for chorusing effects. But you have this. So if I go to +5, I can go all the way up to +2, I think it's +24, 2 octaves up or down.
That sounds pretty crazy, I'll bet, right?
2 octaves up, 2 octaves down.
It sounds like the whammy pedal, those artifacts in the whammy pedal.
I could do a whammy pedal because with one of the assigns, I can control this parameter.
Yeah.
So I could build a whammy pedal if I wanted. But here is just for, this song, I need the guitars to be 5 semitones higher. Same chords. Sorry. 5 semitones higher. Let's do it right. Which is +5, not -5. Okay. Same chords. If the guitar was in tune, it would sound nice. Just higher. And if it's a little...
Sounds like the opening of a Tool track right there.
Doesn't it? And if it does, if it's a little off, just notice that the minute I put a step movement, this bottom row that says 12 string has disappeared. It cannot do both. You have to choose. You can detune the whole guitar in half steps and cents, or put this back to 0, turn it off. Then you have the 12 string option, which is basically, you first of all need to turn it on. And at the moment, you see all the pitch are 0. This is not the pitch of the original note you're playing. This is the pitch of the duplicate note that is creating. So now they're all in 0, they're all unisons. So it's just going to sound like 2 guitars.
You could do a fake 12 string with this.
And here's where you can do a real 12 string. If you go to a string 6 and you go 12, string 5, 12, string 4, touchpads are the worst, and string 3, 12, and strings 1 and 2, 0. So this is a real 12 string. Without having to change guitar. But as you said, as you can see, this is first of all this first note that says direct. Is this? Yeah, this first note that says direct is the duplicate string, how much louder than your original you want to treat. So you have an extra level that a 12 string will not give you, which is I can choose if I want the duplicates to even sound louder than the original or quieter than the original. But because all of these controls is per string individually, I can create any tuning, alter, DAC, inverse, drop D, you name it, on a per patch basis, which is one of the best-selling arguments for the whole virtual guitar system. Is that,
it's certainly great if you just want to practice those before you commit to doing the real thing. So,
or if you don't want to carry 30 guitars like the Rolling Stones, want to carry one guitar and a spare, and two guitars with two GK pickups, you can have any tuning at any time, and you can even change tuning in the middle of the song, which is, anybody who has dealt with guitars, knowing that it's a piece of wood that you put into tension like a bow and arrow. You put it into tension. Every time you change one of the pegs, you change the tension of one of the pegs, the whole wood moves. So you get problems in the fingering because the strings are closer or farther away from the frets. You get the tuning itself moves because contractions and expansion, metal, friction, it's a nightmare.
So with that in mind, how reliable is the GK3 and the GR-55 for actual road use?
Most of the people, for instance, you remember Mr. Conrad?
Yeah.
Most of the people that went the route of the GK3 pickup, they went just for this, for the VG technology, for being able to, instead of having to carry one guitar per tuning, or having to tune and hope that it stays in tune the whole song, on every song it needs a different tuning, even if it's just transposition, one guitar, one spare guitar, VG system, any of them, of the GR-55, and you're done for the whole tour. How reliable? The machine never goes out of pitch. The guitar does. So it's still as reliable as a physical guitar is. You still need to keep tuning the guitar, and you still need to keep checking the tuning of the guitar every 1, 2, 3 songs, depending how much you abuse the guitar and how fresh the strings are, and many, many factors. But the machine is always going to do the same job to the guitar. So win-win. That's good. And as I said, that's just the pitch tone. But let's go to the real extremes of the modeling, okay? Because right now I just changed one guitar into a different guitar, an electric guitar into a different guitar. Let's go to the acoustic family, right? So, first of all, what options? I can do my electric steel into an acoustic steel, into an acoustic nylon, into a sitar, a banjo, or a resonator. What do you feel like?
I'd like to hear sitar and resonator separately. Let's hear what those two sound like.
Let's go for sitar. And okay, so a sitar doesn't have pickups, although this one, I assume, is based on the choral electric sitar. Is not actual an Indian.
Well, I mean, they're not doing the sympathetic strings emulation, so
I'm not so sure. Let's check what I'm tweaking right now, because first of all, it asks me if I want neck pickup, bridge pickup, or piezo pickup.
I should go grab it.
Say what?
I have a real sitar. I should go grab it.
Sure. So, shall we try piezo to make the biggest change?
Sure.
Piezo pickup on a sitar.
Yeah.
Piezo pickup. Then I got sensitivity, body, color, decay, buzz, attack level, and tone. And on the string levels, the same things I had before. So I'm gonna.
This is a trick you can do. There's some pedals out there based on an envelope follower that give you a sitar quality. So that guy Dan Donegan made his own pedal for Disturbed based on the sitar sound.
If you're referring the Digitech that Donegan something
that was what
machine,
his idea was. I don't know if it came out well, but he was trying to emulate that sound. It was a sitar-y type sound.
The Dan Donegan particularly one, and I think they well, I'm not sure if they did one with Korn and other bands of the time. The Dan Donegan one, I know because I was this close to buy it. Is more like a multi-effects. It's basically a rotary switch that changes completely different sounds. It's not tweaking one sound. It's changing that sitar one that they use in a couple of songs. For instance, I think in The Sickness, they use the
envelope follower thingy. Yeah.
So all those special sounds that a standard guitar setup will not give you, that pedal would give you a selection of them. I think it was like 7 or 10 or something like that. But they're totally diametrical. Every movement of the notch, they give you, I think it's 1 or 2 controls over it, but they're totally, completely
So why didn't you get it?
Because I couldn't afford it at the time. And after that, I bought units that could do it.
But it was pretty cool? You would think it was pretty cool, though?
Yeah, to get those sounds at the time for just the price of one pedal, yeah, it was really cool.
Yeah.
And it sounded really, really close to the albums.
Yeah.
So, what we got so far, from an electric guitar, has a funny pickup, I get this close to a sitar.
Pretty good, yeah. Have you tried Electro-Harmonix Ravish sitar pedal? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, same thing. But I still can tweak stuff. For instance, do I want more buzz? Let's crank the buzz. Do I want less body?
I'm stuck in the 60s.
Yeah, I love the 60s. I love one of my favorite songs of all times is Painting Black. See, now it's thinner. It doesn't have so much bottom end. Sensitivity, I don't know what the heck that does these do, so I'm gonna put it down.
Attack sensitivity?
I don't know. You see, if now I knew how a sitar is tuned, I could go on still on the pitch section, go on. Oh, the 12 is already on. Let's see. That's why so much double string.
Sounded good though.
Yeah, it sounded good, but that's the second level that this gives you. I could, although this one is tuned like a 12-string steel guitar. If I turn it on, I get octaves on the bottom string.
I said take it to the extremes. Go real high and go real low. Let's see what it sounds like.
What do you mean?
Take the pitch crazy. Go too high and too low. Just to hear the extremes.
But do you want me to move the whole guitar or resonant strings?
Whatever you think sounds cooler. Whatever. Just try it. Yeah.
Cool is only as cool as is applicable to the song.
So just go through a few settings to see. Extreme, high, and low is good. Is a fun thing.
For instance, let's get the doubles, all right? But let's get it not 1 octave. Let's get it 2 octaves high. So the bottom string is going to have a resonant 2 octaves higher. But once again, it's not an acoustic guitar, it's a sitar with a resonant 2 octaves higher.
Sure.
And as I said, if you don't want duplicates on all the strings or just want, let's do a bass sitar. Let's get the sitar and
It'd
get
be crazy if you started adding the PCM samples of the sitar on top of that.
Exactly. But you see how it gets complex very quickly.
Yeah,
so. Yeah. I'm going to get the whole sitar 2 octaves down.
That's cool. I like that. It's 2 octave, but also 12 string style, right? Is it Dublin?
No. This is just one single string with the sympathetics natural to the sitar.
Okay.
Because the other one, when I switch to the other mode, it's kind of making 4 strings out of each string, because it's making
right.
the sitar 2 originals or the one. Yeah, I guess in the sitar I have never seen one in my hand, so I don't really know what I'm talking about. So I assume it's one that you plug,
weird.
And there's another resonant close to it.
And there's some that are resonant, just sympathetic strings.
So let's say there's 2 strings per note. If you turn on the 12 strings, you actually play in 4 strings. Yes, because the pitches are the pitch. Is it pitch or pitch?
Pitch. Well, I mean,
pitch.
You can say peach. It's okay. I mean, that's your.
Yeah, but that's a
vowels.
fruit, right?
No, but that's your vowels. You can say.
Sorry. So
it's like the old joke about the guy wanting sheets for his bed.
Yeah.
Mispronouncing sheets.
The shits and the shit. Well, if you think that's funny, think about beaches and bitches.
Exactly. Yeah.
So if I go to the 12-string mode, I would be playing 4 strings per note, because it's duplicating the originals. That's why it sounds so loud. So now it's a sitar, very weird sitar, 2 octaves down. But funny enough, how close is this to a synth?
That sounds like sticks too much time on my hands right there.
Right? But all these possibilities are here, and this is just one of the blocks. So going back to the tone, let's do just because it's here, the standard, the most common, the useful one. Let's do acoustic steel. Okay. And I think here, instead of giving you pickup selections, it gives you sizes of the box of the guitar. If you want a Parlo, if you want a Jumbo, if you want a Dreadnought, which I'm not familiar.
What's the massive one they use from the mariachis, that massive guitar?
That's not, because that's a bass. Want me to go? Let's go for the bass. Let's do basses. What is really a bummer here is that you can transform guitar in more families than you can transform bass. Because bass only can, I think it can do only one type of electric guitar. It does not do acoustic, I think. And if it does acoustic,
right? You get too muddy.
If you manage the equalization right, it doesn't need to. If it does acoustic, I think it only does upright bass acoustic. It doesn't go guitar, because yes, changing those harmonics. Remember that this is COSM. This is not synth. I'm not triggering anything external. It's just taking something that gets in, applied crunching numbers to it, and spit it out instantly, right? So if I go for electric bass out of an electric guitar, it only gives me 2 options, which is kind of your bread and butter bass stuff. You have a Fender jazz bass.
Explain the difference with a jazz and a precision bass. What's the difference?
Good. Jazz bass, 2 single coil pickups, not ham canceling. It does the ham canceling when you use both pickups. If you use either or, only one single pickup, is not ham canceling. Precision bass, the standard, the original, is 1 single split pickup, meaning that the coil is broken in 2 and reversed polarity. So it does ham canceling just with the 1 single coil pickup. That's one of the many brilliant patents that Leo Fender came up with, and other brands and manufacturers had used it later on.
What makes it precision, though? The sound? Or what's precision about it?
You can hear it. It's very... Precision is everything from the 40s to the mid-70s. Every electric bass you've heard on every recording. Stags, jazz,
it's crisper, pop. Kind of crisp sound.
No. Let me show you. Let's hear it. Let's go for the precision. Because it has only 1 pickup, I don't have a pickup selection here. I only have volume and tone, which I'm gonna keep open. Noise suppressor, let's take it off. Let's make it. Yeah, let's not cancel any strings as it is. So remember that I'm playing an electric guitar, but this should be something like a. Because I'm editing the same patch, I forgot to take this transposition.
Oh, happy accident, right? So.
Mm-hmm. And then you have the new Terminator. Okay, so no transposition, no duplicates, no 12 string, nothing. So this should sound like a P bass. I'm playing with a pick. If I play with on fingers.
Yeah, it sounds like a bass.
Okay, it's very full, very mid-rich, but very bottomy. It's trying to sound like an upright, right? The jazz bass is the opposite. It doesn't try. It's trying to run away from that sound. But here, because the jazz bass typically has two pickups, I have volume for the neck pickup. I assume volume for the bridge pickup, volume and tone, which is exactly the controls you have on a jazz bass. Four knobs. Wait, no. Oh, I'm not sure, because I think that the jazz bass has a blend. It has a knob that goes from totally neck to totally bridge, and when it's not on the end of the potentiometer, it's mixing different degrees. It's like a panner. It's called blend. So this is both pickups flat out, everything open.
More plucky.
And on fingers. But where that sounds very close to the jazz, to the precision, where the jazz actually shines is when you take one of the pickups off. And then you can see here. That's neck. And this is bridge. For instance, jazz bass, users and abusers, Geddy Lee from Rush.
Say, what was Peter Hook's trick for his sound for the bass?
Who's Peter Hook?
From New Order.
Oh, I think he plugged it straight into the console.
Bass.
I think he played the precision straight into the console.
Oh.
No amplifier, no speakers. And one of the tricks, funny enough, is getting this bright, lean sound and closing the tone. Another user of jazz bass, although that is a very weird one. Singer from Orchestra Maneuvers in the Dark. The bass player. Do you know what makes him unique on playing bass?
No.
Basically, he's left-handed, but he learned with a right-handed guitar.
It's like the Jimi Hendrix thing, right, where he played it differently.
Yeah, but the problem is he took a right-handed and put the neck left-handed, making the bottom string, which usually is on the top, is closer to your head, when you turn it around, ends up closer to your feet, right? The problem is when he bought a left-handed Fender jazz bass, he put the strings the same. So he's still playing with the bottom strings on the feet and the top strings on the head, upside down. He never managed to learn left-handed bass the right way.
Wow.
So
That's weird.
It's really weird because on bass basically you're gonna be playing the bottom strings, the low E and the low A, right? The E and the A, and it's usually your fingers go all the way up, but your hand stays on the top because you're using this string, the one that is here, not the one that is here, using this string. Think about he has to do this because he put the low string on the bottom. It's really bizarre to look at him, but you can hear that there's if you want to go subtle, even more if you want to get this. For instance, I want to use this bass sound.
Yeah.
I can get it out through the guitar out of the GR-55 and send it to a bass amplifier. And the same thing with the strings.
Yeah.
Okay? Same thing with the strings. If I go and get out all the strings I don't want to play bass with, which is one of the most common things everybody does. So you remove all the treble strings of the guitar. Let's give it a little hum.
Also saves you money in a lot of ways too, because like you have the Gizmotron, little gadget that goes on a guitar. They do make a bass Gizmotron, but I've never seen one anywhere. So if you just bought a regular Gizmotron and use it in this bass mode, you have a bass Gizmotron. So
yeah, but for that that Gizmotron thing needs to have metal strings, so the GK can pick it up. So now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to both on the pick. God. Ouch. Don't want to do that. So go to both on the pickup. I'm going to do that. I'm going to open the real guitar. And the real guitar is going to play all the strings. But the bass is only going to play the bottom ones.
So you're like a two-man band, basically. Two-man band with one guitar.
Etc., etc.
Crazy, huh?
But this is the physical modeling. I mean, we've got an acoustic guitar. We did the. Have we done the acoustic guitar? No, you asked for the bass first, and the final one we need to check.
Actually, also before you forget, go back to the resonator one. You did sitar, but I want to hear what the resonator one sounds like.
Let's do that. Yeah. So we go to a resonator, which gives me. God, I'm going blind. Oh, sustain, resonance, and tone.
It is very tiny. The text is super small in that box.
Say what?
The text is very small in that box. It's not.
Tell me,
straining. It's very small.
I'm using a 16-inch laptop and I can barely see it.
You have to use you're on a PC, right?
No, on a laptop.
I know, but it's a PC laptop. It's a
Windows laptop, yeah.
So learn to use that magnifier feature. It's really useful.
Okay. I mean, usually when I use this, is the only thing on the screen. Now I have I have the video, I have
no, I know, but it's so
open.
damn small. The magnifier helps a lot.
So I'm gonna turn back to just synth. No original guitar. This is just the resonator. Yeah, obviously resonator you want to play with tons of reverb and with a slide.
It's starting to sound like FM synth a little bit.
Let's crank the sustain. Okay. Can you hear that is not a wood body anymore?
What you mean by resonator is dobro, right?
Yeah, the resonator basically is a system where you apply an aluminium, either one or three discs attached to the bridge. So the vibration of the string would make those metallic
the metal
speaker cones,
yeah.
kind of a speaker cone looking like things give you more volume. It was designed just to be louder. The problem is the only way to do it at the time is to make first the diaphragm, the vibrating disc, out of metal, out of aluminium, and later on or at the same time, some of them also, the whole body of the resonator was also metallic to have even more projection. The funny thing is, later on, through luthiery, through the art of luthiery of building instruments, and through enlarging and calibrating better the bracing on the top and the bottom and the sides of the acoustics, the modern day big body acoustics has almost the same volume as the resonators. So it's kind of now it's more used for the metallic timbre of the thing than for actual volume, plus pickups, which renders the whole point of the volume of the instrument totally pointless. For instance, if I go, let's use a little bit more of, let's go for drive and equalizer. Let's go through the amp and modulation, which is also going to use the delay, the chorus, and the reverb.
Western riffs, like the cowboy movies. Those Western riffs, they have that.
Okay, and let's, because my thing is getting a little longer in the tooth. Let's get to the final and the most interesting block of the COSM. Every sound we've made so far is trying to transform something into a different type of the same something. It's trying to get a guitar or a bass guitar. Most of these modifications can also be applied. Just because I want to hear, sorry, it just hit me. I want to use a 12-string resonator.
That's cool.
Sorry, I still have the 2 octaves. Silly thing.
It's still fun though.
Yeah, of course it is, but and the fine setting on the pitch is basically so you can get the strings with more separation. The same way you would detune the oscillators on a synth so it gets fatter and bigger and more spread. That's what the fine tune is. So you can find your sweetening of the drifting of the strings.
You get them to beat,
To beat a little bit more, and so you can hear each individually because they're more different. They're not the same exact pitch. So back to the original.
You can score the next Young Guns movie when it comes out. So.
Yeah, and that's awesome. So far we were just trying to change from one guitar to another, but extrapolating all the technology, all the physical modeling, all the circuit behavior, all the algorithms that they had to go through and archived in order to be able to later be used to achieve this very bread and butter concrete targets. They also found out, hey, but if I can change wood into metal, why can't I change a string oscillator into a synthesizer oscillator.
Because it's just nobody likes synths. Are you crazy?
Exactly. So that's why they started going down this route, the synth block route. Okay, so this is basically the closest that the 55 can get you to an analog synth.
And remember, you brought this up before. This part's cool, but they also crippled it from use from a keyboard, right?
Well,
MIDI,
yeah,
MIDI, right? Yeah.
No, all of it. Yeah, this is the part that it would be nice to be triggered from a keyboard if necessary, but it can't. The other ones wouldn't. Although, let me rephrase that, because we're talking COSM here. This one does not generate a pitch. If you don't give it a pitch, if you don't give it a vibration, envelope, and an attack, a release, it does not make a sound. This only changes the sound that you give it to it. So even if it was MIDI capable, this section, the modeling, would not make a sound out of a MIDI command.
Yeah.
But if you had, I don't know, a digital or a DCO or lesser or
Use
less
the PCM
nice
section with a simple oscillator sound, you could do it.
Come again?
Use the PCM section with a simple oscillator sound inside this box. Then you have your generator.
That's the other side, and that's the one. Is a pity it does not, because that the PCMs would actually just trigger from MIDI. It would generate a note. This wouldn't. The COSM would not do it. But what you could do is to take a synth you don't like the tone of, put it through the COSM, and make it sound closer to another synth. For instance, let's say you have a Moog and you want it to sound like an Oberheim. That it would do if you feed it some other type of voltage signal, audio voltage signal, straight to the right pins on the 13-pin cable with a break box, which I believe some people have done so. You could put it through the COSM to make it sound like a different synth, but it would not make a sound just triggered by MIDI. Yeah. That's the difference, right? So we get into the synth category. And for instance, another one of the shortcomings, obviously coming from Roland, we sell the best synthesizers. If you want a real synthesizer, buy a keyboard. They dumb it down a little too much. First of all, you only have these many options. Analog GR, the original GR-55, 300, the original built-in pickup guitars, the ones that you have to buy with a humongous cable and the humongous connectors, and they have to go together or it would not work with a standard guitar. A wave, which I think if you select wave, it gives you saw wave and square wave. Filter base, which I'm not sure, but I think you can also get some 303-ish stuff.
Like a filter
crystal,
bank,
which is very D50-ish, or almost. We're gonna hear it, and then the basics: organ and brass, and then Jupiter 8, and I don't know, System 100M. I don't know. As I said, they're very common flavors. Let's start with the analog GR. Because it's trying to replicate the original GR units, the analog ones before the MIDI era, it gives you a ton of options. For instance, filter cutoff, filter resonance. I don't think this is compression. I can't remember what is this. Oh, if you want just the VCO, just the distortion, or VCO plus distortion, because I think that was another of the things that the ARP, the avatar, and the AXA. What was the ARP AXA? What was the name of the
ARP AX?
AX?
No, it was another one.
Is the
The ARP
avatar?
AX was just the Avatar. I think it was Avatar.
And one of them was the 6 voice one, and the one the single voice one. Because of the divided pickup technology, they were offering, we can apply different distortions per string, as in different amount of distortions, or even different equalization of distortions, or different levels of fuzz. You can have either distortion or fuzz, and you choose which strings will have it, which at the time was like never heard of, because at the time if you want a distortion, it's all the strings or nothing. So this is reminiscent of that time. Envelope modulation, pitch switch, tons of things basically brought back from the GR, possibly 300 or 500. I'm gonna see what do I have right here. So once again, this is coming from the hexaphonic pickup, no real guitar involved. Let me turn off the effects. And check that I didn't have, yes. Let's take the duplicates off. So apart from the transposition and the duplicates option, this also comes with this pitch section, which I'm gonna go for A. I don't know, I'm just going blind. I'm gonna go for duet and sweep switch, whatever the heck that means. Yeah, it sounds like it's doing a duplicate and a little bit of pitch switch.
And this is monophonic. You can't do chords, right?
No, because it's a hexaphonic system, even the original 500 and 600 could do chords, so it should be able to do chords. Although it's a little, you see, that's when the tone level comes handy. Let's put it so I can give it a little more sauce. So I'm gonna take the distortion out.
And triggering issues are mainly handled by the pickup directly on those settings or inside the software too?
The triggering issues. You don't have triggering issues per se in COSM because it's not triggering anything.
Yeah.
It's just changing what you put through.
Receiving, any tweaks you have to do on there for receiving better? After
you set up the pickup to its optimal setup, the COSM, that's why exactly what they put the COSM in, to bridge the latency and the mistriggering gap in between the real guitar and the PCM. Those have mistriggerings, those have confusions on the pitches, and those have latency. COSM doesn't, because it's not triggering anything. It's just changing the audio you give them.
Okay.
Right? So if pitch A.
So you can do string bends, you can do vibrato, you can do all that shit.
+4, pitch B is +8 times negative, which I assume is going to be very quickly, and sweep. I don't know, I'm just tweaking blindly. Now it's doing both pitches, so if I take the duet out,
you getting smooth? If you do like some bends, are you getting smooth bending, or is it stepped?
Yeah, this is a bend. As I said, it's not triggering anything. It's not using MIDI whatsoever.
No, I know.
It's just changing the audio.
Because it's digital, I wonder if it was, stepped or whatever. So,
for instance, digital vibrato. It's even sensing hammers. Nice. It's when it is the crosstalk in the pickup is giving not enough reliable information. That is when you sometimes guess the quick, but you had the same problems with the original units, with the GR-5, 3 and 500. You still have the same string volume, and you still have the same transposition and or duplicate notes and pitch modification per string applicable to that. So that's the GR kind of. Let's go for the waves. So as you see here, there's almost nothing you can do about it. It's just the color of the wave, which
it depends on your outboard effects.
Yeah. And I assume this is gonna go even darker. I don't understand. Oh, yeah. Okay. As a tag or as a effect to give texture to other things, for instance, your real guitar. I'm gonna put some real guitar now on bridge, very, very, very bright. So that's the synth. That's both. If I put it lower, you'll be able to listen.
So if you do some tapping stuff, like Van Halen style, what does that sound like on that patch?
So that's with the guitar, that's without.
It's cool, yeah.
It's you can get it there. Just consider that we haven't been set up. There's not much to set up, but we haven't tweaked.
Well, you need to go into other layers, do the effects and all that.
And 6 notes polyphonic, which is one of the things I would love to be able to test somehow, because you assume that a machine, a Roland synthesizer released in 2015, 2016, even if it has 4 parts multitimbral, each part would be at least 256 notes polyphonic.
Well, right? until you get a boutique.
Exactly, but following the race, the escalade, right? Yeah. You would assume so, because they were doing it in the 90s and in the noughties. Why not in the teenies? But because it's a guitar, you only can play 1 note per string at a time. There's no way to play more than 1 note per string. So I cannot, even if I want, I cannot think of any way to play more than 6 notes at a time. So, and because each string is processed by 1 voice, 1 specific pickup, I can never be sure that this is not nothing but a 6 times monophonic synthesizer. Because I cannot imagine the test that I could drive to see if each hexaphonic pickup can produce more than 1 note at a time. So that's the saw. half dark. Let's see the square. Half dark. That's just the synth, and this is with the guitar. Just the synth. It's
there sounds like an omnichord doing the chord
right?
thing on the, yeah.
Plus, it feels like it has the filter has key follow because the higher notes are brighter than the bottom notes. See? Or is it just volume that opens the filter? I don't know. So that's the square. Now we go to filter bass, which I think is some 303-ish. Okay, filter cutoff. Shall I open or close the cutoff?
Go for it. Just do some
open
variation.
or close.
Do you have it mapped to your little knob so you can do it while you're playing?
Yeah, this file won't.
No, I mean, but the GK
for real-time control. I can show you what it takes to do so, if you want me to.
Just real quick. You don't have to do it all, but
sadly, real quick doesn't apply to GR-55.
No, I mean, but because just to be sensitive of time, it's been almost.
We go to the
so
settings for the pickup for the GK. So pressure. Okay, so is this one GK volume, which now is override because the system set. So I need to first go to system.
And there's just one knob control on the pickup, or are there multiple?
Only one knob.
Okay.
You can assign it to do multiple things at the same time. You can even assign it to do inverted things, as in put something at the same time, take something away.
Yeah.
But only one knob. And I'm trying to find
one knob to rule them all.
No. Yeah. I think this is the one. Yeah. So in system, in the master, I got my volume set to the patch volume. But if I go to patch setting, I think tone volume, pitch bend, modulation, crossfader. Yeah, patch setting. Now I can go to master and go to, sorry, I go to pedal GK, and now the volume is open to move. Let's do modulation. Okay. Or wait, no. There's another way to do this. So turn it off. Go.
That's the other thing too. If your hands are busy, one's strumming, one's fingering, can you reach a pinky over to that knob, or is it just too far?
A little too far. For that, you might want to use the rocket pedal in the floor unit.
Yeah. Right.
So system.
Wonder why they didn't mount the knob forward on the pickup body. It looks like you could reach it if they put it toward the top.
Yeah, but as I said, the controller of the pickup, you wanted to. It's very hard to stick close to your controls. Plus, the controls of the guitar are on the way already.
Yeah.
So the physical chunk of it is already out of the way. Okay, why is this? Here. So let's go back to patch volume, master. But now what I can do is go to assigns, turn one assign on, because you need to do so. So what do I want to change? And here's when it gets crazy. So the assigns is kind of the modulation matrix. So you start by turning one of them. You got 8 you can assign. Turn it on, and then you choose your target. What are you going to change? Right? See?
Wow.
No, that's not even half. There. Look at that.
So you got a synth section? Is that what it is?
No, everything. Basically, almost every parameter.
Find, like for that parameter, you look under synth, or how do you? What's the?
So modeling.
Modeling. Okay.
Okay. Tone level, tone string. Modeling, pitch, shift. String switch. Guitar, acoustic, sitar. Banjo, resonate, electric bass, synth, analog, no, synth, what I was doing, the synth bass, right?
Cut off, right?
But on the synth bass, because it's divided by types of synth.
Yeah, filter, cutoff, there you go.
Yeah, but
bass
on
filter,
which
cutoff. Filter, bass, cutoff, up.
Filter, bass, up. This one.
Next, there
right?
you go, yeah. I think so.
Great.
Right?
From 0 to 127. And the source to control it is going to be... Oh, and that's another good point that we'll see more with the PCMs. This internal pedal and wave pedal, they're basically a one-shot envelope or a LFO that you can apply to anything. So the one I want to control is the GK volume. See this one?
Yep.
So source mode needs to
be
momentary.
What were the other 2 GK settings? Switch settings, or what was that?
I'm doing an assign. You see this 8?
No, I mean, but you had the GK option there, and you choose GK volume. There were 2 other GK.
So this is the sources I can use to modulate my target.
Yeah. Is that
most
S1
of the
S2?
SECs,
Is that what it says? I can't see it. It's very small.
Sorry, what?
So GK S1 and S2? Is that what it says?
So yeah, these are the buttons on the pickup. The one I want to use is the volume because it's a continuous controller.
It's a knob, yeah, right.
Okay.
I was just asking because I can't read it.
Yeah, well, join the club.
I zoomed in, but I still had trouble reading it a little bit. It's very small.
So the source mode is going to be momentary, otherwise is either high or low. Actual range 1 to 127 and full stack. So now that this is on, I should be able to go back here. And let's see this works. The problem is also going to change the volume of the patch.
Yeah.
So let's see if I...
Oh, because you didn't disable the volume itself on there.
Yeah, because I put it back. If I disable it, it will not do it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Where am I looking? Filter cutoff, filter base, filter cutoff. Okay.
It's okay if it doesn't work. It's just nice to know you can do it. So.
But to know if you can do it, it needs to be able to do it.
Well, I mean, it's there, so we know it's supposed to work.
Okay, let's see if it's this that I need to do. Probably it's a conflict. I turn it off on master, so by default it has no application, it has no effect. But if I go here, okay, it's not being reflexed on the screen.
Oh, really? Okay.
So basically the software, the third-party program is not doing it.
Okay, that's cool. So you can go back in, not now, but I mean at some point, and just disable that from controlling the volume and have it just for the tone.
I just did. I just went to system.
No, but now it's also changing your volume too, right?
No. That's the filter. That's how heavy the filter is.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That's all filter. Is the cutoff is so big that it's taking all the signal away.
It's probably 24 dB. Yeah.
Or more.
Full on 24 dB. Yeah. It's
right. And if I want to stop doing it, so it's here on pedal GK, I can put it back on volume. And now it's doing both. You see that is closing before the filter goes down.
okay.
I put it off. Now it's doing just filter.
Okay.
Right? But in this screen, I can do this. Come on. Okay. It's not going to do it. And now it does nothing.
Right. So you just use the GK foot pedal to do that filter thing.
I could program, it has one pedal called controller, which is very common on all Roland and Boss products, which is basically an assignable switch, like a sustain pedal on a keyboard or a switch pedal in a keyboard. You can assign to many things. And I could put it there, or I could put it in the rocker, also have a switch underneath, like a wah-wah has, so I can switch things on and off with the rocker. So I can program the controllers, the assigns. 8 sound like a lot, but if you want to do really intricate modifications,
sure,
I've become very close to run out of them. I would have appreciated 12 or 16.
Wow.
Because then you can start doing because you're managing 4 engines or 3 engines. You can start doing on different things, inverse, duplicate things, as in putting one thing and taking another thing at the same time in 3 different engines, 3 different double things. That's already 6. 6 are gone. And if you do to at the same time make something general for the whole patch,
sure,
there's only 2 more things you can do, because each assign it has only one target and only one source. You cannot assign several sources to the same targets in one single assign. You need to use several assigns to do so.
It's very it has a lot of stuff though. It's very capable. It's nice.
And this is just the COSM, and we haven't even got through the whole COSM.
Yeah.
Just quickly, because I assume we're running out of time.
We should, just for interest of time. But I did send you a closer if you want a closer.
A clean sweep. So this is the crystal.
StreamYard chat. I sent you the link for the closer if you want to play a closer thing.
This is just the crystal. I don't know what would you call that, or what do you make it resemble to?
It also sounds like an omnichord.
Right? That's the crystal. And then bread and butter organ, as in synth organ. Although many of the patches uses this synth organ to combine with other things, or with pipe organ, just to fight the latency.
Yeah.
And brass.
Sounds like EBO already. Like you're using
it does, and I don't know why. Filter cutoff, filter resonance, touch sensitivity. It must have some kind of filter in something. You can see that the controls over these named ones, the brass, they are very short, very small. If you want to go very deep and sound designy, you need to go all the way, either filter bass, not even that one. I think it's the wave.
Yeah.
That's
wave or the top one.
No, the analog GR.
Yeah,
but as I said, it only has, I think it's only 2 waves or 2 sounds, basically. The other side of the COSM that we've been using and showing, but not really talked about, because it's a little more commonplace for anybody, is the effects, the blocks. On the guitar side, you got basically 3 blocks, although 2 of them are wildcards, because this goes anything from amplifiers, mostly amplifiers and distortions, preamps in a way. But I think it does, it does both guitar and bass, in case you want to, because for instance, if you want to down tune any of the guitar sounds or guitar modelings, if you want to down tune it to bass frequencies, you would be better processing to bass effects and bass amplifiers. It's going to sound better, nicer, more manageable.
Yeah.
So that would be the amp speaker, which, as I said, you can choose the type, then the speaker type. See, 1.8, 110, 112, open, close. If you want, we can go through them at another time. This noise box is the most simple. It's only that. It's just a noise gate, because many amplifiers with high distortion get very noisy. So you want to tame down. And this modifier, once again, this one down here is not modulation. This modifier also is a very wild card. It goes anything from distortion to equalizer, flanges, tremolo.
Does the noise gate have an option to taper? Sometimes you hear people playing, it goes, shh, and it drops off. It has like a noise gate tapering function, or is it just off?
I don't remember. I don't know. It's called NS, so it's meant to be noise suppression.
Suppression, yeah. But is it like a delay time or something, or
noise suppressor threshold and release? Yeah, it's more. It's more. Okay. It's meant to be an NS2 or an NS3 pedal.
Right.
So it does both. You can choose if you set the threshold as low as possible, so any sound would close us.
Yeah.
And the release to the shortest becomes a gate. It's on off, clack 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 clack. Then with the threshold and the releases, you play with how much background noise you will allow to blend while the guitar fades out.
You could set it up like a kill switch for what's that guy from
no, it wouldn't do Tom Morello, Rage Against the Machine.
Yeah.
No, that effect you could do, but it's very hard. You could do it with a rocker, or you could do it with an assign in one of the pickup switches. You could try to program that. But if you have the real pickups, it's way easy to actually do it with a switch.
Sure. Yeah.
Less programming and more computer power to do other things. So that's the modifier block. The multi-effects, it's another wild card that does basically 90% of all the things you would like to do to synthesizers, to keyboards, right? Or also to guitars if you want to go synthy with the guitar sound. Lo-fi compressor, pitch shifter, step flanger, including a guitar amp sync, because some synthesizer sounds sound better when you put them through a guitar amplifier, as in saturated, compressed by the tubes, blah, blah. It's nicer. It's just another flavor. So that would be your multi-effects, which, as I said, you could set up to be after the guitar effects. So you would have these 3 blocks, plus the multi-effects block, plus the master effects, delay, chorus, and reverb. Although their blocks, they have also several types of delay, several types of chorus, several types of reverb. And finally, sorry, I clicked it wrong. I think it's a five cut or 4-cut semi-parametric equalizer to fine tweak or more for modify the final patch in the way out. And all of that is COSM technology, because it tries to replicate, for instance, one of the amplifiers is the Roland GR-55. It's trying to replicate including I think it also has the chorus. Does it have the chorus? Here, just so. Oh, okay. Clean. Just go. No, they don't give you the chorus of the amplifier, but you can put it in the modifier if you need it, or on the master chorus. And that's just the guitar side. Then almost this, not the same amount, half of the same options and parameters for bass.
Yeah.
And that's just the COSM section.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's clearly very deep. God. That's why it needs an editor. But
you see, but it needs, think about doing all this on a non-graphic system that is a tree menu.
Well, this is
tabs.
This is just like on the EMU command stations. If you memorize them in the old days when you didn't have a choice, you can jump through very quickly, right? But when you use ProDatum as the controller app like this, it unlocks all the cool stuff, the virtual patch cables, unlocks all kinds of shit you would never even know was in that box, because it's all visual. It's many pages laid out for you, easily to use. And but you know, if you're old school and didn't have that back then, you just memorized. I have talked to Longhurst about this. He knows how to use command station from the old days, of just without the software. But I came to it late, and I used it for a while. It was kind of clunky. Then when I found that software, I go, oh, this is the solution. You know, it's amazing. So
I don't know why I cannot.
Yeah, good stuff though.
No, I don't know what can I do.
So if you want to do some final words to wrap up, I guess, and then I have a closer in the private chat if you want to play that. Some more fakey guitar stuff.
Let me get that ready. Yeah, final words. This is the GR-55. This is 1, 2, 3, 4 units ago, roughly. After the GR-55, which, to my knowledge, is the last of the GRs, possibly forever, until Roland changes his mind again and brings back the guitar synth back to Roland instead of becoming Boss. They released the SY line, which was attempting to get rid of the pickup of the GK3.
That's the audio-only cable, right?
The SY1, yes. The SY300 mostly. The SY1000, no way. And I think they released SY200, which I'm not sure about. The SY1000 was already encouraged to also get the GK3. Although SY1000...
So they started to head that way, and then they said, no, we got to pull back and get the better quality interface.
Not so much quality, but quantity. It's because without the GK, you not only lose the Rumpler, but you use the modeling.
Right. Okay.
And not the modeling as in change, not so much as in changing electric to acoustic, but the modeling as in guitar to synthesizer or alternate tunings. You cannot retune six strings if you don't have 6 pickups.
Individual. And the other thing too is you can't do proper polyphonic with just audio, right? I know they got better about doing
this is my experience.
But it's not that great, right?
This is my experience. Sounds paraphonic. They do polyphonic. Because but
it's not really, like you said, paraphonic yet.
Sounds paraphonic. Sounds like the filter's only one. Sounds like the amp envelope is only one, But yes,
getting
you
pitch
get
extraction to do that, but they can't get the rest of it's too complicated.
why? Because mobile internet is using, I think it's called deplexing, is using basically sending multiple frequencies, and they need a system that can hear the harmonic frequencies, all of them, to extract the data out of the individual frequencies, out of one single path of audio or signal. So out of that technology, they can and technologies like Melodyne or like Autotune, Melodyne can analyze polyphonic material.
Synaptic has some amazing pitch map stuff that's really good.
Exactly. So the detection is there. Is the triggering in the SY units that sounds weak? It doesn't sound like I'm playing four voices of a synthesizer. Sounds like a home organ. I'm playing 4 pitches of the same voice.
They're trying to say I only have a normal guitar, so my only option is audio. So here, now you can use the audio plug.
But on the SY1000, which you have the option, which input is going to be the one taking the signal has to be preset per patch. So you cannot, oh fuck, my GK3 is dead, I'm going to now use the 1/4-inch cable.
There's no quick switch? You can't just switch?
You need to go in the menu and go patch per patch and switch it. And some of the tuning modeling and the acoustic modeling, all that asks you for the 13 pin.
They should have dedicated a button on the front for quick switch, not just for emergencies, but also sometimes you want a different tone. Hey, what does the audio one sound like versus the GK?
25 self-detecting inputs.
Yeah.
It's only one more chip and one more piece of writing software.
Yeah.
But that extra chip is less profit for Roland. Or for
maybe
both
they
in
never
this
got
case.
feedback to people want that. So that's,
They've been having, okay.
But the testing, right? When they do the testing with the group testing and stuff,
synthetic
testing,
You're talking with me. You're talking among friends. When has Roland ever paid attention to the user?
But at some point, they must have. Everyone does some focus testing, whether they listen to it or not.
But they don't. That's the point. They don't listen. Yeah. In fact, now the units are improving since Boss is handling that, because Boss does listen. Yeah. Because all the market, Boss without the market, without the users and the user feedback, would not exist. All they do is split the user. That's the motto of Boss. Roland, and probably we will be better without Roland handling the guitar synthesizers, because Boss is doing a very good job. Even the GM800. The GM800 is let's get rid of the 13 pin divided, which is very expensive to manufacture. Let's build a cheaper pickup that works exactly the same or better or faster. And let's bring back the Rumpler that the SY ones don't have. The SY line don't have Rumpler, don't have PCMs. So you cannot play bread and butter.
But the 1000 does.
No, none of them.
None of them? Oh.
None of them. That's why they created the GM800 to be able to basically bring back GR-55.
Okay.
But at the same time, break the whole hardware backwards compatibility by disallowing, first of all,
the MIDI
GK5,
stuff, right? No MIDI keyboard.
GK5, the new pickup, is not 13 pin cable. I think it's a 4 cable. It's a 4-wire cable, twisted pair. It's a 3-contact. It's a TRS. Okay. It's a 1/4-inch, but it's TRS. Because it's still
RRS, right? Like the
no TRS, just TRS. Okay. So tip rings like MIDI, three contacts, but it's not MIDI. It's not sending down MIDI. It's sending digital audio, the same as GR-55 sends voltage audio down.
Right.
Is the floor unit that does the digital audio to MIDI to Rompler.
Okay.
So you still are fighting latency on the Rompler side on GM800. So cheaper pickup, smaller pickup, but because it's cheaper and smaller, you cannot send down the magnetic pickups of the guitar. The real guitar does not go down through the unit.
So GK3 was the last real deal.
For the old school.
I mean, for now. Yeah.
No, GK3.
Is there a GK4?
No.
Interesting.
Once again, 4 is a jinx number for the people from Japan.
Is it? I didn't remember that.
Yeah, because it sounds like death.
Okay. I had not heard that one.
You see that even just take Roland, how many in the huge amount of things they released in this amount of 60, 70 years in the market, how many units have the number 4? Jupiter 4, 404.
Yeah.
And
SP 404.
As I said, 404, Jupiter 4, and
DP4 was not, that was Alesis. Trying to think.
Very few, right?
No, sorry, in Sonic. DP4 is in Sonic. It's true. They're not that many.
5 units, 10 units in 70 years.
Yeah.
They don't like that number. They try to strive away from it as much as they can. GTs, the flagship, full-on all FX inside, GT3, GT5, GT6, GT8, GT10, GT1000. So GT100, GT1000, GT1.
See, if it's a Chinese synth company, it'd be 8s everywhere. They love 8 as a lucky number. So
808.
No, but I mean, just 8 phone numbers for full of 8s. They love the number 8.
Thank you, Wagyu. VT4 from Roland, voice processor.
Oh yeah, VT4. I have that too. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Jupiter 4, VT4, 404, variations of the 404, and that's it. But once again, in 70 years, 15 products tops. All the other numbers in the range, in the decimal range, they've gone through them several times over. So
yeah, he said they're not that superstitious. I didn't come across that. The Chinese are way more superstitious than the Japanese.
Okay.
From my experience being over there,
Mhm.
both in the work environment and youth exchange, living with families and stuff,
Mhm.
I didn't see too much out of the ordinary like that. But the 4 thing is the new one to me. I didn't know about the 4 thing.
Yeah, well, the SP404, that's what I said. But keep going. I don't think you're gonna find more than 15 products with the number 4 in it from Roland in all the years ever since the 70s. They don't like it. I mean, they use it if they have to, but they don't like it. They try not to.
Oh, they had a portable drum setup based on the drum line. That was a fold-up kit that had a 4 in it.
Okay.
It was something.
Yeah, but as I said,
4.
Proportionally with Roland / Boss outcome is non-existent.
TD4. I think it was TD4.
Yeah.
TD4.
There was a TD4,
like
yeah. I believe so. I know there's a TD3, TD5, TD10, TD30, and 50. Because and those are
there's no TD14. There's no TD24. It's like TD20, TD12.
I don't know if 24, probably 21.
There's a 20 and there's a 25 or 28 or something like that. But no 4. Yeah, not 24.
And talking about numbers, because this always baffles me. When you see films about people going to college, the first day, the first class of the first subject is always called 101. Does that have any meaning?
The beginner class.
But why does it mean? Why the 101?
Well, because they had longer numbers for the classes, so you could have longer numbers to choose from. So like 101 would be like remedial English. Like 200 something would be slightly less remedial. But some of the more advanced classes would often be only 2 digits or 1 digit.
Okay.
So that's how they designated.
But
I remember this from
it
high
isn't
school.
any
We had like
any
English 100A was like the remedial English. English 1A was the normal English that most kids took. So that's how they.
weird.
The college is a
never-
little bit different. So
It never made any sense to me. I'm sorry.
yeah, it's just everyone's got their systems. I mean, D50. Why the fuck is it called D50? And then D20, and then D10. So why'd they go to D50?
Because two ciphers, two digits, because 1 digit sound cheap. So
No,
2
but it
digits
means
sound.
they skipped stuff along the way. Like there's no 40, obviously.
Yeah.
There's
If there's a D40,
the
it came later.
D05 in the boutique. But was there a D5? I can't remember if there's a D5. I don't think there was. So again, numbering, and I mean, you look at a lot of synthesizer numbering. It's pretty stupid, right? They jump these big numbers, leave a bunch behind.
I mean, at least there's some rhyme or reason to Yamahas in general, which is the smaller numbers, usually the higher range. And then the higher numbers are the lower, the shrink down versions, or the affordable versions, or the less equipped versions. Usually, they start with the 1s and the 2s, and then goes to the 20s,
But
the 30s.
look at the JD800 and the JD990, right? 800 was first. 990 comes out. It's a rack unit only, and it has more stuff in it. So it doesn't have all the cool controls on it, but it's technically a more coveted synth from the architecture.
Yeah, it depends what you're looking for. Yeah, but
and that's a Roland trick
that's
anyway.
Roland.
They always do the update later, like the module always has new stuff they wanted to put in the original, and or just more marketing, wanted to sell more shit. So they always made the one that came after the original a little bit better. Have with the rack units a lot, like JP8000. JP8080 added a vocoder. It added some extra goodies. No keyboard, obviously, because it's a module. But they added some other stuff, and then it was not in the original synth. So that's a Roland trick from way back.
Yeah, but Roland is a completely different kettle of fish, because they don't follow the smaller number is the better. They start with one that they decide. The chunk of history of Roland that I'm more familiar is keyboard. It's couple of letters and a 2-digit number, usually, and they grow. So the first one is the lower number, and then the higher the number is the later unit, which is meant to be improved.
Usually, but like look at for example, JX305 is like a groove box and a keyboard. It's like basically it's the what was the one? They had a whole line of those little groove boxes before the SPs. I can't. My brain's fried. I can't remember the numbering system, but there were a whole bunch of common groove boxes that had synths in them as well as drum sounds and stuff, and you could build songs in them. Well before SP. There's other naming convention. I forgot what it's called. And there was a groove box that is the groove box version of the JX305. The numbering matches the groove box not at all. Like the naming convention is different. The numbering's different. If you didn't know the lineage, you would never know they're related. But one is the brain of the other one. Just one has a keyboard on it. It's kind of the same thing they did with the other companies did this too. The COSM Sirius is a Revolution 309 with a keyboard and a vocoder and a couple other things. But it's the same damn system in a different box.
Okay.
So a lot of companies do weird shit like that, you know.
No, I mean, don't get me wrong. We should be mostly
MC505. That's it. It's either 505 or it's the one that's slightly different number than that. But yeah, it's one of the MCs. That's right.
Yeah, but you see, MC505, that was a groove box, right?
Yeah, but there's another one that looks different. It's not the 505. It's
No, my point is
had it.
the MC55 was a groove box with almost
Yeah,
everything inbuilt. MC50 is just a MIDI sequencer,
yeah.
and I know because that's what's built into the 1000.
That's the one with the floppy disk. Yeah, right.
It's an MC50 Mark II.
Yeah.
Let's take these freaking examples. First unit, 80. Second unit, 1000. Third unit, 90.
I know, it's crazy.
And at the same time, 30, 35, and 50.
Yeah.
It's like, but it's still no fours. Not a single four.
Of course, my log isn't there. I was trying to find it's in my history of my reverb. There's the one that's the exact replica of the 305 in the groove box. It's a slightly different number convention, but
303, 808, 909, MCs, all MCs.
Yeah.
And MC, what's MC? Music composer?
probably, yeah.
I think Roland. I mean, the best one is Korg, because Korg gave real names of real things to almost everything.
Korg has some stupid names for stuff too. So
no, but not so much codes. It's more like names. It's more like OSs from Macintosh, from Apple. They're names of things that you can identify in your head.
yeah, but that didn't even have a theme. Like when I worked at a laser company, for a while they were doing like, like Jupiter, like the Jupiter and all that stuff for Roland, like Greek gods and Roman gods and stuff like that. So you didn't have a Zeus, but you had a Jupiter, right? So you had the Roman name. But then, like when I worked at a laser company, they went through this whole line of like, we're going to name it after, planets or constellations or something like that. And then they go off the rails and do something totally different that doesn't match with any of their past stuff. So some companies go off the rails and they have a theme for a while, and then it just totally falls apart.
Yeah. Now the point on why it's I agree with you. That's probably the funniest joke in the whole
the M10. Yeah, I love
industry.
that. Yeah. Well, that's why I call it the 01W, not the 01W, because it really was M10. So.
Yeah. And all because the boss read it from the audience.
And it looked kind of cool and scientific too. By doing it backward, it looked kind of quirky.
I don't. Well, that's not the story. The story is that the boss got it wrong because he read it
upside
quickly
down,
from
but
that side.
In retrospect, if you look at it, it's a kind of a weird way to write it, right? It's kind of fun.
I can see why none of the employees even dare to mention it, because fair enough, that's good. We're in the digital era. Everything is computer, and
because it's not really like the M1, although it's based on AI synthesis. It's AI2. It's very different than an M1.
Which way?
So calling it M10 was, I don't know. I like the fact it's a different name.
Okay. Me too. So what's first of all, how you been doing, mate? You all right?
Just busy. The last time you tried to do the show, I was actually in Hawaii. So,
good for you.
Congrats. On Kauai.
Had a nice season.
Well, it's nice there, but it's still very rainy because it's rainy tropics. And
still winter.
It's the early part of their rainy season. So although the weather's very pleasant, you occasionally get some showers that they're not cold. They're just like, okay, here's some more water. Okay, now it's gone.
I know.
But the problem is the storms are coming in, and they totally ruin the snorkeling.
Oh, you went snorkeling?
Well, I did anyway, but the visibility was shit because there's so much turbulence in the water.
Yeah.
One beach we went to that claimed to be, we went on this way long, twisty road, kind of almost in the middle of nowhere, almost not equivalent to the Hana Road in Maui, which is crazy twisty, but another kind of similar thing, way the hell down on the other part of the island, near the formations where they shot Jurassic Park, called Napili Coast.
Okay.
And the opening parts of Jurassic Park with the big formations, the really cool carved formations.
Okay.
And so they said, oh, there's this one beach great for snorkeling. We get there, and I could hear the waves before we get out onto the beach. I'm like, this is not great for snorkeling. And so it was really dramatic and beautiful, and I was taking pictures and stuff. And then these two, like, hey, dude, these kind of local surfer guys walk up. And I say, okay, you guys look like locals. Is this ever a snorkeling beach? Because there's no fucking way. This week it has been, right? Look at this. He goes, oh, yeah, a couple of days ago it was actually pretty nice. But now the storms have come in and totally ruined it. We were actually out here snorkeling. I said, that's like night and day difference. Because there's like riptide, major crashing waves. Like even a surfer who's not a great swimmer would have trouble out in those waves. Yeah, because we went to another beach the day before, which is a precursor to this. That's just like it has a nice pier and a view of the area and stuff, and it's wavy, but it wasn't like horrible waves. Well, once I get in there and start swimming around my underwater camera, I have an underwater rig thing, and so I got a few shots of one of the beaches, but not this one I'm talking about now. It had a riptide you couldn't see, so I'm in there swimming and I'm getting pulled toward the pier behind me diagonally. So anyone who's swimming out there and doing their little thing, you can't see that because they're on the top of the water. But I'm in the water with my mask, fins, and snorkel on, trying to get to this little mangrove area. And I should have just walked over to the thing and just walked out to the mangrove, because as soon as I went underwater, I'm being pulled. Like I'm a good swimmer, and it was pulling my ass big time, right? I was like kicking crazy. I'm getting a workout and not going anywhere. I'm either losing ground or I'm staying in place. It was a crazy riptide. So I can see why they put warning signs on some of the beaches. Like, if you're not a good swimmer, get the hell out, because you're going to drown. Because you get tired and you drown, basically.
And that's Pacific Ocean, isn't it?
So at that point, we're on the north part of the island. So, much closer to Japan than here, but it's still Pacific Ocean. So it's a beautiful place, but only one place that I get at least enough calm water and less turbulence to shoot some shots of some surgeon fishes, the tangs, and a couple other like little schooling fishes my favorite little sergeant major fish. You see those all over the world, the tropics. They have the vertical stripes called sergeant major fish. So I'm editing a video together. I'm slowly this is the problem is I can't live stream when there's no signal, right? I'm also cut back my live streams significantly since those fuckers ripped me off. Although I have a security system and neighbors who are aware, I'm just less inclined to do live streams these days than I used to be. But I really couldn't do it there because the signal was bad over lots of the island. So I shot a lot of local video. Now I have all this work to edit it, which is one of the reasons I do live streams. I can be lazy and not have to edit anything later. It is what it is. Take it or leave it. Now it's like all these hours of work just to get this stupid shit together. So I will have a video hopefully maybe after NAMM to put up about the Hawaii adventure, because I got some pretty cool footage here and there. I had a camera set up in the car for lots of driving footage, and got some snorkel footage. I got some beautiful like hiking shots here and there I'm gonna put together, and so we'll see. It's not going to be fancy. I'm not going to get all crazy with it and cinematic and fancy titles and stuff, because it's taken enough time just to edit all the footage. But it'll basically be presented like it was a live stream. And I'll just do an instant premiere with a chat room so people can come on and talk shit and stuff. So,
And when do you think you get that ready?
After NAMM, probably. I don't have time till then.
When is NAMM this year?
24th, I think. The weekend of the 24th.
January 24th. Okay.
Yeah, this month. Yeah. So I'll be going to that for sure. Got to go to NAMM. I love NAMM.
And you need to get up to what's new for 6 oscillators.
Yeah.
You have homework now.
Well, I mean, I will spend more time in the guitar area now, so we can do a separate, if you want, we can do a separate live thing for 6 oscillators from NAMM.
I'm on your hands. Whatever you please, I'll
definitely jump in the pub, because that's always the most fun, making fun of everything.
Yeah.
The buffet crampon and all that shit. And I'll shoot, because the pub's only on once in a while. They spend a lot more time in the symptoms of reality now than the pub. So sadly, there aren't so many pubs anymore. It's all SOR. So that gives me more time just to do more of my own live streams or local or whatever.
Just take a
So.
first day or first morning, just take a peek to see if there's actually something that jumps to you, to our subject. And if you don't find
to be fair,
anything,
they generally
just
don't have a
bother.
lot of this cool crossover stuff. It's generally, stomp boxes, guitars,
Yeah, but
amps, distortions.
remember that stone boxes nowadays, how to put it, are the gateway drugs, because
Well, yeah, and,
they're
and some are
doing.
modular like. They have little cables now where you can do. So, and I'm
Uh,
not against all that stuff. I like, even though I don't play guitar well, I like the stuff. So I do spend time at NAMM in that area, although the noise is fucking amazing. Just,
and if you go to the pedal section, 90% of the pedals they have there, even if they're just previous season, they're amazing to put any synthesizer through them.
well, sure.
They're totally compatible. They can take whatever signal level you put them.
Exactly, yeah.
They do very wacky things.
In fact, like the I'm drawing a blank again on the stupid name. What's that one pedal that has it's two different software and things, that has a touch screen and it's a modular pedal, and they have a standalone, and you can also rack mount it, your rack, and it has two firmwares.
The Game Changer one?
No, it's guys in Australia make it, I think, or something.
Okay.
Wagu's got to know it. It's Zoya. There you go. Empress Zoya. So those Zoya guys are always in the guitar area. They're not in the synth area.
Yep.
So, because they're marketed to everybody, right?
But what's
But a lot of people
underneath
use
the hood in their pedals? The
and it is a synth. It's a modular synth, yeah. But so Empress is there. Game Changer, of course, is over there. So if you want to see the Game Changer stuff, even the motor synth was over in the guitar area. Because they have one booth. So
I think a Game Changer is, if they haven't reached already, they're about to reach critical mass. They cannot do anything new.
It's a lot of redundant stuff. Yeah, I never really liked the plasma stuff anyway. I mean,
I love it.
Cool.
I want one.
It looks cool, but doesn't sound great. Not that great, right?
But that's why I want it, because it doesn't sound great.
It's a lot of money for something that looks cool, but buy a Tesla coil.
Yeah, but
did you see that little mini
that's
one?
4 times more expensive.
I played on the stream once. You see the little mini Tesla coil I have?
No, never seen that.
Bought that for $100.
Okay.
And it's audio driven as well. You can feed a signal, and it'll play. It'll spark. It'll have pitch sparks.
Do you have one of those?
Yeah, I'll bring it out sometime. I put it away.
Oh yes, please do.
But it folds up in a little thing. It's this big.
Okay.
And all you have to do is open the box, screw in the antenna, and turn it on and plug in, whatever you have, an audio input, or just use the microphone built into it and yell at it. It goes.
Because those things work in high voltage but very low amperage, right?
Yeah, it's totally safe.
Wow.
I mean, I was doing this. I was touching it, right?
I would never say
No,
totally.
no, it's not. It's not that bad. In fact, they give you, as part of the fun demo, they give you a couple little LEDs and some other stuff to hold near it, and they light up.
Awesome.
While you're holding them. So it's safe,
cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
I don't know, one of these days. But as the plasma pedal, because it's already contained, is the standard
cool,
format.
And Erica Synths has a plasma pedal too, so it's like
No, they did. I think it's a collaboration.
Is that what it is? Okay. I mean, they're in the same basic area, right?
The Game Changer people have, because I've not seen. When a pedal company launches something and it sells good enough, everybody copies it. I've never seen any other brand trying the same thing the same way. I think they have the exclusivity, and they license the technology to Erica Synths to create a Eurorack module.
Yeah.
That's what I understand.
But technically, anyone could do that. It's not, it's
the
audio portion of it. Yeah, the audio portion of it is unique, obviously, but those kind of like lightning tubes and things like that have been around forever. So you just have to find a way to put it in a circuit and make it do something. But the audio that comes out of it, I've not been like, ooh, it sounds okay.
As I said, I think we're about to reach critical mass about new sounds.
But you have to wonder too, though, because those things release a lot of RF.
Which
so
ones?
how much can you really anything plasma like that? If you're doing a high voltage across the thing, low amp high voltage, to get that discharge, the plasma, it's got to release a lot of interference, right? So
but
some things around it are not going to be happy. No, but it's still released to the wild, though. It's emanating 360 degrees, right?
You think the Faraday cage is not enough?
No, it's not, because it's exposed. How is it a Faraday cage if it's exposed?
Wait, what are we talking about?
The RF coming out of those things when they go off. Just like a neon tube causes a lot of problems if you don't shield
the plasma pedal is a Faraday cage. The plasma tube is inside the casing of the pedal.
Well, it's the one I saw, maybe it was a prototype, was exposed. So at least the glass area is not caged.
Okay.
So if it's visible in any way,
you can see.
It goes through the glass. It's RF. So,
don't get me wrong. RF is a constant problem in pedal boards.
Exactly.
Because
so
of
why
power
add
supplies.
that with a plasma thing? It's like you're adding more shit.
And probably that's why they released the rack, the plasma rack, to have it actually away from the sensitive area, which is the pickups and the guitar and the analog pedals. I mean, if you want to find out where do you have an RF field anywhere, get a wah-wah pedal, turn it on.
Yeah, I have a wah-wah. It's pretty noisy. Yeah.
And wipe it around. It's like a freaking amplifier. It's like a detector.
Well, or even better, buy that Soma Labs sensor that basically, it's like the electro sloosh, but more broad spectrum.
Okay.
And it actually has inductors in it that actually pick up all the RF in your area from
your
phone,
that's what a wah-wah pedal is. It's an inductor.
From everything. Yeah. Yep. And the electro sloosh is more directional, so you can actually point directly at a source. But the Soma, called Ether, I think it's called Soma Ether. I took it around work once with all these labs of laser equipment and stuff, and some of the wickedest, most fun, crazy sounds came out of this lab through the ether into my recorder. And then you just like sample it, or you put effects on it, and you have instant sci-fi, just crazy, crazy noises, right?
Cool.
From all the garbage in the air, you know. So.
I think we should leave that poor people go to bed.
Yeah, no, it's late, so I gotta go.
And
getting to be dinner time.
So I'm not really up to date what's going on. So what's going on this weekend? I guess tomorrow in the morning synchrotron.
Yeah, we got Senior Synth Stream at 8 UK.
And Senior Synth Stream on Saturday.
And then this is not music related, but I'm going on my friend George Romero channel again to call Alfa Romero, doing some movie stuff. It'll be fun talking about everything George Romero, because he has his own version of the Superfan Roundtable. So a bunch of us are going on there to talk some shit tomorrow night, my time.
And what's
of course Ranzy's tomorrow. And who knows?
Get Jerry's on Sunday.
There's so many things now. I can't keep track of all of them.
Really?
Yeah.
My problem is health is not helping, so I cannot do late nights anymore. That's why I'm barely. I can't really try.
Oh, you take
I
naps?
try and I want to go to the pubs, but
you can take naps. You know, that help.
That's the problem. I can't.
Some people can't. I can go to sleep when I feel like it anytime. I can just go, oh, time for a nap. I got used to doing it at work.
No,
when I started learning the hardware jams from my friend back in like 2008, and I started amassing more gear from eBay and stuff, he would come over and we would just do these crazy things to the wee hours, and then I got to work the next day. So the only way I could survive was taking power naps in my car at lunchtime. So I'm really good at just conking out for a little while, waking up, and feel refreshed for the rest of the day. So.
You're talking to a Spaniard. We invented siestas.
Exactly. So
but
why can't you?
Because I have a sleeping disorder.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, you put your little hat down. You know the
try.
stereotype
Sometimes
against
I try.
the wall. You put your hat down.
Yeah.
And you have your little. Oh, in Mexico it's a serape. You know, a little serape, and a little hat, and you take a snooze.
Those things are warm.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I wish I could. No, I can't. I can barely sleep at night, and that's through the meds.
Try the sombrero. I think it's going to help a lot. Big old sombrero, put you right to sleep.
No, I don't know. It's my brain is broken.
Or actually alcohol. I don't drink like I used to because alcohol makes me sleepy. I have a couple of drinks, I feel like conking out.
Yeah, too much. That no, thank you. I had a couple of ciders through for Christmas, and that was enough. My stomach doesn't like it.
Oh, really? Oh,
Because
okay.
I started very late drinking, so I have no resistance, no resilience. I can hold my liquor. So
Yeah, I was never a big drinker, but
you trooper, you're the last one. Thank you very much for coming.
I
To
think there
all
were
of
like
you
3 or
who
4
have
left.
watched the show, thank you very much for taking up with us this little trip down the COSM side of the GR-55.
We have 4 watchers. I think Waga's the only one that's awake.
Yeah. Hopefully, February's show would be another section of the GR-55, unless we can come with something more interesting. But you can expect at least 2 more shows about the 55 because there's a lot of deep in this unit.
I mean, I'm convinced I would eventually get one. I don't know how much I would actually use it, but it is very capable.
Let's talk about that because, as I said, there's a lot of shortcomings in 55. It's not bad, but it's not good.
Yeah.
My point is, you could do better with another
when it
one.
comes to tunings and stuff, I'd be super lazy. So if anything, I hit a button and I get tunings and try different shit out, I would be all for that. Because I could just keep playing stuff the same way that I've learned the mediocre technique I have, and then just have the tunings change for me. So
we need to look inside the GP10. Cheaper, smaller, more advanced. Still a 13 pin, I think. Yeah. And I think it can do all of that.
I don't know about that one.
We need to look into that one. Yeah, that is what?
You have one?
No, but I said I need to see what can it do and research a little more about what's inside because it's a very small desktop unit. It's not even a floor. It is a floor unit, but it's so small you end up putting it in the desktop.
No pedal. It's just a box.
It is a pedal, but
I mean, there's no rocker.
No. Wait. Don't quote me on that. I might be wrong. It might have one, but I think it's mostly plastic casing. For instance.
I still want to get a VG99 because anything with a DB makes me happy.
Go for it.
So, yeah.
The VG units are gonna dip even deeper than 55 in all of the banjos and ukuleles and bass and guitars and different types of. We didn't go through the acoustic guitars, as in changing the timbre and the depth of the body and hearing that the guitar sounds fatter or leaner or more wiry or more jangly, but it's still being an acoustic guitar that you can strum perfectly. There is an expression pedal. Yeah, I think so in GP10. It was a weird one. Same as GR-55 tried to put together too many things. GP10 also tried to put too many things, but also downsize them to make them. Because Roland has always been fighting this fight about, we want to sell synthesizer sound to guitar brains. So we need to dumb it down because guitar players can't get bothered with menu diving and 300 parameters to get one sound. They want to tweak 3 knobs and done. So they have been always fighting this give and throw, pull and throw. And some of the units are really, really shortcomings.
But then you see something like Electro-Harmonix, and they add a lot of shit to their pedals. So they kind of go the opposite way.
But they're never menu diving.
No, but they're complicated. I mean, Ravish Sitar is pretty fucking nuts.
Yeah, but the limit with the guitar community needs to be W.
Except the Zoya, people are buying Zoya for guitar.
But that's the exception.
Yeah.
The people who buy the Zoya, when the Zoya was released, is the same people that was buying the GR30 and the 33.
Well, they also call it the was it Poly Bebo? Was that the other one?
Never heard of that.
I think it was. There's another one that's like the Zoya. The Poly Bebo is another one on the market. That's a touch screen, and it has 2 firmwares in it. forgot the name of the different firmware. There's Poly's the company, Bebo's the one version, and there's another version that's the other software, and you can switch between the two. It's like the Zoya, but different company, different choices.
Check what Gago says. They forget about the guitarists who are synthesists in disguise with massive pedal boards.
Exactly. Yeah, people want to talk shit about modular, but they kind of already do it with some of their stuff. Yeah.
To you and to Wagyu, but it's a 10% of the guitar community, if not less. Poly Effects Bebo. Okay.
Yeah, Bebo. There's Bebo and there's a different firmware too. I forgot the name of it.
And yes, the big rack multi-effects was a gateway drug for many guitar players to end up doubling with synths-ish and with synthesizer like me. And there's always one on every 1,000 guitar players that wants guitars. That's why I created this channel, because there is a small portion, but it's very small and it's not big enough for the industry. It's already a stretch that Roland/Boss has lasted this long releasing units because they don't make.
But it doesn't help, like you said, that people are ashamed to admit they use it. So, right? It becomes a secret, a dirty secret that people like to listen to hear. Oh, that was a good song. If they found out what was made to used in the background to make it, they would probably go, "Oh, what the hell is that crap?" Because there's all the stigma attached.
And if it's just a list of gear, they assume that the thing that doesn't sound like guitar gear was played by the piano player, not by the guitar player. The bravest declaration of "I'm using the latest technology" hanging from my neck is that video we posted a couple of shows ago about that thing that looked like a guitar neck with an iPad. That's the closest I've ever seen. I've never seen any band being more honest than that. They always hide it away, don't hang it.
Sure.
To me, the biggest example is the story. I might be wrong, but this is a story I was told.
Actually, keep going. I got to call somebody real quick. Let me mute this. Keep going.
The third guitar player in Iron Maiden, I think it's Johnny Gers, was hired because he was able to play synth guitar. So he could play the synthesizers in the album. He could play them live. And that's the reason why nowadays Iron Maiden is touring with 3 guitar players. Because he has a rhythm guitar player, 2 lead guitar players, and the third one is playing the synthesizers, the pads and the violins and all the things that they put back in the day, and the vocal cords. Miss a digital thing, what's that? Polyflex people do Euro Rocks versions too.
Yeah, Hector, that's it. That's the other firmware is the Hector. You can make the same unit do Hector or Bebo, I think. Or I may have something mixed up.
Okay. Yeah. Basically, it's another guy who started another brand that I think is following the developments of the Guitarra, but it calls it something different.
There are also guys too at the Maker Faire. I always run into guys at Maker Faire doing weird shit like that, where it's an iPad and a guitar or some other kind of variant. So you get like homebrew stuff. That's
But don't get me wrong. To me, the putting an iPad to a guitar body is the laziest way to do it. Although it's the best way to do it. Because
what's cool though? If you saw my Maker Faire thing that a few months ago, the guy who makes the accordion controller, it's a full MIDI controller. Based on an accordion, and it's really nice, and it's super portable, and
but that's
it has proper MIDI on it. It's really nice.
Yeah, but that's no new. Roland had a MIDI.
No, but this is better. It's not a big bulky V accordion thing. It's this cool portable thing for travel.
More like a
Bandonion. Still gives you the nice feel.
Okay.
You still get all the controls. You still got all the chord buttons on the one side and the proper keys on the other side.
Do you still have to activate
it feels nice.
The pump?
No.
Okay.
Wait, do you have to? I don't know. I got to watch the video. It was several months ago. I forgot.
Because,
but it's really well built, and he even had a mouthpiece to it, kind of like the eigenharp, so you can blow into it and get more expression that way, which is very clever.
Yeah, like a breath controller. I know for sure, many years ago, probably 20 years by now, a Spaniard developed a MIDI bagpipe.
Okay.
And you don't have to blow that one. You could, if you want to do overblowing or something.
Wait, are Spanish people into bagpipes? Is there a version of a bagpipe over there? Or?
Okay.
I don't know. I've not a history of it.
You know the Spanish map?
Yeah.
Okay. Chop it in two halves.
Yeah.
So you have where Portugal is. So it's the square. You get the Portugal side.
Yeah.
From the bottom of Portugal to the other end of the Pyrenees, you draw a line. Most of that part of Spain is Celt.
Oh.
We got bagpipes, we got bow drums, we got all sorts.
Nothing to do with the Basque. It's a totally different thing than
the Basque. They never took on the bagpipe, but they have bow drums and they have the log drums.
Really?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. The whole north of Spain is like the south of England.
Wow.
That's why I feel like home here.
Is that because of the Crusades? Was it during the Crusades or something? Is that why?
Before the Roman Empire.
Okay.
It was a whole stream. In fact, I've read Wikipedia. Sorry, I've read that the Celt nation was actually originated in the north of France and then spread equally to England and to Spain.
Yeah.
As in, well, sorry about that, but this was my mom's gift.
Yeah.
A Triscella.
Wow.
We're pagans, basically. All the north of Spain is pagan. Although it's been converted to Catholic Church through basically blood and fire, but hey. But deep down, we're pagans.
That's wild. I didn't know they had all those instruments up there, too.
As I said, we have Vikings, we had Celts, we got ginger people. My grandmother's first degree cousin is a whole family of red hairs.
Crazy.
I
guess that's not that shocking because unfortunately it's probably an American thing more than anything. Is that people think Spanish, they think tan and dark hair because
they think South America,
Central America, Mexico, all that stuff, right?
Which in fact is Indian, is Inca.
Exactly, it's a mix of stuff, and so when people hear Spanish, that's what they think. Unfortunately, but you go,
Spain,
I haven't been to Spain, but I've seen so much footage from Spain, and you're obviously
Spain. It's a cocktail of everything in Africa and Europe, all of it.
But I mean, also a lot of pure white folks as white as me, very pale.
Spain is Greece, Roman, Viking, Celt, Muslim, Moor. The country of Spain was invaded by the Muslim Empire for 900 years. Yeah. Jewish, French, German, because we owned Germany. Germany was Spanish for, I think, 70 or 80 years or 50 years. A short period, basically one king. We had one king that was commanding both countries at the same time. The catchphrase they teach us in schools, and at one point in history, the sun never set down in the Spanish Empire. Because we had chunks of all of the quarters of the
Well,
globe.
plus, you guys are one of the giant sailing empires, right? The Germans were not known for sailing empires.
But they did a lot of damage on shores in the Northern Sea.
Sure.
But yeah, we were sailors because most of the country has shores, and we have big chunks.
But I'm talking about in all the way to Japan, right? Just like the Portuguese.
We had colonies in Japan.
Yeah, exactly.
For a very short period. And not so much colonies as in, this is Spain. but there was a significant amount of Spanish mercenaries in the Japanese Empire. I cannot remember which century, but I think it was around 15 or 1600s European, that they were seriously reluctant to face the Spaniards in battle, because the Spaniards found a way to defeat every single time the samurais, because they learn about the Japanese steel and they know how to break it. So
It's
every
like
time,
it's like Conan, the Riddle of Steel.
yeah, is it snow? Is it ice? Or is it fire? It's both. Which is, and the Spanish steel for weaponry, for swordry, is, if not the second, the first best in the world in history. There was a whole school of swordry, of forging.
You know about this whole thing with these katanas that people are buying these days that are like made of a certain grade of Japanese, a certain ore that they use.
Yeah.
No, but there's a certain name for it. I forgot the name of it, and it's actually considered softer, in a lot of ways, not as good as more modern steel methods. You can still do the folding, you can still do the that kind of wavy pattern where they sharpen the blade and stuff, and make really nice swords. But if you use this so-called ore that's coveted for proper old school katanas, it's authentic, but it's not as durable or as nice, because there's a really fun sword channel on YouTube.
Yeah,
these guys are way into like medieval swords and Japanese swords and all kinds of other stuff, and they buy all these really nice swords around the world, and they do real tests with the cutting of the bamboo, the cutting of the different like tatami mats and stuff, all these standard tricks people use for testing the blades, and also bigger things to simulate like cutting through a person like they used to do. And it's funny how these things often bend really easily, or they get nicked really easily because the metal's too soft, or they just fucking break.
No, they got the traditional katana, the way of forging a katana, the multi-folding, just by concept, is very weak. It's snappy. It's very rigid. That's why the edge lasts this long and it's so sharp. But it's very easy to crack because it's very rigid. It's very stiff. When Spanish and French steel was flexible, almost like rubber.
Yeah.
It would never dent. It would never break. But it would never keep the edge.
I can't remember the channel, but
sharp.
It's pretty easy to find if you look at the guys like the katana testing guys, and they often wear this little because they're
chainmail.
I think they're Australian guys,
Huh?
but they wear a lot of like European style armor and stuff.
Okay.
As part of their testing, they have to be official. It's almost like cosplay, but they're doing real tests with the stuff, hitting wood and hitting bamboo and hitting mats and other kinds of stuff to show before and after in slow-mo how the things bend, how they deform, how they nick. A lot of times the blade will nick, which means it's basically fucked, right? You can't sharpen that out. You gotta, it's crazy.
I mean, even the example, the silliest example, and yes, Wagyu, Philippines was originally a Spanish colony, but everything is left there from Spain is the language.
Spanish and Portuguese, right? Because it wasn't owned by Portugal for a while. Formosa. Formosa.
Some chunks Spanish, some chunks Portuguese. But it's just the language. They have their own government. They are totally separate.
Like Taiwan had a lot of Portuguese there, right?
Yeah.
And
basically, Spain and Portugal were the two factions most keen into conquering and to spreading territory. The British and the Dutch and the Vikings were more about pillaging, about getting a very big result out of very little conquering. They didn't want to move. We were the ones, technically the first person who actually make the first turn around the world was the Spanish.
Well, and Spain was looking for gold and souls, right? So,
Yeah, more souls than gold, but yeah.
Well, of course, El Dorado. Remember El Dorado?
Yeah, but that was because by the time of El Dorado, Spain was already very invested in world domination.
Yeah.
El Dorado was not to start the conquest; it was to be able to keep conquesting places. That's why they send the divisions, which is not exploration or navigation. It was, okay, we're gonna drop you here and go inland, because before we just go around the coast and go sailing. We sail way more than we penetrate into land. And El Dorado was one of the first big conquests of going land until you find this promised land made out of gold, which they never found because it never existed. It was gold plated, not solid gold.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it reminds me of the movie Congo, right? The city of Zinj.
Yeah, but this is
more gold, bogus crap. Yeah.
those dark times. But it's Spain. It's a forge. It's a curl. That place where you melt metals together.
Yeah, crucible.
A crucible.
Crucible.
A crucible is a crucible of every single culture in Europe. We have a chunk of it, all of them, because either by conquest, by being conquered, or by conquering, or being conquered by us, we mingle with all Europe, half of Asia, half of America, the continent, not the country.
Yeah.
And I don't really understand why they never wanted. Probably because by the time they started reaching the north of Mexico, the British Empire was already very deep into United States.
Yeah.
Probably that's what stopped us. And still, we got all the west coast of America.
Yeah.
Los Angeles.
Exactly. Oh, you mean Los Angeles?
La ciudad de Los Angeles. City of Angels.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's Alta, California. I live in Alta, California.
Alta California.
There's Baja and Alta, and this was Mexico.
California. California is because it was hot. It's
named after Califia, right? There's the goddess Califia.
I don't think
that was the origin I saw.
Okay, I need to check, but I don't think so. No.
Yeah, look up Califia. It's named after this goddess.
Always was
Califia,
told that California is because it's caliente. It's la
it's
tierra
a mixture of those two, I think. But
California, probably.
There's some kind of, I don't know, deity.
Same as La Florida. Florida. It's not Florida. It's La Florida.
Yeah.
Because it's the land covered in flowers.
Flowers. Yeah.
That's why the name Florida, La Florida, La Tierra Florida.
Yeah, I mean, I'm literally surrounded by constant places that are Spanish names. Like, there's a little place up on the hill in the middle of nowhere called Las Cumbres.
Las Cumbres.
Yeah.
It means the peaks.
Yeah.
The peaks of the mountains.
And it's not very peaky, but it's an interesting name. So
Spain is very flat, mate.
Yeah.
Anything that you have to climb for more than half an hour is a cumbre. Does it have any?
El Capitan's a good name because it's a big ass hunk of granite.
Yeah, El Capitan, the captain. Yeah. If it had any ice back in the day, if it had a white top, that's what we call a cumbre.
Yeah.
Even if it's just too high to see from the bottom or has a whitey top, that's a cumbre. Cumbres Nevadas. And what is really killing me is now that I'm watching more and more films in original, many of the ones playing to be based the story in the west coast of America. Not even the Spaniards there can speak actually Spanish. I can flog them in milliseconds. Like
Well,
You haven't spoke Spanish in your fucking entire life,
a
mate.
famous movie is Treasure of the Sierra Madre, right? You ever see that?
El Tesoro de Tierra Madre.
Oh my god!
Which is the motherland. It's the treasure of motherland.
Yeah, that movie has all kinds of horrible fake Spanish acting in it. So Mexican acting.
Don't get me started. And funny enough, I saw one recently that I got surprised how good Spanish speaking was the bad guy. Have you ever heard of this film called Bright?
Yes.
Very recent, Will Smith.
Yeah, it's a fantasy thing with trolls and something like that, or like elves.
The orcs.
Yeah. Orcs, that was it, yeah.
There's an orcish community on the underground, which are the Bloods and the Creeps.
You know
and
who
then
made
the
that
elves,
movie? John Landis' son made that movie.
John Landis is that's
Max
Werewolf
Landis.
in London.
Yeah, Max Landis has made some pretty weird shit. He's a weird dude.
The bad woman, the bad elf, she has a almost perfect Spanish speaking diction and vocabulary. Because my problem is the ones that usually have the vocabulary, they speak proper Spanish, not South American or Spanglish.
Yeah.
They never have the right diction. They speak Spanish with American diction. And the people who have Spanish diction never have the right vocabulary. It's like they don't even understand the words they're speaking.
Of course.
Because they get all the grammar totally upside down.
Yeah.
And I go like, what the fuck?
Yeah?
No, you don't say like that. You don't even say so.
Well, the problem is people don't even learn
Colorado.
People don't
Colorado
even learn
means
their native
red.
language properly, right? The grammar in their own native language they can't figure out. So how are they going to get a second language or third language correct, right?
Third.
There's no way.
Plus, by now, there must be some Mexicans which are fifth or seventh generation Americans by now.
Yeah.
So, yes, they can hear it and they might be able to understand it if they hear it, but they don't practice because they speak English all the time.
Yeah.
So the English grammar makes them speak Spanish words with English grammar and English diction. So it's like in 3 words, I already know you're not Spanish, mate.
Yeah.
You're faking it. You're the worst option they could have found.
Well, yeah, it happens.
To the point
By the way, Wildgood, that is the site, Shadow Diversity. That's the one. That's right. It's a fun sword site. I like that one a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to see the katanas and all that shit, the challenges, it's very fun.
Okay.
Yeah, it's they're kind of wacky guys just playing it up all the time. Dressing
Other
up in
thing
costumes.
I learned about swordry in more medieval is basically most of the battle swords were not really designed to be swords. They were basically axes with very, very long edges.
Yeah. Well, those broadswords are huge. Right? I mean, heavy and they're big and they're just...
What we call cross-sword, it was meant to be designed by design. It had to have the edge as high as your mouth. And the bar that protects your hand had to be the height of your mouth.
The hilt. Yeah, the hilt.
So it had to be designed to each fighter. And that's what we call a double hand sword.
Yeah.
Or long sword.
Although since we're talking about swords and the hilt and stuff, how stupid is that design in Kylo Ren's sword in the Star Wars movies where if the laser blade comes down and hits that side piece that sticks out, it'll hack it right off. Right? It's not hitting the other laser blade.
Yeah.
It's actually going to hit the emitter of the laser blade and right to your hand. So it was a stupid ass design, right?
But it's the manga philosophy, is the anime philosophy. The fighter is as powerful as stupid is the sword is handling.
Right. But I mean, it's an example that like it looks cool. That's all that matters. But it's not functional.
Of course not.
And that's the problem with Star Wars in general, because it's fantasy adventure, it's not sci-fi.
Yeah.
Nobody thinks of shit that actually works. They just, that looks cool. Let's do that.
Yeah, but you cannot start trying to put sense into Star Wars on Kylo Ren's lightsaber.
You can't
Once again,
because it's
a
the way
lightsaber
no,
that
but I mean,
cuts everything but light.
well, there have been other things that have ripped off the lightsaber. I don't know how they got away with it.
Sure.
And they did a pretty good job with it. Made a little more sense, to be honest.
But let's enjoy what we have.
Yeah.
Enjoy the what if, and let's stop trying to make sense of things that were never meant to have sense, to make sense in the first place.
Well, I don't know. I'm more of a sci-fi person than fantasy adventure, so that's why I was looking.
Oh, me too. But the problem is, what is really pissing me off lately with sci-fi. When I was a child growing up, sci-fi, including Star Wars, was a spark of hope of what the future could improve.
The original Star Trek is very hopeful. Star Trek Picard is fucking disastrous. So nasty and so ugly.
In the last 20 years, just pushes me to cut my wrists open.
Everything you're supposed to get rid of in the future, the racism, the poverty, the drug addiction, you name it, what they dumped back into modern sci-fi. Like, we're supposed to get away from that shit.
Yeah, no.
So where's the hope? There's no hope.
There's no hope in. First of all, I hate open endings, like with passion. Every time I find another fucking open ending, I feel like something's digging a dagger on my heart.
It's okay if the story goes on, right?
But but that's the problem.
Life goes on. Yeah.
That's the problem. I'm so assured that they're gonna have a follow-up that they skimped the story in the first one.
Well, the stories are generally shit anyway. So if you want to get,
but they don't have to
worry about how it ends, worry about the whole story.
But that's my point. Many films and many TV shows are suffering of not developing the story and the characters enough.
It's the effects.
So they leave something for the sequel. Dude, you're not putting enough in the first one. It's never going to have a sequel.
The effects serving the story, not the story serving the movie.
That on top of everything, because CGI is cheaper than actors and writers.
Yeah. People want ooh, I like that trick from that movie. And everything's like a blender. You think I like that scene. I like that scene. It's like what Tarantino does, but way worse. Like a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of that. Oh, I've got a new movie. Check this out. And you go, well, that's from that movie, and that's from that movie. That wasn't very well done. I like the original version better.
Yep.
And
but that is our fault because we've watched too much films.
Well, and we've also continued to pay for stuff that's crap instead of letting it fail. People will go watch bad movies for the effects. I stopped doing that. I love effects. I do CGI stuff on a low level, but I don't watch those anymore because I don't want to support them.
And that's the other thing that is pissing me off. The new generation of streaming, the streaming concept, the streaming platform is going to be the death of the art of filmmaking. Yeah. Because everything is potentially a trilogy. Therefore, you don't develop the story counting that you're going to have time to develop in the sequels. But because of the streaming, by the time you release the first one, they already canceled the sequel.
Yeah, but sadly, just like with music, the democratization of making films has ruined films because now everyone thinks they're a director, everyone thinks they're an actor, and there's so much garbage out there. It used to be like a much smaller set of things to watch, even at film festivals, much smaller. But now everyone and his brother's making stuff, and there's no quality control. And thinks, oh, I have this tool. I have the exact camera he used in this movie, so I can be just like him. Just like I have a CS80, I can sound just like Vangelis. Yeah. It's like, no, you can't.
You can't have quality control when you need to feed 365 days of 24 hours of transmission of that I am watching 5 streaming services.
Yeah.
Just with those 5. The core ones. I'm not even talking about public television, cable TV, subgenres, resellers of the same films. Just the core ones. I'm doing Disney. Now I'm doing Netflix. I'm doing Paramount. And I'm starting doing Prime.
But how do you like this? I've been a Netflix Prime subscriber for a hell of a long time. Do you like the fact that now you have to pay to remove the ads they're putting in? Those assholes are putting ads on stuff now, and now you have to pay extra to remove their ads. It's not enough you're paying for their service. Netflix and Prime are doing that.
Well, I never saw Prime without adverts, so I don't know.
No, it was before. It was glorious.
And in Netflix, if I want to be honest, they don't give me adverts inside a film. But in the shows,
they start at the beginning. They start at the beginning often. You get a few in the beginning, and then they don't bug you for a while.
But I'm fine with that. I miss the adverts.
Oh, I don't.
I don't miss the abuse of the adverts.
I don't watch TV because I don't want adverts.
Yeah, but I don't miss the abuse.
I have YouTube Premium, so I don't even see the ads.
Once again, to me, an advert in between shows is a palate cleanser. I like it.
Occasionally there's a clever one, and I like the Clio Awards. If you watch the Clio Awards, they're very fun. But those are only the good ads. There's so much other shit out there I don't want to see.
Yeah, but no, and adverts also have deep down quality, to no end. But the abuse in Spain, public television, every 15 minutes of show, as in you can time it. Every 15 minutes of show, you get 10 minutes of adverts clocked.
Oh, yeah.
So think about a 2-hour-long film.
Right.
That's what I call the abuse. I don't miss the abuse. I miss the occasional one in between shows as a palate cleanser to let me recenter myself.
I'll go watch TV. I just don't want to watch it. It's just stop. And the
I
theater started doing this. Remember when it wasn't Top Gun? Well, there was a Top Gun themed ad for Pepsi. Somewhere in the late 80s, they started putting ads in the theaters.
Yeah.
Movie theaters finally started showing ads before movies.
Yeah.
And I think one of the early ones was a Top Gun Pepsi ad where the guy turns the plate upside down, pours out his Pepsi. And they're like, oh my God, now we got ads in the theater. And it's still there to this day. It's just so annoying.
As I said, Wagyu is really a trooper. He says, I watch 1980s adverts on YouTube instead for nostalgia.
I do, actually. Those are good because that's how I grew up watching the cartoons. Those are funny, at least. And I have a memory of those. Sometimes they're not so bad. But intentionally watching it is one thing versus having it force-fed down your throat.
Yeah, but exactly. But
I'm paying a service to avoid the ads.
Yeah.
And now I have to pay them more money to continue to stop getting ads because they want more money from me. So no wonder torrents are on the rise and other ways of getting movies. Nobody wants to fucking watch the ads, or pay the outrageous price for some of them. So no wonder people are pirating stuff at a crazy level.
If it wasn't for the fact that Sony has Spider-Man, I would be totally happy with Disney.
Yeah,
it's my groove. And with the same conversation of the fucking streaming generation, to me, it's gonna kill filmmaking. Even the shows, the biggest example, fucking The Acolyte.
Yeah,
it's not a bad show.
It's all right.
It's borderline not Star Wars, but like
it could be much worse, but it wasn't like the YouTube guys were going crazy over it because of it's identity politics, it's woke, it's this, it's that, it's all this feminism stuff. So you guys get all mad about that shit, right?
No,
and I don't care about that.
No,
if the story,
I'm fine with that.
The story's okay.
Take
and
away
it has
with
some interesting visuals.
The only problem is it's not developed. The first season only tells you so much, so you watch the second season.
Yeah.
And those bastards canceled the show.
Well, I mean,
it's just unfinished. It's not a bad show.
Do well. Did you see the one?
But
Ahsoka?
why didn't do
Did you watch Ahsoka? That was pretty fucking bad.
Ahsoka is brilliant. I loved Ahsoka.
No, it's not good. And I was so sad
it's
too
not bad.
Ray Livingston just died. He played the main big guy in that one, and I love Ray Livingston. He just died while they were making that movie, actually.
The black. No, I'm confusing.
The tall British guy. If you haven't seen Rome, the miniseries Rome, he's amazing in it. Titus Pullo was one of the best characters.
Yes.
I love Rome, And Ray
Did he
Livingston's
die?
been good in lots of. He's dead. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
That's one of his last things was Ahsoka. I'm like, oh no, Ahsoka's his last thing.
But once again, it's not bad.
It's not good. I'd much rather watch Mandalorian. Or you know what's really weird? I'm not a big fan of the character of Andor, but the Andor show was good. I was shocked.
Andor is brilliant.
It
Andor
was a
is
good show.
the best thing is
and I
come
hated
out
the
of Star
Obi-Wan
Wars.
show. It was terrible.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't like the Boba Fett one. That was dopey.
Once
So the
again,
best one-
unfinished. Boba is unfinished. Boba Fett is
It just
unfinished.
wasn't. It was just stretching. You're stretching that dough too
Yeah.
thin. It's not enough there.
That's what
So
I mean.
Mandalorian was original and clever.
But formulaic.
Andor was totally clever, like out of left field, new stuff. And I
Who would
hated
have
that
thought?
guy in the movie, the one with the Death Star plans. I hated him in that one. Rogue One.
Yeah.
He
But once
sucked.
again, Rogue One was meant to be it.
Well, it was
Because
a space film.
there wasn't enough story in between films.
You know the end because what happens in the next movie, but
Yeah.
so I understand why they did it. But his character stunk in that, but he was good in the Andor show.
Because they had time to develop it. But that's my
And more
point.
than that, it's just that
They don't. They cut many classic shows or famous shows the shows that went beyond 5 seasons. They had a stinkingly shitty first seasons.
yeah.
I don't want to watch this shit
Star
anymore.
Trek Next Generation had a rough first season. You know,
Fucking
Babylon 5 had a
Deep
rough
Space-
first season.
Deep
But the
Space
shows ended up
Nine.
being amazing.
Deep
DS9
Space Nine,
took
first
like
season
3
is
seasons to
stinks.
get any good.
Yeah, well, I like Deep Space Nine after the third season,
Yeah.
but they had very bad first seasons because they were invested on filming at least the first 2 seasons.
Well,
With
they're also
this
trying to find
streaming
their
shit,
footing. A lot of places, a lot of developers don't really know what they're doing. They're trying to find
Exactly.
their way. You know,
but for that you need at least 2 seasons. With this streaming shit, they cut the shows before they get to start developed.
yeah.
How can you judge a book, by the first
don't-
chapter?
I mean, they must not have been doing well, right? Otherwise, they'd keep doing them.
But that's what I mean.
The
Nothing.
Acolyte got a lot of bad press. Whether or not people liked it en masse or not, it wasn't popular enough to stay around.
Because they were doing this thing that I'm telling you. They were keeping the good stuff for the second season. It's like, no, put the fucking good stuff in the first season, or there's not gonna be a second.
Maybe they knew that they weren't quite ready, and so they're still developing the good stuff. It wasn't really fleshed out yet.
That's my point.
Well,
Every show in history had
see
very rough starts.
Did you see the Comic-Con Star Wars timeline that they literally cut out like 80% of what they planned? They had go back and watch some Comic-Con footage from a couple of years ago. They had a massive thing on the wall they projected. It was the whole roadmap of the Star Wars franchise in show and movies, mostly in shows. And they had shows literally for every fucking character that nobody cares about. And it's just saturated, you know, concentrate on a few characters that people like and know and want to get to know better and develop those better. Don't have this guy has a show and this guy has a show and this guy has a show. You can't make that many shows and not enough interest. There's not enough money or time to make all those shows, but they wanted to dazzle everybody. Look at this amazing Star Wars universe.
I mean, yes.
And somebody made this point a long time ago that was very funny. The way they've shot it over the years, ever since 1977, Star Wars is a very small universe. It's pretty boring. It's the same shit over and over again. The same ships, the same races, the same main characters, the same this and that. It has legs if you give it legs. But they continue to stay in this little tiny bubble.
Yeah.
And that makes it small and boring. Now they're having to reach to go like, oh, well, let's add some other stuff. Nobody cares now because they're so used to this little small universe. That's not that deep. Star Trek goes way the fuck out there, all over the place, right?
Because that's the
Star
whole
Wars,
point of
not
the
so
show.
much. Yeah,
It's exploration.
yeah. So it's just they screwed themselves in the beginning because Lucas isn't a great writer, right? And I don't think he ever planned for this to be this massive behemoth, this juggernaut of a series. You know,
It's for instance, this story I keep telling you about. I would love to, this Mandela effect of the internet society we live in, that is deleting facts and documents from the past, so the new generations don't have access to them. So that memory, if you don't have the original copy, is lost. I would swear blindly that I saw a documentary about George Lucas telling the story of how he was ordered or asked to get the original mammoth script and chop it in 10 episodes.
Yeah.
How many films do we have?
Yeah.
9.
And most of them are pretty bad. The later ones are pretty awful. So.
But that's not my point.
Yeah.
Where's the 10th episode?
I don't know.
I can tell you, because that's the only way it makes sense. The 10th episode is a fucking animation film and TV show called The Clone Wars.
Oh, yeah. I
because
stayed away from. I didn't
the
watch
10th episode was so freaking dense, slow, and heavy that not even a film of 3 hours would make it any good. So they have to chop that in, I think it was 6 seasons of 12 episodes and a film.
I like Wagu's comment about they want the Cantina Band show, because they literally were giving a show to everybody. That's how bad it was. So he wants a Cantina Band show. That would be awesome, right?
The life of an intergalactic musician. It has to be rough.
You saw the holiday special, right? The infamous Star Wars holiday special?
No.
Oh, shit. Go on YouTube. There's someone up-res it to 4K.
Mm-hmm.
It's like someone actually took the time to up-res it to 4K. So it's a little more watchable visually, but still terrible. It's one of the worst. Basically, George Lucas realized after it came out and flopped. He said, if I could, I would go to every location that has a videotape and smash it. Everyone who owns a copy of it and destroy it, basically, because it's so embarrassing.
Well, he already did with the original masters of all the original films. So,
well, kind of, yeah. He's sabotaged because he wants his newer shit to look like the special editions to look like the original, like the definitive edition, when they're actually worse.
Fuck you. Give me the chance to buy the original.
Well, you can get the despecialized editions online, which is somebody took all the fancy newer versions and basically swapped out high quality versions of clips of stuff that was changed that they liked, and basically remade as close to the original as you can get in HD, and it looks really good. There's even for people like the first 3 prequels, there's even a special no Jar Jar version of Phantom Menace. They cut him out of the whole movie. You occasionally hear his voice because it's in the shot, but they literally cut him out of the whole movie.
I like Jar Jar.
Oh, he's terrible. Come on.
Yeah, that's why I like him. Because he's terrible.
Watto was better. If you want to pick a character, I like Watto. Jar Jar was shit.
I had to read. With Watto,
They're all racist characters, by the way. The Trade Commission were Asian guys. Jar Jar was a black guy. He's very racist. And then Watto is a Arabic guy, right? Jewish Arabic guy, or whatever. And it's just on the nose.
Oh, you mean they're trying to portray it?
Yes. Okay. It's so on the nose, it's not even funny. And so if you're into that stuff, I guess it's okay. But
I thought the Federation,
it's
not the Federation, the ones who start the war, the commercial trade, in episodes 1, 2, and 3.
Well, yeah, because the kids want to know all about the Trade Federation and
so
special deals.
To me, the Trade Federation is. I'm sorry for whoever gets offended. To me, is the Jewish community.
Well, kind of, but if you notice those guys running all that stuff, they're all Asian with the Asian accent.
Today
you have to do this. We do not like the Jedi. This kind of stuff. It sounds like a really bad kind of a Chinese impersonation.
Jackie Chan.
Their face even looked Asian a little bit, so it was just so like on the nose racist and just ridiculous.
Because they have to everything has to be based on something. I mean, this PC generation has to explode any minute now. You cannot stretch it anymore.
I don't know, but to think the kids want to hear about Trade Federation. It's the movies are made for kids primarily. Everyone knows that, right?
Sure.
That's why as a kid I love Star Wars.
Yeah.
And I only like it because I grew up with it. It's in my head. I like some of the imagery and of course the music and all that shit.
Nostalgia,
but it's still meant for kids.
Yeah.
So what does Phantom Menace do? There's a big thing about the Trade Federation. What, the kids don't give a shit about that. What, they don't even know what that means. They're kids, right?
Yeah.
So they're trying to appeal to too many different levels. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
You know, keep it dumb, keep it simple, like the old serials that he was ripping off. He wanted to make Flash Gordon. For some reason, he couldn't or didn't want to, and decided to make Star Wars, a serialized thing like the old adventure things, and you'd go every week to see the movie. The matinee as a kid, the serialized, like Perils of Pauline, Flash Gordon, all those kind of old adventure serials, in the black and white days, right? That's what Lucas grew up on. He loved that shit. So he tried to, even those wipes, those cheesy wipes and stuff in Star Wars, those are all throwbacks to the old movies, old serials. Because that's what he grew up with. The circular wipe, the crossfade, the diagonal fade. Those are all tricks of the old movies.
Oh, the camera things. Okay. No, the same thing as
transitions between scenes,
all the fights are basically dogfight playing Second World War.
Which is why he made the Red Tails movie, because he's wanted to continue doing some kind of a military thing.
I like that one. Same thing. I loved Maverick. I loved Maverick.
Maverick is all right. But the Red Tails...
Maverick is more than all right for my generation.
I was the right age for Top Gun, and I thought it was just okay. I wasn't a huge Top Gun fan, but I did enjoy it.
I was young for Top Gun, so it impressed me way more.
Yeah.
But for instance,
the score, I like the score. You know, it's the Faltermeyer and the Berlin song, and so like, it's. But
in this one, they managed to get you hanging off the seat better with the fighting shots. They're more involved. You're more involved in the fighting. That's why I like it.
Well, I mean, the training mission was interesting. Like, you guys are going to fail. You guys are going to fail. It's a really tough mission. And then, of course, they're going to pull it off because the movie
is the Karate Kid principle.
So, basically,
But, for instance, the latest sensation is this Deadpool trilogy. For me, the first Deadpool.
Okay, yeah.
First of all,
I've only seen the first one or two. I haven't seen the third one.
First of all, I believe the actor is totally over. How do you call it? Not overvalued.
Ryan Reynolds? Yeah, I don't like Ryan Reynolds. I mean, the Deadpool character is okay.
I just don't like
the actor.
I don't dislike it because I've been following him almost since the beginning. To me, the beginning of Reynolds was Blade Trinity.
Yeah.
You see that one?
I saw Blade 1 and 2.
Third Blade
one?
film.
I try to remember if I saw the third one. The second one was fun because Guillermo del Toro, right?
Yeah.
I always liked Guillermo del Toro stuff. So,
well, to me that was the first beginning. And watching the Deadpool things, I come to the conclusion that there was always something about Reynolds that didn't gel with me, and I realized what. Is nothing but a motor-mouth talkative Ben Stiller.
Yeah.
Sorry, not Ben Stiller. The guy who did Happy Madison and Pixels.
Oh yeah, Adam Sandler. I can't.
Adam Sandler. It's just a talkative Adam Sandler. It's exactly the same lines, delivered the same way. It's
Adam
just
Sandler
more words on every line.
Career out of playing dumb guys and retarded guys. I know it's not a PC term, but he literally plays retarded guys in lots of movies, and people laugh.
Airheads.
And it's like that's not entertaining to me. I don't like that kind of stuff. I like silly Monty Python stuff. I like a lot of silly dumb shit, but the Adam Sandler stuff I just don't like. It's just.
Then you're gonna freak out with the last Adam Sandler.
The only one of his I enjoyed somewhat was the Zohan one. That was kind of entertaining. Don't mess with Zohan. No, Zohan. It's like an Israeli superhero or something like that. I forgot what it was called, but don't mess with the Zohan. It was kind of funny. And some of his old comedy bits on albums like Toll Booth Willie and some other stuff were kind of funny.
I generally
don't like Adam Sandler.
Watch the latest Adam Sandler, a sci-fi. A real sci-fi, not Pixels, not parody.
Pixels was so fucking dumb.
I love Pixels. Best film ever. Best film ever. It's so stupid. I even laughed.
Well, that's the thing. I like stuff that's stupid in a different way.
Yeah,
I don't like
me
Adam
too.
Sandler stupid.
But that's the maximum
because
Adam Sandler film I can take.
Feels like you're actually losing brain cells as you watch it.
Oh yeah, but that's why I like it. But I love the interaction, the video games and the interactions, and
I love bad movies.
I think that one is bang on.
I watch Mystery Science Theater because they make fun of bad movies. I love old bad movies. But
so, Deadpool, first and second film, I didn't care for. Too much violence, too graphic, too awkward, not really funny. As in,
it wasn't supposed to be though. I think it was supposed to be edgy.
It was supposed
really
to be
violent.
too many things.
Yeah, it was really violent.
And because of that,
which I'm okay
I didn't
with.
like
I
it.
like violent movies, but
yeah, but I don't enjoy them because I feel the pain in the.
I don't want real violence on the street.
But that's why.
But in a movie, it's fine. Like video game violence is
have
great.
a bit
Max
trouble
Payne,
with that.
you ever play Max Payne? It's a really fun game. It's super violent.
I think I saw the film.
The film's terrible. The game is great.
Yeah, that's my guitar. So the third film, it's almost as violent as the first one, almost as gore as the previous two, but they triplicated the amount of pop culture references.
Right.
To the
Which
point,
again can be a little too much, right? I mean,
No. Thanks to the fact that they made it too much, it finally became funny.
I'll probably watch it. It doesn't sound like I would like it.
No.
For example, I'm totally not the audience for Ready Player One.
I love Ready Player One.
I know it's a popular book. People love it because all these fucking references to the
story is
80s
very
and
weak,
stuff like
but the film is
that.
awesome.
But the movie, I couldn't stand the movie.
I'd rather Ready Player One all day long, every day of the week, before Alita Battle Angel. That is shit.
That wasn't good either, but at least it was a little bit different than some other stuff.
Different in what? It's a freaking anime.
Well, everything Cameron touches isn't necessarily good, right?
Exactly. It was meh.
But
once again, Alita Battle Angel was meh because they didn't fucking develop it. It was all to get the people ready for the second part.
It probably could have been more interesting, but I didn't absolutely hate it.
No. It's like Avatar. It's one of those that, okay, I'll watch it.
Yeah.
But no, I watch it.
Well, Avatar was an experience. I mean, I didn't like the movie, but if you first saw it when it first came out in IMAX 3D in a good theater, it was the whole experience.
Sure.
Because that was fun.
Yeah.
It's just like when I watched
I believe you.
Tron Legacy in IMAX 3D with that great Daft Punk score and the visuals and all that kind of stuff. I liked it a lot more there than it. What? I'm not knocking it.
Speak ill about Tron Legacy.
I enjoy it, but mainly because of that first.
But the internet is going berserk about saying that it's shit. It's not shit.
It's only shit. It's only shit if you're a huge fan of the original, which already is a flawed movie.
I've watched the original more times than I care to confess, and I love
the tech involved. The story is interesting, but it kind of gets boring after a while. It's not very well made, right?
There's a big slow chunk in the middle when they go all spiritual, but apart from that, it's a masterpiece.
Wendy Carlos makes amazing music, but her score is kind of lame for that movie.
Wendy wasn't.
I don't really like the score. Wendy Carlos did the score
for the first one.
Yes,
but not for Legacy.
No, that's Daft Punk, and it's a great fucking score.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not knocking. I'm not knocking Tron Legacy for the most part. There's some cheesy moments in there, but it was also an experience. You had to be in the theater with the IMAX 3D, the amazing sound system. It was like, wow, this was fun,
and I still loved it.
You should have gone to see that, man.
There was an IMAX in Spain when Tron was
really
no. I mean Tron original, Disney Tron.
We get spoiled with some of that shit here because there's so many people into that stuff here, but.
I miss
and you can't
Avatar
get 3D
in 3D
TVs anymore, so you can't enjoy it because they don't make 3D TVs anymore.
Yeah.
So
not even computer monitors that can work 3D files. But
well, they have workarounds for that. If you're an animator or modeler, there's this thing called Leonardo that was really cool, where you put the polarized thing on your monitor, and there was some kind of a tracking camera, and then you wear this headset, and you have this thing called the bird, and it's actually a 3D aware rotational object, and you could actually literally work in a 3D space, like you're in there manipulating the stuff. Really cool. I don't see it much anymore. I think it went away, but you can do 3D on a laptop if you have the right equipment, like actual 3D.
Even if it's fake 3D,
imaging,
the two tinted with the two glasses, even if it's that.
The shutter. These are the shutter glasses. Remember the shutter glasses?
I never used that once.
Yeah, those are kind of fakey because you get a flicker.
Yeah, I never saw those ones. When I was young, before my eyes went way worse, I was kind of able to see something. I just remember, the only film I went to the theater to watch in red and blue 3D was Elm Street Nightmare.
Yeah. The one where you put it on for that one part of the movie?
Yeah.
That was so dumb, but the way they did that gimmick.
And because my glasses, I couldn't really see
on
that.
Now, and then
yeah.
And what you saw in 3D was pretty lame. Those graphics were awful.
Sure.
I'm an Elm Street fan in general, but that was a really cheesy, stupid gimmick.
But that's the only...
I saw Friday the 13th 3D when I was a kid. I saw Jaws 3D in the theater when I was a kid, and that was the polarized 3D glasses. But it was just, it looked not so great. Right?
Wait,
it's just
which Jaws?
Jaws 3D.
Are you talking what? 92?
80s. It's in the 80s.
And you have polarized glasses in the theaters?
Oh yeah. Same with Friday the 13th Part 3. Polarized 3D glasses.
That never came to Spain. The closest we had was the blue and red thingy.
Oh, the anaglyph? Yeah, the anaglyph glasses are the old standard from the 50s and stuff. Yeah. But
we never went. Well, yes, we went polarized in the 2000s.
Yeah.
When all the 3D adventure, when they were selling 3D TVs with glasses for home.
Yeah, polarized took off, and even Avatar was polarized 3D.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, the IMAX glasses are polarized 3D.
But I never had a chance.
They improved it a lot. The problem is the way the polarization works, and they can only make the screen so bright. It does darken the screen a bit. So unless got it tuned just right, you might find some images a little dark because that's just the nature of the thing.
The big problem, and one of the reasons why the whole enterprise was defeated, is that more and more people uses glasses. The minute you have any deviation on your vision, none of those systems work.
It's true, yeah. But another cool thing about Avatar that was in a way sort of groundbreaking from a 3D point of view is the 3D was it was depth 3D, not in your face gimmick shit. They went the other way.
Okay.
So you have this cool expansive, like, wow, there's all this detail and all these layers and all that kind of stuff. It wasn't like, haha, there's a snake coming into your face and a baseball and all kinds of shit. It was,
we had it. It's called Freddy's Dead, the Final Nightmare.
Exactly, yeah. That was terrible.
Sure.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. But
I think that was, is that Ronnie Yu? I think Ronnie Yu made that one. He's a Chinese director.
No great. No clue. That's why I said the whole 3D sensation basically flew me over. I watched all of those films in 2D. I enjoy the fuck out of them. And I will never allow anybody in my presence to talk illy of Tron Legacy. To me, it's a masterpiece of this generation.
So I mean, Jeff Bridges likes to overact. So he is overacting it in a bunch. You got to admit, he's cheesy in it, right?
But it's still a better acting role than he did in the original.
I mean, the main actor is kind of a piece of wood, but Jeff Bridges is entertaining. Sure. I like Olivia Wilde. She's easy on the eyes, so I was happy about that.
Yeah.
and the visuals are stunning. I mean,
Yeah.
even the fake Jeff Bridges was pretty good. It was definitely Uncanny Valley.
Yes.
But certain shots were really good. The way they shot him just right. But that first shot in his bedroom,
yeah,
they fucked that up because they showed his mouth too much and they didn't figure out the mouth right.
Okay, yeah, the making him
the
younger,
hair looked good. The shirt,
the flashback,
the whole thing looked really good.
Apart
until
from
they
that,
went to his face and you see the mouth. And
apart
this weird
from that,
nose mouth thing doesn't look right.
Yeah, apart from that, I would be happy with the with Clue not being photo perfect.
Oh,
because otherwise it breaks the illusion of being inside the computer.
That's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. And of course you got
the flashback
Daft Punk is a cameo
bad.
in the club. You got Daft Punk as the DJs in the club.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Right. So
that's to me it's a classic. Tron Legacy is a classic. I think I've seen it already 7 times.
That's good.
I never get fed up of it.
I own it, but I'm telling you, that first viewing, not knowing shit about it, I purposely didn't watch anything about it. And I knew Daft Punk. I said, "Oh, what are they going to do with the score?" I didn't know it was going to be orchestral. That was wild, right? And it's good.
As I said, it's all about.
Is it one of my top 10 movies? No, but it's well made.
Yeah. No, because there's so many in history and.
Well, but also just because it's
so many others. I mean, top 10s. What would I call top 10s?
And I used to play the video game a lot. I like the Tron video game, but I just didn't like the movie.
I think I tried a couple of times the 2D version, the one with the light cycles.
Yeah, with the stick. It's all blue with the stick and stuff.
Possibly, but I got killed so fast that I didn't enjoy it. I just discovered, and I think that one is in Netflix. They fucking made a TV show out of Dark Crystal.
Oh, I heard about it, but I haven't seen it.
The fuck?
Yeah.
And I think it's all CGI. It's not even Muppets.
Well, that's a lot of work to make a TV show. So.
But still, dude, no.
Yeah, I'll have to check. I heard about that. I have to check that out. I forgot.
First of all, it's too old for the new generations to get engaged with it, and it's too synthetic for the generation who enjoyed Dark Crystal, because it's no Muppets. It's no puppets
and they're
anymore.
mining everything, so they're eventually going to get around to that kind of stuff, right? They're running out of ideas, so let's mine more of the past.
Yeah, but then they wonder why they don't go past the first season. You're targeting the wrong
audience. They get the money out of it, and they're on. They move on to something else. That's all they give a shit about.
But that's what I mean. They don't give any story time to evolve and to sink in. By the time it's starting to sink in, it's already canceled. It's like,
and you want to get mad about Star Wars? Blame Kathleen Kennedy. She's an idiot. A lot of her ideas are terrible.
Who's that?
Kathleen Kennedy. She's a producer who's part of all the Star Wars stuff. She's married to the guy who did this Frank Marshall guy who did like Congo and a bunch of these movies are like so like he's not good either really, but but she's like this. She's heavily connected to Star Wars, and so much so that she fucked up with some of the shows, and they started giving her a back seat a little bit with some of the movies and stuff because some of her ideas weren't coming off so well. So I don't know. It's a weird. I don't know all the backstory, but a lot of her ideas are not great. Same that Alex Kurtzman asshole who messed up the Star Trek universe stuff with Picard and Discovery and all that stuff. Alex Kurtzman is the Kathleen Kennedy of Star Trek. He's just fucking terrible.
You see, I like Picard. To me, Picard is good.
Oh, all 3 seasons?
All 3 seasons.
Oh my God!
Goes up and down.
You hated the dystopian stuff. They made all the Star Trek stuff go out the window. It was all like violence and drug addicts
it's very little Star Trek, but just remember that I watched the whole Deep Space Nine and Voyager, so I was already out.
Okay, but
the one that breaks my brain is the freaking alternative
Picard is so
reality.
good. Why did they make season 3 so different? Because 1 and 2 sucked. They had to change course.
Yeah.
That's how you know how bad it was. They were desperate because they were failing.
Sure.
It was garbage. So I enjoyed 3 in small doses.
Sure.
Because they're doing fan service to the old TNG stuff.
Sure. But because of that, it was kind of okay. As I said, after watching Voyager, anything is good. And let's not even talk about what was the one that they did after Voyager? Enterprise? No.
No, I like that. Lower Decks. Discovery isn't canon.
I haven't got to Lower Decks yet.
I haven't either, but he just said they said Lower Decks said that Discovery isn't canon. I think that's hilarious. Because it's shit.
Discovery.
Because Discovery tried to tie the Kelvin universe, which is a mess, to the original Roddenberry universe. And it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't.
You can't do that.
So the new Paramount, we're talking about the new Paramounts with a new timeline, right?
Yeah. So the J.J. Abrams Star Trek, Chris Pine, Captain Kirk, that's the Kelvin timeline. So
that's the one that I draw my line on the sand as is. Dude, no, because the first film.
Discovery has that. If you like that, then you got to like Discovery. It's more the Kelvin timeline shit.
But that's my point. I don't like the Kelvin timeline.
Yeah, and Picard has a little bit of that too, and they're starting to pull in more of the TNG stuff. And it's like, oh my god,
I'm on the side that says that. Oh shit.
I'll send you a video that's very funny that compares the Picard stuff, and it's clearly made by people who barely know what Star Trek is, know the tropes, know a few main things like, oh, we're going to talk about Kobayashi and Maru. We're going to talk about, a few key things that everyone knows who knows a little bit about Star Trek, right? And then on top of that, they're going to use some other tropes, but don't know any of the details that really glue it all together because they're just cherry picking bits to make their story from. And it's Swiss cheese. It doesn't make any sense.
What's the this comedian, the guy who did American Dad? No, American Dad, no, the other one.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're talking about the Orville.
The Orville. The Orville is way more Star Trek than TNG any of the new one.
That isn't TNG. It's hilarious.
Say what?
It's TNG without TNG. He's trying to go along the same kind of line as the old Star Trek.
It's way more.
It's great, yeah.
Although the first 2 seasons he was trying to take the piece as much as he could.
Of course, yeah. But the fact that he even went halfway there is amazing because all this proper Star Trek stuff was fucking everything up.
Yeah,
pissing all over the legacy of it, pissing all over the fans of the original. Not clearly made by people who don't even know why people like the original Star Trek. They're just taking the little cherry picking the tropes. Yeah. And everything
like
else
AI created.
Bullshit. Like in like the Guinan character was Whoopi Goldberg. And the part in Picard, they go back in time. This is different timelines, and they have a young Guinan. Her club is the address number 10 Forward Street. Not 10 forward as in forward on the fucking ship, which is actually where it came from. Yeah. I mean, give me a break. These guys don't know what they're talking about.
I found that, I mean, probably it's because I don't know. I don't have deep enough knowledge.
It's like Solo, a Star Wars story. What's your name? Han. What's your last name? I don't have one. How many you got? Oh, Solo. He's one guy, right? Han Solo is made up on the spot because he's a solo passenger. What the fuck is that?
But I find those things.
That's how dumb Star Trek became.
Sure, but
Star Trek is intelligent to a certain extent. There's like real science in there, along with the science fiction
as much as possible.
History referencing Shakespeare, historical events. Famous poets, famous artists of all kinds of stuff. There's all this like intellectual shit in Star Trek, whether you like it or not. And what did they do with the recent ones? It's it's like the Kelvin one where they're playing Sabotage by Beastie Boys while they're going around blowing up the things. I mean, come on, what is this? That's not
Yeah,
Star Trek.
I always told you. I always repeat the same story. The first reboot, the first Kelvin timeline. The first time I saw the film, I didn't give too much importance, but I missed the first 5 minutes of the film.
Yeah.
I didn't watch it. I watched the film from those 5 minutes on, after the minute 7 and on. First of all, this is not fucking Star Trek. This is Transformers. It's fucking Marvel meets Transformers in deep space. Where the fuck is Star Trek?
What
And
do you think
in which freaking universe Uhura and Spock share the same bed?
But what do you think about the Romulan ship, where it's this giant hodgepodge of paths everywhere with no rails, and the ship is always lurching. So all the crewmen are falling to their deaths every other day because the ship has no like real structure to it, like a real ship. It's just this giant open room.
I didn't like it.
Everything about it was bad. The Vulcan has no moon is a famous comment from Spock, right? Well, Vulcan supposedly gets destroyed in the movie, and he's watching it from the moon.
Exactly.
It has no moon.
Everything, nothing made sense. It was a very shitty reboot or remake.
It's made by people who don't know shit about Star Trek. That's
Until I finally, years later, I finally watched the film from the beginning, and I went like, it's not Star Trek, because it's not meant to be Star Trek. It's a completely different shit on a completely different universe with
make
a different
whole new
timeline.
Property. Don't call it Star Trek. Don't use the same characters. Do something original. Don't fuck up a property that people actually like, because they're not original.
The same thing is happening in music.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
The latest example I can name, because it touched me personally, is this 90s band called Linkin Park.
Yeah.
Ever heard of them?
Oh, yeah. I like them.
Familiar with them?
I mean, it's sad the guy killed himself, but, you know.
Well, one of the factors that touched me, the band and the songs touched me already, because I like the style, the music, and I like the singers, and it was different. It was groundbreaking at the time, on a time where I was extremely troubled, let's call it that way. It resonated very much with me. But when Chester committed suicide, all the bands that I was following from the same time, colleagues of the same nu metal environment, started getting his death, his passing away, his suicide, as a flag in reivindication of mental illnesses and awareness about mental illnesses, that it's more common that we think, that it's okay not to be okay, all the stuff. He became a sign, a symbol, an emblem of a movement. Sadly, the band, in a way I knew from the beginning, but the band was never Chester. The one was the rapping singer.
Yeah, Shinoda.
Mike Shinoda. That's former leader, composer. He calls all the shots. He always did. Always. And the problem is, he's now calling the shots again. He brought Linkin Park from the dead. And he brought Linkin Park from the dead with a woman singing Chester songs.
Okay.
So to me, bringing Linkin Park from the dead, which was something that it had to happen, because the style of the band in the first album was almost the style of the second album. So the second album was the style of the first, but a little more mature. The third album had nothing in common with the first two. The fourth album had nothing in common with none of them. Yeah. And the fifth album was, this is not even Linkin Park. What the fuck are you talking about, mate?
Yeah.
So nothing of the original thing was left on that album.
But I'll take the worst Linkin Park album over Limp Bizkit any fucking day of the week. I hate Limp Bizkit.
Yes, but let's get to Limp Bizkit on the next. So,
Yeah.
Shinoda puts back Linkin Park, big promotion, surprise disclosure or surprise presentation on a live gig in probably in LA. Presentation of the new singer. Yeah. And the first song she gets to sing is a Chester song.
Okay.
No woman.
Wait,
sorry.
You mean that he wrote or that he sang?
What do you mean?
Chester wrote it, you mean? Or just the Chester
song? Just Chester song.
Right, well, he's not his song, though. He's just a band member, right? Journey has a new singer replace Steve Perry. Nobody has a problem with that.
Yeah, but I don't think...
He even sounds like the fucking guy. He's copying him.
To me, no. It's not about using copyrighted material. It's the fact that, to me personally, Linkin Park was more than a music band. Was an ethos, was a philosophy, was... I don't know, bigger than life, more significant than just a music band.
But then it's a business, right? They got to make money. They got to, you know.
And that's what I said when I saw that, and I felt through that. I had to comment on the clip, on the video, and I said, "You want to bring Linkin Park back? Sure, no problem. You want to put a woman in the place of Chester Bennington? Sure." Okay, let's see. Please don't make her sing Chester songs. Because Chester was so unique in the way he sang and the way he wrote many of the lyrics. Yeah, the songs, the music are Shinoda's. Yeah. But I bet you my ass, 90% of the lyrics was Chester's. And if you start paying attention to the lyrics, the guy was screaming out loud all his depression and mental. Basically, it was the English words. The guy was crying for help on every fucking song.
Look at the band like Ginger or Skunk and Nancy. I mean, those female singers are fucking crazy, right? I mean, they could easily cover his stuff,
but
it's not a sound problem.
But once again, it's not about covering. Ginger sings the songs she wrote with the band she wrote it.
Yeah.
Okay?
But
Skunk and Nancy sing the songs she wrote for her vocals, and she performs with her whole soul. This new chick in Linkin Park, it's a hired gun, and you can hear it. First of all, few girls on the planet, and don't get me wrong, this chick can hit the notes that Chester could hit, could use roughly the same techniques that Chester, but there is no soul behind it because that woman has not lived through the lyrics that Chester lived through.
But it's not her fault. They hired her, and she's paid to do it, and they want to do it. So, I mean,
the same way they are free to revitalize their business, doing what to me is almost treason against the legacy of Chester Bennington. I am free to don't support this new shitty reincarnation of the band.
Yeah.
No support in my part. I'm not going to play their videos. I'm not going to buy the albums.
Yeah, I mean that's how it works. You don't have to give them money. You don't have to listen to them.
But it really hurt me, not because that music is unplayable by anybody else. Sure, but you're taking songs that talking about struggle. Real struggle about a real person who was in deep real struggle to the point that it cost him his life.
But just like me bitching about the new Star Trek, the old Star Trek, I just don't watch the new Star Trek. I watch the old one and I'm happy.
Exactly.
So you just ignore it.
Yes. But I'm explaining why.
No, I get why. I understand why. But it's not.
If you want to bring the band back with a new singer, the same way you did the last 3 albums, keep fucking changing the style of the band. Reinvent Linkin Park. Don't try to fetch back to the pocket of the people who lived, struggled, and cried when Chester died.
I mean,
don't expect us to care for your...
Bon Scott, basically, did he die first or did he leave the band?
Yeah, but Bon Scott very rarely, or at least they try not to promote it.
No, very rarely. They're still playing Bon Scott songs and still singing his stuff, and that guy replaced
very few. Probably more now that more time has passed.
But the first thing that it happens all the time is somebody comes along and the band still wants to play.
Yeah, but once again, to some people, they will feel about the AC/DC.
Yeah.
It's not relevation. The pass-through of the baton.
Yeah.
The same way I feel about Linkin Park, but it's a different case. Bon Scott didn't die out of depression. He died out of partying too hard.
Well, maybe he was depressed. Some people have secret pain and they use drugs to hide
it. But nobody make him the symbol of a whole new health
But he
movement.
could have been going through the same goddamn hell. You just don't know it.
Yeah, but nobody made a banner, made a flag out of his demise, like they did with Chester.
Yeah.
You see, the problem with Chester, it became more than the person.
Right.
Way bigger for many more people.
But that's the problem with propping people up as some kind of almost a deity or something. That's just not right. They're a human being. They have problems. They may have talent. They may not have talent. You like them, you don't like them, whatever. But to deify them and make them bigger than what they are is almost that alone could have driven him fucking nuts. Because now his expectation is so high that he has to deliver. The pressure of all that bullshit from the fans may have made him even worse.
But that's the point. The pressure wasn't on him. The pressure was created.
Not directly.
No. Or indirectly. When he was alive. As a front
man, that's a lot of pressure.
But as I said, he was not the flag of anything until he died. It's because he died, he became greater than the person, than the individual. The singer,
I mean, look at all the bullshit Freddie Mercury had to go through, right? For all kinds of reasons.
What do you mean?
Well, he was gay, but I think he hid it for a long time, right? And he was also
all his life,
not white in an area that didn't like other groups of people, right? He was always kind of an outcast. His family didn't want him doing that stuff because they have a very strict family.
Sure.
And so he had a lot of fucking pressures on him.
Yeah, but
he just wanted to go have fun and be a normal person.
That's not the point.
And then you get into drugs and everything else, and it's just a big mess. So there's a lot of pressure on these guys.
Yeah.
And
but that's not the point.
Yeah. No, I mean I get your point, but at the same time, there's more to it than just somebody coming in and filling his shoes.
For Shinoda, but the joke is, even Chester's, there's blabber online saying that Chester's mother asked Shinoda never to allow a new singer to sing his songs. Shinoda took that and wiped his ass with it.
Well, because again,
Shinoda went behind the back of Chester's.
I get it sucks.
Family.
They also want to make money.
Exactly,
and
but that's my point.
Maybe he's not talented enough to make a whole new set of songs. Those are iconic songs for their band. You know how bands come and go and movie directors come and go. They've shot their load. They cannot think of anything good anymore. They're done.
Sure.
So you can't make this new shit that nobody wants to hear.
And that's the conversation we started having. Rehashing things is more profitable, faster profit than showing a pair and doing a new thing from scratch. And I don't mean that anybody should feel as betrayed as I feel about Shinoda ripping off the legacy of Chester.
Yeah,
I understand that's a me problem. I get it, and I'm gonna go as far as they're dead to me. Linkin Park is dead.
It's like Dawn of the Dead, 1978. Zack Snyder makes a version in 2004. Tons of people love it. It's fucking garbage. It has nothing to do with the original. Okay. It doesn't have any of the the social underpinnings or gravitas of the original. It's
Mhm.
not well shot, really. It's just kind of it's Zack Snyder, like graduated filters and certain camera angles, and just he's like a some of his stuff is okay, but he's more of like a commercial director kind of guy, like a certain look and a certain everything's stylized. It's more about style than substance, right?
Yeah.
The characters are terrible in the movie. The end of the movie makes no sense. Where they're safe in the mall, they go to some fucking island that's not even there because they're supposed to be in Wisconsin. Where's the fucking island they go to? And it just there's so many flaws with that movie, and some people love that movie, and it's like, well, you're pissing all over the original movie. That's your choice, but I'm not going to say that you're free to obviously to enjoy whatever you like, but there are plenty of things out there that piss on the legacy of original stuff.
For instance, just because he said it, Wagyu, yes, I agree with the Pantera situation. It's very similar.
I don't even know that.
The only difference is,
I don't know much about Pantera. What happened there?
So it's a similar situation. Basically, Pantera was a 4-piece band.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know some of the songs, but I don't know any of the background stuff. So
I think they're all rebel metal. All of them.
It's one of Beavis and Butthead's favorite bands. They love Pantera. So
sure. They were groundbreaking after their rebirth. They started being a typical hair 80s, almost glam metal.
Oh, really?
band.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
And at one point, they said, okay, no, this is not us. We don't want to do this anymore. This is shit. We're going nowhere. Since we're not going to make a penny out of playing our music. I'm just paraphrasing. This is not fact. It's just what I understand. The story I make in my own head. So they changed singer. And they start changing their style. And it becomes way more popular and later way more commercial than the first trying to be somebody else. The problem is, after several albums, I don't know if 4 or 5 albums, for I'm not sure what reason, the guitar player, because drummer and guitar player are brothers, I think the guitar player and the drummer decide to start a parallel project.
Oh.
Don't stop Pantera, just have Pantera in one side, and to do something a little different, still metal, but a little on a different tone, different shade of metal. He started, I think the band is called Damage Planned. In very shortly after the band started touring the States, a guy jumped on stage and shot dead the guitar player.
Oh, shit.
On stage in the middle of the gig.
Oh, wow.
Obviously, that means the end of Pantera. Pantera disbanded. They didn't substitute it with anybody.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to them because they were all over the place and all of a sudden I didn't hear them anymore. So I
because Phil Anselmo, the second singer, the one that made them famous, has recruited. Obviously, he cannot recruit the drummer, which is the brother, which will never tour Pantera again, and I'm not sure. Basically, Anselmo restarted touring with the band with only 2 members, himself and the bass player. He substituted the guitar player for Zakk Wylde from Ozzy and
Zakk Wylde.
And I cannot remember who put in the drums. The drummer died in 2018 too. So both brothers died, and Anselmo is touring Pantera with all the Pantera classics. Yeah, the fans are having a fest with that, but the how do you call the house, the legacy? No, you use a word to define when an artist or the.
Oh, that's something I said?
No. So basically, the family, the parents of both brothers, never agreed to Anselmo to tour with the band's material, with their children's own drums and guitars material. Problem is, because he's a former member, and I think most of he has his rights as former member.
Yeah.
So they cannot make him stop, but they don't agree
royalties.
With it. I don't know if the it's not legacy. The word, what is the?
I mean, it all depends on the contract, right? That's in the contract. Who knows?
So, also, well, Anselmo is also is losing his voice. Basically, he's changed. He's gone. So
I mean, sometimes you just got to retire unless they were broke or something, right? Just fucking retire.
Yeah, the first name for Pantera was Metal Magic.
Oh God.
Yeah, really, really hair band, almost Sunset Strip stuff.
That's before they got all hard edged.
Yes.
Oh, that's funny. I didn't know that.
First
I only knew him as Pantera.
I don't know if released or not, but I think it's the first two albums or 2 or 3 albums.
Is it kind of like Stryper?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, probably not. A little more like trying to be Cinderella or Bon Jovi.
Oh God, I hate Cinderella. Oh man,
not so much a Stryper.
That guy's voice in Cinderella is the worst.
Yeah, but as I said, those 2 albums could burn in hell and nobody will miss them. They're not good. But the new Pantera, the one, well, sorry, the actual Pantera.
You ever say Grim Reaper? You know Grim Reaper? I know a lot of these bands from Beavis and Butthead. They used to play all the videos and goof on them. Grim Reaper has some of the worst shit. The guy's face. He goes.
Rings a bell.
The quote was great. You got to find it on YouTube. But it's he goes, "Look at his hair. Look at his face." He goes, "His whole head sucks." Because this guy, the lead singer, is really fat and ugly, and he wasn't even really that great of a singer. But it's just like one of these like ugly metal bands at very low rent. Like the video was cheap, looked terrible, but it's metal, so people are going crazy for metal. But even Beavis and Butthead, who love metal, couldn't get into Grim Reaper. It's very funny.
Yeah, but the fact that it's metal, not even back in the 80s, the fact that it's metal doesn't mean that it's good. There was tons of shit metal.
But they loved. They went every time Pantera video came on. They went fucking crazy. They loved Pantera
because Pantera managed to do something. Although they were also riding the wave of bands like Sepultura, the aftermath, in a way, bands like Sepultura, Anthrax, even Megadeth, the aftermath of the Thrashers, of the Bay Area Thrashers, which basically said, "Oh fuck, no, I'm gonna play the way I want. Either you like it or not. I give fuck the industry. I don't care about selling records. I just care about rocking as hard as I can, and playing the way I want to play. And fuck you if you don't like it." So tons of attitude, which became another symbol for that generation. So also means a lot of people. Plus the fact that
I gotta say though, since I'm not really into that music that much in general, I like some tracks here and there. Sure. I always thought they had that attitude to play whatever the fuck they wanted. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah. That's
I mean, all the bands, all those bands.
Here we are. If you don't like it, fuck you. To the point that one of these hit singles is called "Walk."
Yeah.
And the chorus goes, "Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? Walk, respect." And that's it. Very basic, very primal, very honest.
Yeah.
And that's why it feels a little betrayal when you see Anselmo just going for the money, as in not paying any respect. Although he keeps in the show, he keeps bringing, we're doing this to remember our beloved brothers and sisters, Dimebag and the brother, blah blah. But the ones that are my age are going, yeah, but the family doesn't want you touring with those songs. What the fuck are you doing, mate?
I guarantee if they could get away with taking Elvis's corpse, put it on stage, and have an Elvis impersonator, they would do it.
Exactly.
This is about money and show business. That's it. So.
Haven't they managed with the hologram? I thought in Vegas there's a hologram Elvis show.
Oh, there is? Oh, because they already had the Tupac one.
Fuck. If they did Tupac, they have done Elvis for sure.
They did the same style as Hatsune Miku, where it's a clear, transparent in front of the stage.
Okay.
And he can come out and play in front of the band, walk around and do his thing. It's a hologram. And they did it to someone else too. Another person who died, they did a hologram. I forgot.
Well, we all know about the one in London with ABBA.
I haven't seen it, but I heard about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Me
I
neither.
have no idea what it looks like. But
Me neither.
But yeah, once you have Hatsune Miku, it's all over. It's just anyone could be a virtual pop star. So.
Charlie Benante. Yeah. Wait. Oh. Wait. Well, Charlie Benante was the drummer for Sepultura, right? Because
no, I've heard these bands and never heard their music. I don't know anything about Sepultura.
The problem is the aftermath of the Thrashers, or even the Thrashers themselves, the Thrashers. Although you have one or two very virtuosos, they weren't about playing skill. They were about playing attitude. And
they come off like Grim Reaper.
Kind of, yeah, sure. A little silly than the name Grim Reaper, but yeah.
Yeah, well, you should see their video because they have like the fake like skull above them with a bunch. It's like Spinal Tap, right?
Oh, okay.
Spinal Tap makes fun of all that shit to the nth degree. I love it because it's all that cheesy shit. They're just goofing on it, right?
Okay.
It's very funny.
Well, who says that they did a hologram show of Dio, Ronnie James Dio? No wonder.
That's another guy I didn't understand. He was very popular, but when I hear Holy Diver, I start laughing. Just his inflection, Holy Diver. Just the whole inflection, it's like humor to me.
Sure. I mean,
but it's not supposed to be funny.
It's not supposed to be sad.
It's supposed to be cool and like angst and like, yeah, I'm a badass and all kind of stuff. And I'm like,
Metalheads always had a twisted sense of humor.
Yeah.
And so 80s metalheads were the first D&D players.
Yeah.
So they were the first trying to bring back all the reenactments, all the role-playing, all the swordry and the chivalry and the Conan the Barbarian. So they know that is an extreme of life, that's not the real way of living. But they dream with it because they dream of past, best yesteryears.
Yeah.
And Dio was somewhere in between. Because he did believe in the things he was singing, but also knowing that it was fiction.
Or guys like Michelangelo Battio with the 4-neck guitar where he does that solo where he brings it up like it's all dramatic. And
but like, have you seen the 4-neck guitar that is... No, the 2-neck guitar that is 2 women legs?
No, but I'm not surprised. Like I was more impressed with Rick Nielsen's 5-neck guitar from Cheap Trick. Doing all this
but that was a cheap trick.
Because that's hilarious, right? That's funny.
And it's meant to be.
Here's a guy trying to be totally serious, like it's like he's a metal god. And he's even performing like it's an altar.
Don't get me wrong. Very few people can do what Battio does. But mostly because nobody wants to do what Battio does.
Yeah, that's the thing. The way he hits across, and he hits the right notes. He hit it. I still don't like the music.
Sure.
But he has showmanship. That's fine. That's
exactly. And that's what Battio has made of himself.
Yeah.
It's a circus act.
Yeah.
That's what is left. Because he has not written anything original or significant since the 80s.
Exactly. Yeah.
He's just rehashing the same thing he can do because nobody else can do it.
And
because nobody fucking wants to do it.
Is essentially a juggling act.
Yeah.
Right.
It is what it is.
And where's the music?
Yeah, but most of the shredding culture of the 80s,
like Jordan Rudess, he shreds on keys, and
yeah,
people
but
goof on
nobody
him because
cares.
he's also, but he plays amazingly, right?
Yeah, but nobody cares because you can't see it. He cannot come to the edge of the stage.
You can see it on camera. It's good enough.
No, it's not. If Jordan doesn't hang a freaking guitar and comes to the edge of the stage, nobody gives a shit.
Jan Hammer also used a guitar because he's got to show off.
Who's Jan Hammer?
Jan Hammer from Miami Vice and Mahavishnu Orchestra, and you don't know Jan Hammer?
Nope.
Looks like Jan Hammer. Jan Hammer.
Sure. But as
Check him out. He's great.
Sure. I'm not taking away from anybody.
No, but I'm also a product of the time period. But the Miami Vice soundtracks by Jan Hammer was
I remember the soundtrack.
80s, awesome, right?
Yeah.
Not just the title track.
Agree.
But like the music is, I have a whole collection of the music that people have ripped because you can't get it.
One of
Someone
the reasons,
had to cleverly take it out of the episodes and clean it up.
One of the reasons why I always try to watch Miami Vice, although it was out of my bedtime, it was mostly for the visuals and the music.
Yeah, it was amazing.
I love the music. But as I said, the problem with the 80s is that the virtuosity on the performance, the showmanship, and the circus got mashed up in one. And the limitations of these three factors got so freaking blurred that's why grunge came over, saying, okay, stop the circus. Let's just go back to play basic, honest 12-bar blues with tons of distortion.
Don't have the makeup and the big hair. Just put on like sweatshirt and some flannel and just play music. Yeah.
In many bands, in many cases, it stopped being about the music and it was just about the pyro and the lasers and the people flying and the three-neck guitar and everything but the music.
Or what was it? Motley Crue, where he's in the drum set spinning around in a harness. I'm like,
Striper did the same thing.
Really? Oh God.
Striper had the whole drum cage in a fork that they lifted to the air and pushed towards until the cage was rolling on top of the audience.
Yeah.
So far away from the stage, and then roll it back. Because it was and the humongous drum kits with 9 pieces of drums with 17 cymbals with a gong and
but then
a
they get
rototom.
like Neil Peart, who could really play a fucking kit like that, right? And these other guys who just have all this decoration, right?
Neil Peart didn't have a huge drum kit.
He occasionally did.
No.
He had the one that he rotates.
Listen. Neil Peart never had a humongous drum kit. He had 4 drum kits to play 4 different eras of the band. And the guy rotated to a different drum kit on a different song.
Exactly.
It wasn't one single thing with shit. No.
No, but I mean, from the outside, it looked like one giant kit. Right?
Because the guy had to crawl inside. Because they have to. They ended up making a whole circle.
There's a DVD, the analysis of a drum solo. It's the whole thing about his rig and all history about the guy. Really cool video.
There's a drumming channel. I can't remember if I found the link. I don't think it's Drumeo. It's a channel.
It's pretty good.
This one is specialized on history of drummers and drums, and they have a 3 or 4 parter about the whole history from the time till Neil Peart joined Rush until he died. All the history of all the kits, all the colors, all the symbols, why every piece, why the colors, why the designs, every single detail. I think it's 3 or 4 hours in 4 videos, in 4 hour long ones. It's really detailed.
If you find the link, let me know. I'll check it out.
I'll try to fetch it back because one is the host and the other guy I think was either the owner of the shop where he bought most of his kits or one of the drum techs he used through the latest years.
Yeah.
So he was the guy putting them together for him.
Oh, cool.
So he knew this album and this album was this color kit with this hardware, these symbols. But the problem is when they needed to play 3 different eras, as in the rock and roll era, then suddenly the 80s synthesizer era, then the epic 2120 era. You need completely different drum kits to play those things.
Yeah.
So they started basically piling up the era, the section appropriate era kids
And
around
also
him.
adds to the showman of spinning around to do different things. Because they
But
played a sound when they did that.
that's
The
also
light
why he
change.
had
Yeah.
this very big thing that looked like a mallet, like a xylophone, but made out
Yeah.
of rubber blocks, because that was
Well,
the only way he could switch by MIDI, by changing the MIDI
well,
maps.
he also, Danny Carey has something like that too from Tool. Is because he's also doing melodic stuff.
Because that guy is now touring with the guy from Tool is drumming now for King Crimson.
Oh, I'm not surprised. I mean, they
King
do proper
Crimson,
prog,
Steve
so,
Vai,
yeah.
the original singer. Wait, King Crimson? The guy who did the albums with the Vangelis, John something.
John Anderson?
That was the singer for King Crimson, right?
I don't know. I mean, not that I don't think so.
Yes.
He's for Yes, but not
The singer
not
for
King
Yes.
Crimson.
So,
Yeah.
the drummer for Tool, Steve Vai, Alcatraz and Frank Zappa. The bass player from Yes and the singer from Yes are touring right now.
Is that Bruford? Who's the bass player from Yes?
I think so.
Yeah.
They're touring right now in America. You still can buy tickets.
Wow.
So that's a dream
Although
team.
I'm not a huge John Anderson fan.
I love him.
It fits some of the songs,
Sure.
but I'm not a huge fan.
He's
of
a
that
one-trick
kind of
pony. I
voice.
get him. I get it.
Yeah.
But I like the guy that's his actual voice. Is not actually making an effort. That's his voice.
Oh, I know.
It's crazy.
When he talks, he has kind of a high voice already. When he talks,
He's already one octave higher than anybody fucking else, and that's his normal voice.
yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Like, I have some covers of John and Vangelis stuff that I like better than John and Vangelis because there's no singing. I'm sorry, but the music is good. I just didn't like his singing on it. So
I do like the singing.
I like him in Yes,
Holy crew.
but
Roller
yeah.
coaster across the ceiling where the drums.
But anyway, I'm having fun here, but I'm getting hungry and I gotta go eat some shit.
Yeah, and I need to go to sleep.
I already missed going shopping. Some stuff is already closed, but
Well, good, brother.
fun, though.
Take care. See you soon. Or see you next month.
But yeah, it's one of those things. John Anderson's one of those things that it works in the mix,
Yeah.
but in other stuff I don't like it.
I understand.
It's like Roundabout's a great fucking song, and there are plenty of other great Yes songs. But yeah, I had heard John and Vangelis. I go, I don't like it. I like the music. And then there was a set for a while called Synthesizer Greats or something like that, volume 1 through 8 or something. And I started buying those in used stores a long time ago. Like, oh, what's this? And some of the covers are really good. Like there's a Mike Oldfield cover from Killing Fields. There's the John Vangelis stuff. There's a couple other covers that I wasn't familiar with, but I ended up being some songs I really liked. But I still haven't heard the originals. And this guy, it's like I think it's a Belgian guy. He's either Belgian or Dutch who did all the music for it. And he's really good. He's just a studio musician guy and made these covers. Really, really good.
Sure.
And there's no singing. It's perfect.
What can I say? Remember that the first John Vangelis album at least had 1 or 2 hit singles on the radio internationally.
I'll Find My Way Home or something like that, or one of those.
Yeah, and I didn't even know that was Vangelis. And if I knew, he didn't sing it because I was a boy. My mom played that thing over and over again at home, and I loved it. Then I learned all the background and Vangelis and this guy. I'm so used to it that I find it fine. Plus, we had the conversation many times. I enjoy high-pitched singers. I like operatic singers. Love them.
It's weird. It's just certain things I just don't. It doesn't gel. I don't know why.
Sure, it doesn't have to because.
But and yes, it works. And other stuff I didn't like it. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, as I said, I agree. He's a one.
And I don't really like opera that much either. Like I have a Wagner's Ring set of like the main tracks in the whole, because the Ring's fucking huge opera, right? There's a lot of tracks. So I have like one of my favorite conductors, Sir George Schulte, doing stuff from the Ring. It's Ring excerpts with none of the opera. It's just the music, and the music's so fucking good on its own. It doesn't need the singing. You know what I mean? That's how good that is. But you only ever hear it with the opera.
But
and
that's
it's
why
really
we have
powerful without it.
That's why we have so many styles and so many bands, because everybody likes something different.
No, I know, but I mean, it's because most people only ever hear it as the opera.
Sure.
When you hear just the extracted music, it's gorgeous, you know?
It's taken me a whole lifetime to start to understand and appreciate classical music.
Oh, I've loved it my whole life. Yeah.
No, wait. I've loved it my whole life. My problem is that I thought all music was as good as classical music, because my early upbringing, baby, toddler, first steps, my mother and my grandfather, they were classic music devotees. That they not that they heard that exclusively, but big doses of that, and all sing to me. The problem with classical music is it's performed to such a high level.
Yeah, it's hard.
That is very easy to give it for granted.
That's why I don't play it. I love listening to it, but I'm never good enough to play it because I don't have the time or the discipline to do it. So
any recording, any LP recording of any big orchestra with any conductor, it's so perfectly performed that unless you try it to replicate it or try to play any instrument, you don't understand how astronomically hard it is to make it sound that simple.
I paid a lot of money. A few months ago, we went to go see live Carmina Burana by Orff.
Wow.
It's fucking crazy. Now, it wasn't a full orchestra, unfortunately, so it was a little thinner. But it still had all the vocals and all the major components to it.
Good enough, right?
Stunning, right? It was like, holy shit, this is amazing. That's why it cost so much to go.
Exactly.
It was like $200 a person. You know?
Yeah, but the problem is you don't learn to play that piece alone. You don't learn to play that piece in a month.
Yeah.
Because, yes, you learn the notes in a month, and then it takes you another 6 to a year to play it properly.
And I also love it because it's clearly the inspiration, one of the main inspirations for Conan the Barbarian soundtrack, which is also amazing. So, yeah, it's so cool. Love it. But
well, who says that uses a temp splitter to remove the voice from?
Yeah, you can do that now. But I'm talking about. I mean, my dad had this. I don't know why my dad had the CD because he likes opera as well. But he had the CD in his collection. I go, oh, Wagner, I'm going to hear some of this, and it had none of the singing. I'm like, this is glorious. Why doesn't more stuff come out like this with just the music, right?
Because
it doesn't. It's good enough. Vocal
music is easier to consume.
I don't think so. I love instrumental over vocals all the time. I mean, I like rock music.
But once again, that is your perspective.
Yeah.
Look at the big picture, the global.
Since I was a kid, I just loved it, you know.
But the global.
Part of it's Bugs Bunny, you know, the classical music all through those fucking cartoons, right? So you get exposed to it whether you like it or not. And then my dad bought the actual original vinyl for Switched on Bach at a garage sale when I was a kid. It actually says Walter Carlos on the back. It's the original shit.
Ooh,
and it's amazing. I immediately fell in love with that. And I didn't even really know what a synthesizer was. I just see the pictures and
because it sounds good.
Cool.
Because that's one thing I keep feeling that most of the music tech is missing lately, because the gadget itself, the CPU, the motherboard, the thing can do so much.
Yeah.
They don't do the final 10% that they had to do in the 60s, 70s, and 80s because the device could not reach it. They have to put extra elbow grease into actually make it sound good to 60s and 70s standard, which was fucking classical opera or symphonic music. with that standard, any synthesizer sounds like shit. Even the fucking CS80 sounds like shit. Yeah. If you compare it to the Philharmonica of from wherever.
Well, look at the project Steve the Bastard's been working on, that whole Moog ensemble thing where he's taken all the well-tempered clavier, and he's basically breaking the things down into MIDI files.
Yeah, but has he published anything?
No, he sent me a couple demos just to check out the work in progress. But
I'll wait until it's finished.
But it's just one of those things that's taking forever because it's technically really hard. He's really appreciating more than ever the Carlos project because he still has modern tools to do some of this stuff.
And it's still
a pain in the ass, and it's still a tuning issue and a bunch of other stuff. So I'm looking forward when he gets around to finishing some of it. But the amount of work involved to do even the most basic thing back then, and the fact that everything was monophonic, she had to play everything little by little by little, have it all match.
And talking about the mastery of classical performers, any album you buy of classical music from any orchestra ever, always remember one thing: that is one take.
Oh yeah, I mean, they practice a lot, but it is one take.
No, but once again, you cannot punch in a violin mistaking a note.
No,
it's one take, one go. Do it perfect or die.
But movie soundtracks have punch-ins, so
yeah, because those are made in MIDI. They're made in the box.
No, but I mean even the ones that made the orchestra, like you watch John Williams and stuff. Those aren't all done in one take. Some of those are patched together.
For what? For the lead ones?
Yeah, because it's all short little bits anyway. It's all like.
Yeah, but once again, because if they had the whole score for the whole film.
Yeah, it's not one giant performance for an audience. It's done in little leitmotifs and stuff.
Yeah, they're short, but they're shorter cues, minute and a half, 3 minutes.
Yeah,
they still have to do it in one shot because you cannot take one of the 20 violins and replace it.
Off. Yeah,
and that's something that it's really hard to understand until you learn to play an instrument, learn to perform an instrument live, and then learn to record an instrument. Nobody outside the musician's world understands the level of mastery that classical music requires.
Yeah,
that's why back in the day people dedicated their whole fucking life to learn one instrument.
That's why it's still my favorite, but I'm not good enough to play it. I don't have the energy, the time, or the talent to do it the way I would like to do it. I did small bits when I was in elementary school, but then I did other stuff. But I never got the discipline to get in a piano and just fucking work your ass off to do that. Because I had friends who could do that. They put hours and hours and hours and months and years in. And this one guy played me some Rachmaninoff one time. And I almost fell on the fucking floor because I had no idea this guy could even play that well. But he had all his dead time in the army. And he just used that time to take the little piano he had and just get better and better and better and better. All this downtime that he had, and he only played a couple pieces. He didn't know that a huge repertoire. But what he played was fucking amazing.
Exactly.
You know. So yeah, I wish I could do that. I cannot get myself to sit and practice the level you need to get that good at it.
It's not going to happen at our age in this society.
Well, you could, but you really have to literally drop everything else.
Yeah, not going to happen.
Get a teacher most likely and just work your ass off.
It's better with a teacher.
And I have so many things I want to do. And so as much as I would love to be able to play that way, you really have to be all in.
Yeah.
And I can't.
And that's the reason why I moved from guitar to bass guitar, because I reached my zenith. I could not. To me, to improve, to become 5% better, it would take me 200% more time.
You mean you didn't want to be the next Yngwie Malmsteen?
I tried and gave up. It's so fucking boring.
I know.
Malmsteen is boring. I wanted to be Steve Vai.
Yeah.
And thankfully, when I came to UK, by accident, a friend had a ticket for a tour he was making, celebrating 30 or 40 anniversary of the first solo album that made him famous, Passion and Warfare.
Yeah.
To the point that he managed, thanks to modern technology, to put the whole album, all of the 16 tracks, I think, 14 or 16 tracks the CD had, all of them live, including a track that was nothing but him messing around about with a delay, with a harmonizer, and pitching, doing shit, crazy shit. With modern technology, he managed to make it play it live.
But does it have a GR-55?
He didn't have one, and I don't think he could. I don't think Steve Vai could handle the latency of 55.
Yeah.
He's used. The guy is weird. He's a savant. Steve Vai is a savant, to my understanding. So I finally went to watch Steve Vai live, playing the album that made me start loving Steve Vai. The closing thoughts of the evening was, because between friends and when you're a teenager, all this, the music I like is better than the music that you like, because virtuosity, because speed, because mastering, blah, 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 blah. The echo chamber I had is, Steve Vai is God, because he can do everything. He's the best. Nobody's better than him. He's God. My closing thought for the day was, okay, Steve Vai is not God. It's just the best.
For years, I only knew him for Crossroads, because I love that ending scene in Crossroads.
Yeah.
And
did you know that he wrote both parts?
Right? Yeah, Ry Cooder's playing the other part, but he wrote both parts.
Right? No. The final.
It's all him?
That's by both times.
Okay, right. Okay.
When he fails and when Macchio does it. Ry Cooder is all the slide that is the first.
Okay.
When they start playing, when they start playing the boogie, that's Ry Cooder.
Okay.
Playing Macchio's part with a slide.
Okay. So I love that he played his classical guitar. That was great.
But I think it's a Paganini rework of some kind. He played both.
Wow.
But the biggest joke is, who hired Vai and who was the musical soul behind the film. It was the brother of a very famous guitar player from a hair band. As in the brother, the ugly brother of David Lee Roth.
Oh, really?
Something like that.
Yeah.
The hidden brother or something very, of somebody very significant in the metal world.
Crazy.
Crossroads.
Yeah, I found that real quick, and I got to jam because I'm way beyond this. Having too much fun. Got shit to do.
Let's say direct. No.
You find it?
No, I'm on it.
Just send it to me later. You can find it later. I really got to jam. I had a lot of fun, but I spent way too long. I was supposed to be doing some other stuff. So.
Okay. Take care. Night.
If you want to play that thing on the way out, you can. You don't have to, but.
Sure, why not? I'm not sure if the audio is going to go out, because I had very big issues with the audio.
Uh-oh.
Can you hear it?
Let me turn the. No, I don't hear it. Now I hear it. Yeah.
you next month. Take care. Let's keep in touch.
Thanks.
Bye, guys. Enjoy the music.
Eddie went to the next track. Hey, Paul, what's up? This wasn't supposed to play, just the guitar track. I think Eddie walked away.
No, still here. Come on.
It's stringy, but it's not guitar-y.
It's
an oud.
It's good enough. Just have some music.